The link to his channel's in the description. If you want to show some love, he's also currently streaming. So. Spot. Yeah, it's good to have you guys. Hello to everyone. Yeah, if you were waiting for the stream to go live, honestly, massive thank you to you guys. Really does mean a lot. You in the stream already? What the fuck? This is so weird. Is this what it's like to be popular? It's so strange.
I understand that.
Maybe we'll make this a weekly thing.
Yeah, do you want to do like every Friday?
Yeah, every Friday, I'm down.
Okay. Because like now
It just goes to show. Also, I feel like this song that you guys are currently listening to is kind of like my song now. Because it's in all of my videos, and now it's in a live stream. So the song you're currently listening to is, I guess, is my song. You click the link in the description, it doesn't work. Oh, bollocks.
I could put it in.
The link does work. The link does work. Try like refresh it. Oh, the link to his channel. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I think that's me that did something wrong. Let me just sort that out.
Let me give me 1 second. I have to go grab my phone because I have to look at chat real quick.
Yeah, it's all good. No worries. Yeah, I'll try sort that out. Just bear with me a second. It's just YouTube. It's just YouTube's been a bit fucking awkward. Let me just sort that out.
By the way, if anybody's wondering why I don't have my...
That should work now. The link to his channel should work now.
If anybody's wondering why I don't have see, the thing is like I'm pretty sure a lot of people know this. I usually don't show my face in any of my videos, so like
Yeah. I just tested the link, it works.
Okay.
It works, boys.
Doug, how are you doing? How have you been? I've been doing great. So
we be vibing.
If we're going, so what do you want to start out with first? Because like, do you want to start out with like the Peter Nerf thing, or do you want to start out with the whole entire Eddie Brock thing?
Yeah, can do. Bear me a sec. I always spell Phoenix wrong. It's E, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I always do which no, that's wrong. Who can join VC channel? So basically how it's gonna work is it's gonna be like me and Phoenix primarily. The only other people that are available are Chaos and Crispy, but I don't think either of them might not be available or whatever. I'm gonna try sort out because there's a way of messing with the server. I can make it so that people can join, but everyone's just quiet, kind of thing. But we'll see. We'll see.
By the way,
enhanced permissions. That might be it.
Hold on a second. Hold up. I'm gonna go to your. Hold on a second. Let me see. Okay, so I don't know if anybody on Riftstream can hear me right now, but if anybody can hear me, can you guys put like an I or like something in chat to let you to let him know that you guys are hearing me?
Oh, I think I'm doing this. Oh, this is how you do it. Yeah. Bear me a sec.
Okay.
I don't know if that's right actually. I've just messed around with a couple of settings. I don't really know if we'll work it out. We'll work it out.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm trying to make it so that like quite a lot of people can join VC, but like they're just muted, if that makes sense. So like you can't get involved with the debate, but you can spectate the debate, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
There is a way of doing it, but I'm kind of new to like Discord shit, so.
Yeah, I was trying to join your call. I was trying to hop on call yesterday, and it wasn't working. I was trying to join the call yesterday, and for some odd reason, it was not working. Like my mic was on, but it just was not working.
Doing Rift, how you doing today? Doing good, thanks, Shed. How are you?
Yo, Spider Z, what's going on?
We be vibing.
Now for the nerfing thing or the Eddie Brock thing, I have like a few ways. Well, I don't want to say like I have like 0 ways of how that could work.
Wait, what are you on about?
For the Eddie Brock being Venom thing, that can't
Yeah,
work.
what about it?
That can't work because one, we know he's in the game, we just don't see him. We know he exists, so it's there that he's in the game, and Peter and him are good. Like Peter and him are friends in the game, so like there's no way that would work. And two, if Eddie was Venom, how would that make the Miles boss fight with Venom work?
How the fuck have I done this again? Oh, there we go. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. It should be able to work now, dude. Lambda, the only thing is, I appreciate you being here, but in the disagreement there, if you're okay to just, like, mute. Just, like, whilst we're going on. Wait, have I done that right?
Wait, anyways, Go, what's going on?
You guys, can you... Oh, bollocks, I've done that wrong. You guys in, the stream, can you still hear the music and stuff? I'm just testing it out, because, like, the one that I'm currently using is very bare bones in comparison to, like, my typical gaming setup, for OBS. So. Letting you guys know if you can hear me, that kind of thing. I also don't have the cover image, but never mind. Oh, you can hear it? Nah, all good.
Okay. Wait, let me check real quick. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, they should be able to hear you in my stream.
Okay.
Vice versa.
Okay.
Right, so with that being said, well, on a Spectre, yeah, I've added you to the thing. You can join, dude. Wait, like, you're able to join now. Alright, so how do we do this? So it's start an activity. Oh, watch together. Ha 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 ha.
Send me the link. I need it.
Huh? No, you don't have to. You don't have to. Just go in disagreement day.
Okay.
It should give you the... Oh, perfect. Oh, yeah, wonderful.
Okay,
yeah, this is, Oh, this is, perfect. Wow, this is awesome. Piece left. Is there a way of making it full screen?
There is a way.
Wait, where is the,
Hold on a second. Wait.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Sorted it.
Hold on a second.
Why are some videos missing? This is weird.
Hold on a minute. Are you in the watch together, or is it? Hold on a minute. Let me see if I'm in it.
Yeah, I'm in the watch together. I'm hosting it.
Okay. It's weird on my end.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh. It's a bit awkward. Yeah, it's good to have you guys here. No, you haven't missed anything, Pete, so we're just trying to get this shit to work. It's a bit of, So how else can you... Because I swear there's another way of doing it. So, alright, I'm just going to leave that activity for now. Let's try that again.
Okay.
I love how Galactic Phone's an activity. Just working on it, really.
Alright. Go, what's going on?
Oh, yeah, I'm an idiot. I understand how it works. Yeah, I'm just being thick. Let me just try this again. Go off, then Spider-Man.
There's like, where's Taskmaster and Spider-Man 2? That would be a great way. I want to see Taskmaster and Tasm 2.
So this should wait, you want to see Taskmaster and what?
Why did I say Tasm 2? Marvel Spider-Man 2. I said Tasm 2. Okay, yeah, I want to see him in Spider-Man 2. Actually, there's a really good explanation for that though.
Oh, why is this being so annoying? Hold on.
There's a really good explanation for that Spider-Z. And the logical reason is probably I feel like Taskmaster, and this is probably the thing that I can actually agree with, and that is Taskmaster should have been like, okay, Riff, do you remember the theory about? Do you remember? I can't remember. But do you remember how Taskmaster said that he got hired by someone to learn how Spider-Man fights and to learn how he fights and stuff like that?
Yeah.
A lot of people were thinking that it was. A lot of people were, even myself, would have actually liked to see this.
Why is this being thick? It's
I would
just
have
not
loved.
working. Okay, fine.
I would have loved.
Right, you know
to
what?
have
Disagreement.
seen-
The watch together thing isn't working.
Do you want to react on? Do you just
Don't
want
mean to
to react or like? Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Let me see. Let me actually see if I could. Let me see if it works. I'm gonna test out a link real quick.
But the issue with it is the didgeridoo is just not appearing.
Okay.
Like the actual video that I want to watch, that's the issue. Hey, my video's there. Mine's one of the first ones that comes up when you search Gotham Paladin. Poggers. There's another thing I can do where I can stream my screen and then you guys can see it. I'm assuming it will let you. Alright, there we go. I'm just gonna play this real quick. Can you hear it? If you join the stream, can you hear this?
All together, but I mean,
Yeah.
there's literally the Sinister Six.
So you're
right?
watching my stream and you
You're
can
right,
hear
you're
it, like
wrong
in
too, but
Discord,
you
yeah?
get my
Yeah.
point. My point-
Alright, there we go. We'll just have to do it this way instead,
Okay.
which is totally fine, because I mean, this is how I've done it in the past, and it works
Okay.
reasonably well. F11 full screen. Right, get your popcorn, boys. Everything's fine. Oh, hold on. There we go. Debate's open. I've swapped it over. There we go. Right, in we go. Also, if you want me to pause it, just let me know.
Okay.
We can like talk about something.
What's up? Spider Paladin here. So, I'm here with an interesting topic because it's one that has bothered me for the main story of this game, and I've heard people talk about it online as well, but I haven't seen a video online really discussing it, so I took matters into my own hands. So, the topic is, did they make Peter weaker in the main story of Spider-Man 2? In my review of the game, I mentioned one of the things that took me out of the story was how weak they made.
I just want to point out as well, for the context of people who are just joining, I think this is the like quote-unquote original video on this topic. Like it's the one that Colin reacted. It's the one that Colin reacted to. It's the one with like a million, not a million. It's the one with like 100,000.
Yeah, because I remember watching
views.
this video. I remember.
I think this
watching,
is like the one that I think this is the one that like poisoned the well, so to speak.
Yeah, because like while I was like, because like originally like right after I beat the game and stuff like that, I was kind of curious on like a lot of people saying that he was nerfed, and I started looking at more and more like I want to say more and more stuff about how he was nerfed and stuff like that, and I'm not seeing like any sort of nerfs here. Like I said before, Peter's not Kratos. So
I guess we'll keep on going because one of the things that I wanted to point out, which was kind of interesting, and I don't know if anyone's gonna join with a debate, but this is one thing that I would say is I think it's really interesting that people say Peter's nerfed, even though like when you compare the intros to these games side by side, it's like Peter in the PS4 game fights a peak human.
right.
Peter in the second game fights a skyscraper-sized monster.
Right. There's a difference
Like,
between both of them.
I don't understand, and somehow he's nerfed. Like, yeah, he's alongside Miles, but like...
Yeah. And also another thing that I want to point out too is for the fact that Peter has fought Sandman in the past before in this game, but he's never fought him whenever he's kaiju sized.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty obvious, because it's like, in this game, it took 2 Spider-Men to beat him, whereas in the first game, or prior to the first game, it only needed 1 Spider-Man to beat him.
Yeah. And on top of that, one more thing is
I
that...
don't know if weak is the right.
Hold up, keep going, because like, once he gets to the part of Miles, there's a really good explanation for that.
Alright, I'm gonna turn it up as well, just let me know if it's too loud.
But
Okay.
He seemed like he was in a lot more deadlier situations that he should be getting out of. I'll be drawing some specific examples in the game and going into more detail with it to show that. And listen, I know Spider-Man is known to get his butt kicked and just get up and keep on fighting because that's who Spider-Man is. But these examples and things I'll be talking about...
Also, I know that we're reacting to these videos live, but if you want me to make a dedicated video on all of these videos, let me know and I'll do it. I don't mind watching the same video twice just to get a couple of extra views. Nah, joking.
Or more so in
Joking aside though, like I will cover like each individual video in greater detail if you guys want to see that.
how he even
I
survived
was going
for
to do
8
that
years
too,
without Miles
but
or
like
the
that would take like
symbiote.
a while.
And just to get it out of the way, I love Miles and I love the symbiote storyline. This isn't to bash on them and be like, oh, they wanted to make Miles look so strong, blah blah blah. Because I
Yes,
don't think that's
Puffer
really
was
the
not
case or
nerfed.
the
Lol.
point I'm trying to
Love it,
make.
Jess.
They will be factors in a video, sure. But
Look
like
at
I
that
said,
shit.
they aren't
Look at
negatives
Miles.
First of
themselves.
all, Miles got
Sandman just
hit and
Flat issue of
tossed
how
by
Sandman just
Sandman.
He
yeets
is
him
really
across the
powerful.
entire
I just
city.
don't like how Peter was handled in some
So I'm
situations
confused on
throughout
how
the
this-
story to the point where I feel like he was just nerfed.
He wasn't
this is
nerfed
one
at
thing
all.
that okay, there's one thing that I want to point out, because there was an interesting comment that someone mentioned, where he tried like saying, I don't know if he's gonna make an appearance, but the comment that was made was basically like, oh, you're making excuses for this, that, the other. And I asked, okay, what do you mean? He said, basically something along the lines of, oh, Peter could dodge Electro's electricity in the first game, yet he gets tagged by Sandman's, multiple times.
Well,
But, like, in that game, he only really had to focus on the lightning blast. Like, there was nothing else
Yeah.
going on. Look
He is
what's
really
going on
powerful.
in this
I just
fight.
don't like how Peter was
Like,
handled in some
There's a
situations.
giant
There's a giant-
Sandman. He's in a giant
he was just
sandstorm.
exactly.
Like,
So he's
there's
getting more
twisters and all
powerful
kinds
in
of
there.
crazy shit.
And on top of that, he's
And I would
getting
also
more
like to
powerful
point
in
out
there,
as
so,
well that the lightning blasts are completely random. Unlike Electro, where he kind of like Fustra dars them towards
Right.
Peter. So like, there is a lot more, like those situations is literally like apples and oranges.
Yeah, and also another thing too is this is probably coming from the Electro fight. Peter blitz-based Electro during the Raft breakout, so he was able to take electricity.
Yeah, it's like saying, oh, you can fight. It's like saying, oh, you can fight a master fighter like in a 1v1, but you're nerfed because you get blitzed by 6 of them attacking you at once. It's like
Exactly.
they're coming at you from multiple directions. There's more of them.
Right.
They're gonna
And-
overwhelm you, kind of thing.
And another thing too is for the fact that one, Spider Sense has been known, and I'm pretty sure you've seen Spectacular Spider-Man too. Spider
Yeah,
Sense
I've
has
seen
been
Spectacular.
known to actually, when Spider Sense goes crazy and when Peter's around, like when Spider-Man's like around like a whole bunch of villains and a whole bunch of enemies, he's not gonna keep up with everything that's going on. And Spider Sense has been
Yeah.
known to cause more
Oh,
pain
look
than mourning.
how fucking tiny he is. He's like a couple of pixels.
This video comes off as me just complaining about an issue I had with the story, like some random.
The advanced
fanboy.
suit's so cool.
It's because, I mean, that's what it that's what it is. But I'll try not to
Just
come off as some
yeets
pretentious
that building.
prick, acting like I know how Peter Spider-Man should exactly be. I just wanted to make a video about the topic, Sumi. So, to start off the video, let's discuss how Peter was portrayed in combat with other villains in the original game.
Combat
In the
is
original game,
lunar
he
narrative
should be
dissonance,
doing
but I'm
excellently,
gonna allow it.
'cause pretty much
I think he's referring to like the villains that he fights.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I should briefly talk about the gameplay isn't canon things. I think that's something you mentioned.
Yeah.
Basically, for the context of people in chat, like a good way of explaining why gameplay is not canon. Canonically, Peter and Miles wins every boss fight, like or pretty much every boss fight, unless there's like situations that go into it. So if gameplay was canon, Miles and Peter would be the strongest characters in the verse, which obviously isn't true. You also have like a lot of things in gameplay which don't work. Like for example, the regular fucking humans that rob banks.
That
Like they
doesn't
can
count.
kill Spider-Man in like 5 punches in the game. Which obviously that's not how it works in canon. The fucker took a beating from the Sinister Six and still survived that. Yet getting punched by a random, like, Luke Cage-looking fucker
Right.
is enough to put him on his ass in gameplay.
And also,
So,
one more thing is that he was
You
also
also have the
fatigued.
fact. You also have the fact that Peter like doesn't kill. Yet in the gameplay, you can literally toss motorcycles at people and it doesn't kill them.
Right. And another thing about that too is for the fact that since
I am
he
reading
has,
chat,
like,
by the
kill
way.
rule- Gotcha.
I'm
And
just
another thing is like since he has a kill rule is 2 reasons. One, the reason why he has the kill rule is because if Spider-Man, if Spider-Man was able to knock out a person in one punch, he knows like he holds back a lot, and say basically what I'm saying is that he could break people's bones if he wasn't to hold back.
Yeah. I mean, he literally does in this game. I have a question. How does Supersonic needing help to battle threats means he's nerfed? Because he's undefeatable. Totally. What would you say if fucking hell, everyone, there's like so many messages, holy shit. I'm giving you an example. How does bouncing the enemies on the ground with the humans are more durable? Yeah, true. If someone attacks you with an army, would you be able to handle it? No, you'd get fucked.
Everyone by himself. Versus Kingpin, he beat him pretty convincingly. He 2v1 members in the Sinister Six and beat them without really breaking a sweat.
Hold on a second. I'm not showing.
That's just fundamentally incorrect, because like after fighting Electro and Vulture, he passes out on a rooftop for like several hours.
Right.
So like that's just blatantly lying. Also,
Yeah.
I would like to point out that canonically in the Insomniac verse, Peter does get stronger.
It's made canon that he does.
Well, no, because it's like each individual Sinister Six member in the past, they all nearly killed him.
Right.
Like, but in the PS4 game, he can fight them even in 1v2s when he's in a weakened state.
Right.
So like,
right.
and yes, he does have the advanced suit, which people overlook. The advanced suit gives him a massive boost.
Right.
People don't really talk about that enough. But like, look in the PS5 game, it's like, okay, his suit is even better.
Right.
Yet magically, he just dropped off physically. Like, I don't get how that works.
Right, and on top of that, not to mention, is that it's been known that most of the Sinister Six villains have nearly killed Peter, and especially with Rhino, who I can't remember in the bio. Peter considers Rhino as the strongest, right? Or is that Electro? Am I wrong? Because Electro's powerful for raw power.
He
right?
views Electro as being the most dangerous, and Electro is the one that he fears the most.
Okay, so that means that Rhino is one of the strongest then, and especially coming from the fact that in the bio, at least this is what I saw, it took Peter 2 weeks to heal regardless of a healing factor. So like,
yeah, like after fighting Rhino, he needed 2 weeks to recover, and it's like against like other Sinister Six members, it's like Electro straight up would have killed Spider-Man if he hadn't like burnt himself out of all his power.
Right.
It's like Vulture would have also killed Spider-Man if for other reasons.
Right.
It's like Scorpion was so strong that Peter had to reinforce his web fluid multiple times just to contain Scorpion for more than a few seconds. Like, so those are examples of how Peter has gotten stronger. I mean, look at Kingpin, for example. Peter in a regular costume. Peter in a regular costume beat his ass with relative ease at the start of the PS4 game. Kingpin nearly killed Peter in the past.
Right.
Like at the art gallery when you're as MJ, and like there's the katana. It's like, or the arigato or whatever the sword is. MJ remarks that Kingpin nearly cut Peter up with that sword.
Exactly.
So it's like, yeah, he does get stronger.
He beat Doc Ock. He pretty much handled.
No, he didn't.
He beat Doc Ock. Technically, he didn't. What do you mean? This is literally
he needed like
the raft
breakout armor to beat Doc Ock, but yeah.
Exactly, and on top of this is the raft breakout, so this doesn't even count.
I would also like to point out that I do think Doc Ock is superior to Antioch. Like, I do. I think that even with the Antioch suit, Peter is still below Doc Ock. Mainly just because he had more advantages going into that fight than Otto did. Yet Otto could have killed him at multiple points if he actually wanted him dead.
Yeah, and on top of that, Sinister Six were told by Ock not to kill him.
That's literally the Sinister Six, right? Well, that and Doc Ock too, but you get my point. My point here,
Jay, what's going on?
Is the first game story made Peter seem a lot more powerful and experienced. Like you feel that, okay, this Spider-Man has fought these guys before and has been doing his thing for 8 years. This is a cakewalk.
Okay, can you pause for a second? He just said that he fought these guys before. He never fought Doc Ock before.
You're wrong about Spider-Man 2. You're wrong. It's good to have you here, dude. How you doing? I love how he's saying it's a cakewalk. Meanwhile, in the footage he's showing, like he's literally on his ass
by every single member. So
yeah, he's getting folded by the villains. It's ridiculous.
And on top of that,
Even against Martin
one
Lee,
more thing, at least in my opinion, they've read that he said that he's fought these villains before. Has he ever fought Doc Ock before?
Yeah, that's actually a fair point because that's one of the first things that I mentioned in my Peter was whether he was nerfed video. It's like the villains in the first game, he's fought them so many times. It's like he's fought Vulture like a dozen times. He's fought Electro. It's like in the second game, he's never fought Giant Sandman before.
He's
He's
never
never
fought
fought
Craven.
Lizard's mutation before. Never fought Craven. Never fought Venom. Never fought Scream. Like there are so many characters. So these characters that he's quote unquote getting his ass kicked by, he's no experience fighting.
Exactly.
So like that's something that I think
Don't
people just
understand.
don't talk about.
When there's flat out like a lot of dialogue in the game that literally tells you
There are
that
20
he's
people
never
here.
heard
What the
about it.
fuck? Good to have you guys here. It's like saying okay, Thor has fought Thanos for like 10,000 years, but he was nerfed because he loses to Darkseid one time.
Right.
It's like they're two different fighters. He's no experience fighting him, kind of thing.
Exactly. That's the same
It's
thing
like he
with
was a bit nerfed.
Thor.
Hey, Demos, how you doing,
That's
dude?
the same thing with
He
Thor to
he
make his
wasn't
endgame.
nerfed at all.
the way they wrote him against Martin Lee showed that Lee was really no match for Peter in the end. Not by himself, anyway. Peter was strong. I believed he was a hero for 8 years. I can see him being that amazing Spider Man in that first game. Now, let's go to Spider Man.
I would like to point out that Peter had a lot of L's in the first game.
Like he got
Like Silver
hallucinated by
Sable
Scorpion.
consistently got the better of him. Like yeah, he was holding back against it. It's like Black Cat also got a couple of L's against him.
Right. Because I
Like
remember
sure,
that
he's holding
too.
back against it.
Now for Sable
I'm
is a peak
ahead.
human, so he's not gonna go all out against the peak human.
Oh yeah, but he doesn't go all out in this game either. But for
Right.
some reason, people don't talk about that. It's like Hammerhead in the DLC. He straight up would have killed Spider-Man. He would
Right.
have killed. Like he literally restrained Spider-Man with one hand,
Right.
and whilst also fucking over Silver Sable with the other. Like if Black Cat hadn't saved them both, like they would have died straight up.
Exactly.
So like I honestly don't think Gotham Paladin played the DLC.
I don't know.
Like, I
'Cause, like,
genuinely don't think so.
I don't know because there's a lot of. I'm surprised they didn't. I'm surprised they didn't include any of the moments where, at least is what I think, because there was a lot of moments where a lot of people were saying that he was nerfed in the DLC. If we're talking about if we're talking about Olympus boosted Hammerhead,
Hey Gojo, good to have you.
that is not really much of a nerf. And two, Hammerhead has Sable Tech, and Sable Tech has been known to, well, in the first game, I'm pretty sure Sable has been known to scale above. I'm not sure what the power scaling is for the Olympus boosted Hammerhead, I'm going to be honest, but I'm pretty sure it's small town. But for the fact that he was able to almost push Peter into a turbine.
But he was described as being almost unstoppable.
Exactly.
So like you could scale him above most villains in the PS4 game, which is
Right.
where I kind of have him at. I think he would beat Doc Ock. I think he would beat most people in the PS4 game.
Yeah, because I think another thing is like, this is what I've been thinking too. If you take Miles from Spider-Man 2 and add him to the events of Spider-Man PS4, I could see him probably absorbing all of Electro's electricity and expelling it out of his body, but I don't really know how that would work because
that's one thing that I don't like. People saying that Electro is somehow massively above Miles. Like, no, he isn't.
no.
And two, Peter gets thrown around a lot and takes a lot of brutal hits in this game. Some are pretty
Just getting
hilarious. I can't lie.
ragdolled.
Okay.
Jesus. That crunch. Let's hear that again. Listen to this.
Hits in this game. Some are pretty hilarious. I
He's
can't
still
lie.
human. He can still get hit. He still gets hurt.
Bro, that is pain right there.
Right.
Straight up pain.
I still remember whenever I played it. That hurt. I think I felt that
Yeah,
when I
like-
played that scene. I was like,
Yeah, like no wonder Scream did really well against him. He just fucking took that so hard. My goodness.
And
He's like reaching for his back on the ground.
this is all fine to an
Exactly.
extent. Spider-Man is kind of known to get tossed around a lot, right? And he gets back up and keeps going because.
hold on a
that's who
second.
Spider-Man
One
is.
more
That's all
thing. Pause
fine.
for a second, real quick.
I-
One
Alright,
more thing is
what's
that he
up?
flat out said that Spider-Man gets knocked down but gets back up. What is Peter doing in this whole entire game?
Yeah, true. The only time he doesn't get back up is when fucking Craven kills him. But even then, he gets rezzed like 2 minutes later. He gets an extra life.
Issue
MJ was
here
freaking annoying in this game. Which game?
is that sometimes it can be a little too excessive, and sometimes it gets to a point where I wonder, like I said, how he survived against some of these villains for this long without help, like Miles or the symbiote. Let's take the beginning boss fight with Sandman, for example. Now,
I love how
Peter
he's
takes
just
a
Hold
getting
up, he's in
shit
the
into
air
literally
already.
everything.
He's in the air already in this scene.
Yeah, so this is one thing that people love mentioning. He brought up this in the video that I made yesterday.
fight with Sandman, for
So
example.
we can go through it
Now,
together.
Peter takes
Like, look, okay, he
He's
webs.
already in the
Also, I
air.
just want to point out context as well. Sandman was not controlling that giant construct. Like he was
There's
like
no
a
way.
humanoid construct right in front of Peter. He webbed the water down on him. So he probably thought he had a clear shot on the giant guy. But
Right,
evidently Marco took control of the giant guy
for
immediately.
right.
example.
And again,
Now,
look,
Peter
Peter,
takes a
look,
lot
He jumped into the air. I'm not seeing a
Marco's
spider
okay.
sense active either.
It's like, look, Marco wasn't even looking at
of
him.
hits during the
He
fight,
turns to look at Peter,
And just
and he's
slams
fast
him.
enough to swat him.
like the lightning strikes or Sandman just hitting him through the building. Whatever, that's okay.
Now for
Take this
pause for
part
a
for
second.
example, though, where the sand guys
Yeah,
So
so
the sand clones, Peter said that he had no idea that he could even do that. So like
yeah, like so that's another example of Peter getting stronger. Not Peter, Sandman getting stronger.
and another thing
Like
is
he's
for the
got
fact
ability.
that this is also said because he even says this to Miles, and Miles says that he had no idea he could even do that.
Inferior Electro should be Sandman level. I think Sandman would beat the Sinister Six. That's just me. I think he would fuck them up. Like even with Electro on the scene, like I just think he'd fuck them all up.
legit nearly suffocate Peter, almost killing him, until Miles shows up and saves him. Now, Miles isn't the issue here, not at all. My issue in this particular situation is that Peter would have just straight up died here without Miles. In a situation I feel he could have easily got himself out of. I mean, I don't know, I'm not Spider Man, but just like his hand was just reaching for something here, could he have shot a web to pull himself out of this situation? Or let's think about how he got himself there in the first
He was already
I feel like
there.
it is a bit. I feel like it is a bit dumb. Like he could have used the spider arms to break free, because I'm pretty sure he does that at one part in the boss fight. But
Yeah.
I do think it is a bit dumb that he's just like wasting up to it. But Electro is just wasted potential. Yeah, sure.
place. He jumps at Sandman to attack him. Did he not see Sandman raise
While he
Again,
had no
like
idea again.
well, again, look,
Sandman?
like slow it down. Like the hand is nowhere to be seen.
It's not
Like
there. All we see is his right hand, like right there. Like all we see is his hand like going right there. He doesn't even know.
Attack him. Did he
yeah, like literally when Peter's in the air, that's when Sandman just swats him.
Right.
Like he's fast enough to tag him. Like
not see Sandman raise his
they're doing this to get Miles' spotlight. No, they're not. They're not.
Actually,
hand?
another
and then
thing,
try
by
to
the way,
hit Spider-Man?
another thing,
All that
since
happens in
we're
front
on,
of Spidey. And he
I've heard
should have
people
clearly
say
seen
that this game kind of gives like a Miles bias. Miles already existed in this universe already, so
Yeah, like Miles already existed in the first. Well, it's like the thing that I always like to point out as well is I think you gotta remember the difference between out of universe and in universe explanations. So like a really good example of like in universe versus out of is when like the writers say, "Oh, Craven is stronger, smarter, faster than like all the previous villains." It's like okay, that's the out of universe thing. What's the in universe evidence? Well, he kills the Sinister Six members, he fucks up Scorpion, one
he
shots base Spider Man, fights symbiotes, fights
fights
symbiote empowered
Venom.
Peter, and even holds his own against a pissed off Venom. It's like, there's a lot of evidence in the game backing that up. But it's like, if you were to say, oh, Peter was nerfed because they're trying to buff Miles, it's like,
It's
okay,
not the case.
of universe thing, but like the evidence in the verse contradicts that. It's like if the Russos were to say, "Oh, Thor, Thor in Infinity War, he
Yeah.
was the weakest Avenger." It's like, okay, that's the out of universe thing, but obviously that's bullshit because in the film, if you see Infinity
Yo, Nick,
War,
what's
he
going on?
clearly is not the weakest. He might not be the strongest, depending on if you want to count Captain Marvel, because she does technically exist in the verse at that time. But he's clearly not the weakest. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So that would be like the death of the author fallacy. That's what that's known as.
And also, one more thing is for the fact that, at least from what, well, I've played the game millions of times, but from the Sandman fight, Miles already knows that it's weak to heat because Peter flat out said he's weak to water, and Miles flat out says that he might not like electricity because electricity contains heat. And on top of that, Miles knows that Peter has fought Sandman before.
Yeah.
So he knows for a fact that Sand is weak to heat and he can turn his body
I
into
just want to
something
point
else.
out, I just want to address this comment real quick. Ahmed, it's good to have you comment. What annoys me is that he didn't use the iron spider arms to lift the roller coaster. It stated that in the character bio that the maximum lifting yield of the arms is 10 tons. He can lift 10 tons with the arms. Like, do you know how freaking heavy a Ferris wheel is, or like the roller coaster? Also, as well, like he was using one arm on the Ferris wheel, like one arm on the thing. Like,
Yeah, and he
I
was
don't think
also using, I
he
think,
needs to deploy the arms.
yeah, and he was also trying to pull up the roller coaster while trying to hold wait, was he holding a Ferris wheel?
Yeah, yeah. He was holding the carriage, but then the Ferris wheel slowly falls on top of him. So he uses his he uses his left arm. I'm pretty sure to like slow down the descent of the Ferris wheel. So like he's literally holding the coaster with one hand. Like there is not much he could have done in that situation,
Right. Now it would have been
given how
different,
big the fire
say
was. Like if he
now
dropped that coaster, they would have just instantly died. Everyone
right.
in that carriage.
And on top of that, now say like if you were to web it, now say if you were to web the whole entire roller coaster, he would have both hands free to actually lift up that side of the Ferris wheel.
Um, 10 tons, that's base Spider-Man strength, if I'm not mistaken. Something like that. I think the 10 tons is kind of exaggerated, because, I mean, I don't think 10 tons would be enough to, like, slow down that giant-ass crane in the first game.
Right.
But maybe it is 10 tons, I don't know.
Seen that. I know this is like
One more thing, by the way,
nitpicking,
is
but
that
I mean it is,
Spider-Man
but it
gets
just bothers me because
older.
I just
Well,
get
as Spider-Man gets older, he gets stronger.
Yeah, which is why I don't get the whole he was nerfed thing. Like,
into details like this in a character because I think it's important. Peter would have died here straight up without Miles. Like, there's just no question. In a situation, I feel Spidey 8 years into his career, actually 9 at this point, or 10 in this at this point in the universe, right? He shouldn't be in this situation. It just feels
perfect.
out of character. I could forgive stuff like the lightning strikes hitting him and whatever because that's believable. That's more like a Spider-Man thing, getting hit and coming back up. It's just a character moment here
Once
where
again,
it
Peter has
bothers
been known to
me where
take
he almost
lightning.
dies in a
Yeah.
dumb situation like this, if you ask me. And listen, I'm all for making Miles look awesome and badass because Miles is a
Like, look at
great
all
character.
of this
It's
crazy
just at the
shit going on.
expense
He's
of
not
making
going to
Peter
keep up
look like
with
he was
it.
about to die to
Peter
some
knows that
BS is
Miles
what kind of
can
bothers
take a
me here.
lightning strike.
Like, the spider sense right now is probably like a freaking alarm clock going off in his head.
Right.
Like, just, it's buzzing everywhere,
Right.
you know?
And on top of that,
Ridiculous.
Miles has been known. Well, Miles can take by electricity, as we see.
Yeah. Something
And
else I want to point out, Peter now has anti-venom and the spider arms. Why is nobody talking about both of the... Yeah, like, the thing that I don't understand about the
anti-venom
Peter
debunks
is
that
nerf
whole entire
thing...
argument.
But yeah, it's because anti-venom is now permanently part of his DNA, so it's like... to imply that he was nerfed, you'd be implying that PS4 Peter is stronger than anti-venom, which, I mean, good luck with that one.
He could have been saved by Jameson for all I care. It's just the fact that Spidey nearly died in some dumb situation.
This is such a
like
cool
I
fight.
said,
It was
bothers me.
so good.
And on top
Especially
of that,
since
They
he's able
cooked
to
honestly,
so
save
in
it.
hard for
regards
that
to the
fight.
symbiote, the story was written to make Peter a little
Okay, now
weaker
for this
for the
part,
symbiote. Let's talk about when he gets
We'll
the
see what
symbiote.
he says
How
first.
Craven pretty much
yeah.
successfully killed Peter, but the symbiote saves Peter. This
Okay,
part just felt kind of off for me.
pause
It
that for a second.
clearly was a moment for like, okay, yeah, they're making
Hey, what's up?
Okay, so for Craven killing Peter, there is and I've even tried my best to see if this is possible too, and there's a lot of evidence in the game that proves this. One,
Yeah.
Peter saw Craven kill Scorpion on a monitor. I'm not sure if that counts. And one more thing about Craven too is for the fact that he had 6 months to actually prepare and he studies his enemies. And another reason why he's so strong is because of the fact that at the Hunter party we know that he's using potions.
Yeah, he has like the potion and stuff. Lewis, how you doing, dude? Who do you all think would win, Craven or Base Peter Bloodlusted? I think Craven would still win. Like, I just think the symbiote amps that these characters get is just so great that Craven being able to fight symbiote Spider-Man and not even care, like that is ridiculous.
It is great.
So yeah, I think Base Peter Bloodlusted would have obviously not got one shot by any means, but like it would have just gone like Scorpion. That's how I see it going.
Yeah.
Where he's like, imagine my disappointment. The Peter nerfing is really just in comparison to Miles. Yeah, the funny thing being is that Peter with anti venom especially is superior to Miles. I don't mind dying on that hill. Peter did have the reflex, just wasn't strong enough to block the hit. Yeah, exactly. Like if you
Yeah.
if you literally
blitz-based
watch
him.
the cutscene, if you watch the cutscene, hold on, bear me a sec. So like he
Honestly,
gets stabbed, right?
His
He gets
fire turns
stabbed so fast that he
tall.
doesn't even register
I
he's
feel in
been
regards to the
stabbed. He's like, oh shit, I've been
symbiote, the
stabbed.
story
And he looks down, his
Look,
hand moves
his left
too.
arm is already on his wrist trying to block the blow.
And another
It's like
thing
his spider
too.
sense activated, he just wasn't fast enough.
And another
Like
thing,
Craven just fucked him up.
yeah. And also, I think another thing too that a lot of people probably don't understand is that in Spider-Man PS4, Peter got stabbed in the shoulder.
Good point, yeah. Like when going against Doc Ock, where people are like, oh, he got stabbed in the PS4 game. It's like, yeah, he got stabbed in the shoulder. It's like here, he's getting
There's
stabbed
not a
in
vital
like
organ in the shoulder. Like
potentially the intestines or multiple
it's
internal
in the
organs are getting
intestines or
fucked
like
over
something
right
right
there.
there. There's still an organ right there. And
yo,
once
same
again,
speed.
Peter's still
This
going to
part
feel
just
that.
felt kind of off for me. It clearly was a
Yeah,
moment for like,
thank you for
okay,
everyone
yeah,
here,
they're
by the
making
way.
Peter
Means
look
a
like
lot
he's
having
about
you
to
all here.
die, so he can get the
Oh, and
symbiote.
also
Anyone can see
another
that
thing
from a
that I want
mile
to
away
say
when
too
Peter got stabbed.
is for the fact that the knife is a rare knife because MJ told Peter that it's a rare knife, so there's a chance that there might have been
And
poison in the
also,
knife too.
like obviously I've never been stabbed before and I kind of want to keep it that way. But like when Peter like when MJ is carrying Peter right here, he does show weird symptoms.
Right.
Like he says like how he can't see
Or
and
he
like
can't
he
breathe.
can't
He doesn't know
yeah,
if
he
he's
doesn't
breathing or doesn't
he's
know
not
if he can
even
see.
aware if he's breathing or not. So like and I've not been stabbed. I don't know what it's like. And I don't really want to find out. But yeah, like you got to keep in mind it's almost immediately afterwards as well. Like I
Right.
feel like Craven's blade does have some kind of poison.
Right.
Um
And on top of that, you can also
And
see
that
red
bothers me
smoke coming
too.
out of the knife
That felt way too
whenever he
much like
stabs
a
Peter. So
plot thing, right? Or is that just me? Just a dramatic.
and I don't think that's too hard to believe either, considering the hunters use like they use like knockout darts against Miles when
right,
they capture him. So like they're clearly not against using drugs in that way, like
right.
poison, drugs, that kind of thing. Peter doesn't fight any of the PS4 villains in the sequel, so don't have any evidence of that case.
Well, I mean
What?
the scorpion fight kind of goes against that because
Yeah, it's like Craven like just completely fucks up Scorpion. It's
and on top of
ridiculous.
that, one more thing about Scorpion, well, the way that he killed Scorpion was you know the flower that Peter used in the first game?
Yeah.
Okay, so once Peter goes into the base, or at least once Peter before Peter, I believe it's before Peter gets to the clip of Craven killing Scorpion.
Yeah.
There's literally the flower, I think the Eclipta alba. Craven made that into a serum before he fought Scorpion. So he studied
I'd also
everything,
like
so
to
he knows that.
Laser Link, how you doing, dude? I'd also like to point out the weird like attempts at downplaying Craven because it's like people are saying like, oh, Craven's only peak human. It's like
He's an
by that
enhanced human.
logic, I guess. Well, no, by that logic, I guess Scorpion is human level because a peak human was able to fodderize him.
Right,
It's like no, Scorpion's clearly superhuman. You know, he
right,
fucks around Spider-Man constantly.
right.
So it's like it's really interesting whenever people are like, "Ooh, Craven's only peak human." It's like, no, this version of Craven is
He's an
clearly way
enhanced.
stronger.
Way
He's
for
an
Peter to
enhanced
get the
human.
symbiote suit, but I don't think Peter would go down that easily to someone with a knife. Sure, it's Craven, but it all comes down to the experience thing again, right? It's just not believable for me, especially how I saw Peter handle himself in the first game.
The lizard design is
And
so
this
good.
kind of leads into my
I,
next
I like
topic,
the lizard
spider sense.
design whenever he grows.
Is
I
it
like that one
just
more.
me, or did his spider sense feel very inconsistent in this game?
I
Craven even
wouldn't
killed
say
Rhino off screen. Did he actually kill Rhino?
yes.
Oh, I guess he survived the Tinkerer then in the Miles Morales game. It's like I remember in the Miles Morales game when you fight like the stronger version of Rhino, he kind of like he taunts the Tinkerer and then she freaking stabs him. So I guess he survived that. Because you don't see him ever again in the Miles Morales game after that. So I assumed he just died to that stab wound, but I guess he survived. Shouldn't be too surprised after all. He is fucking Rhino. Let me just keep. I'll try keep up with chat, but it's impossible. Literally, there's like so many
Yeah.
of you here.
I'm trying to keep
Craven
up
killed
with
Electro.
mine,
Hey,
too.
Fetty Gaming, how you doing? Craven killed Electro, who Peter was scared of in the first game. Yeah, facts. It
Okay,
was
so
easy
for
for him as well.
that, their unpopular opinion, Peter didn't do much in this game as he did in the first game. I'm not saying he was nerfed, just a thought.
Is this
Okay.
someone in your chat?
Yeah.
Craven. Well, like I don't understand how people can come to that logic because it's like literally all of the top tier threats in this game. Peter fights. It's like Miles doesn't fight Lizard. He doesn't
Miles doesn't
fight
fall.
fucking
Well,
Craven.
there's concept art of Peter. Well, there was concept art yesterday of Miles helping Peter fight Lizard, but
Do you guys think Craven could beat the Sinister Six? Yeah, he bodies them without
yes,
any. He bodies. Craven 1v6 is the Sinister Six. I think Anti Venom could 1v6 the Sinister Six as well.
Sometimes I just felt like it didn't work. There's times I felt in this game where sense didn't trigger until like the very last second, where there's no time for Peter to react, to the point where it
hold
felt less like a
on,
warning for him to get out of the
hold on,
way.
pause for a second.
Yeah, so here you go.
So, like right here, okay, so if you rewind the clip back a couple of seconds, his spider sense does trigger.
Yeah, this is one of the feats that he or one of the instances in the game that he focused on heavily in the video I made the other day, where like
Sometimes I
I'll
just
just
felt like
I'll
it
just
didn't
summarize
work.
it. Where like when Craven throws the knife, his sense does register it, but his sense doesn't register Craven, possibly because of the potion he uses. But
I would
also,
also say
the
camouflage
more
too.
likely scenario is just because Craven's that fast.
Right. And on top of that, in
There's
this
times I
universe,
felt in this game where sense
on top of
didn't
that is that
trigger until like the
Craven
very last
is,
second, where
well,
there's
at least
no
this
time for
version of
Peter to
Craven.
react. To the
Peter is
point where it
fighting
felt less
villains
like a
that
warning
are
for him to get out of the
stronger,
way.
if not fast, or that are strong, if not as fast as him.
Yeah. I mean, Venom is faster than Spider-Man, and Craven could even catch Venom off guard.
Exactly.
So it's like I don't see that being an issue.
And on top of
They
that,
killed off Electro, yet they let Screwball live. Yeah, thanks.
and one more thing that I forgot to mention too is, like, on top of that, if you really look at the scene, his spider sense triggers, but it's just for the fact that Craven is just that strong and that powerful to bypass spider sense.
All the Spider Sense does register Craven, but you just can't do anything. I mean, it might do, because it's like at the end of the Craven boss fight, it's like he sweeps Peter's legs out from under him. He does that shit so fast, and like Peter doesn't notice. So he's either way too fast, or he can bypass the sense. One of the two.
Say, hey, you're about to take a hit, and there's nothing you can do about it. But at other times, his sense tells him danger right when it looms around. This is kind of a big deal because you need to have a consistent spider sense. Take an example from the first game. His sense warns him about the bombs that are about to go off at City Hall
He's
a
not
good amount
going
of
to
time
run
before
over
it
there. He's
actually
concerned
happens.
about
Now
the
take
people that
this
are in
not
danger.
Yeah, I'd also like to point out that with this, this is a really weird example to bring up because it's like, okay, you have a superhuman's relatively overpowered sense working wonders against regular humans.
Right.
Like, how does that prove anything? It's like,
And
yeah, Mr. Negative's there, but Mr. Negative doesn't do anything.
exactly.
Mr. Negative isn't the threat. It's the bombs that are the threat. It's like,
Exactly.
and Peter can defuse bombs like it's nothing.
The
So it's
only
like I
thing
don't
is,
get
like,
what this is supposed to prove.
me neither. Another thing is for the fact that obviously Peter didn't expect to see the bomber there. So
Yeah, it's like it's just a really weird comparison. It's like saying like, oh, Spider-Man can react to regular humans, but he was nerfed because like a fucking peak human, or I'm not saying Kraven's peak human, I'm just giving an example, but
Yeah.
like it's like saying he can no diff regular humans, but he's nerfed because like an enhanced human can get the better of him. It's like, okay, it's just a nothing point.
Before it actually happens. Now take this not as important moment of Peter swinging to the cathedral and this guy getting the drop on him. His spider sense goes off way too late. Or this moment when the lizard is about to attack him. His sense literally goes off right before he gets hit. His
Okay,
Okay,
so
I have nothing
again,
to
I'll
say
just
against
I'll
that.
just okay, I'll just rewind that. So look, it's fucking it all happens so fast, and I can't be able slowing it down. But like, if you look
literally
at
goes off
this,
Okay, yeah, his
look,
spider sense did
his
trigger, but
sense,
the symbiote's all over him
yeah,
too.
his spider sense does trigger. It's just lizards too fast. Like,
Right. And on top of
I
that,
will
this is the
say that
lizard
it
that
is
also
pretty stupid that regular freaking goons can get the better of him. I think that is pretty dumb.
right. And on top of that, one more
The
thing
only
about this lizard scene, by the way, is, and this is just what I think about the lizard scene, but like I'm pretty sure that you'll probably agree too. This lizard is
Big one?
way taller. The lizard grew. Like the lizard that we saw with the lab coat on, that's the lizard that Peter fought the first time. He's never fought a giant version. He's never fought a
Yeah,
lizard
he's
that
never
grows.
fought this specific lizard before, and it's also stated in the game that like lizard is like the serum that Craven injected into him was more
It
of a
was
completed
it was more of a
transformation,
completed one, and on top of that,
and it's
it
also
was way more
shown.
powerful one too.
I think it's mentioned possibly by Peter that lizard is just naturally getting stronger all the time.
Right, because he
So,
was growing while he was growing as well.
which again, that would make sense because like this lizard, like I mean, he wasn't really a match for Black Suit Spider-Man, but he could overpower him when he wasn't using the tendrils.
Right.
right before he gets hit. His sense should have been warned him about these situations. Or like the Sandman fight with the hand I was talking about earlier. Even if somehow he didn't see that,
This game
wouldn't
looks
his
so
spider sense
fucking
kind of
good.
warn him about the giant
As well.
hands
I
about to
love this
smack
game
him onto
so
the
much
ground?
too, because like
You see
the
what I'm
impact it
saying?
has
Like,
on the DualSense
there's
is
just
so great.
inconsistencies there that translate to Peter being weaker or getting nerfed.
Since we're talking about hot takes, I may as well just present one for you guys. You know the black suit, not the symbiote suit, but the black suit that he gets immediately upon being rezzed? Kinda mid. I don't like that black suit. I'm sorry. I think the symbiote suit is like not even in the same league. The symbiote suit is infinitely better. That black suit that he gets, not good. Comic accurate, maybe. Not good.
Yeah.
It makes him weaker. Like, it keeps making me question how he, like I said, survived all this time without Miles or his symbiote. Was it just extreme luck? Maybe. Overall, though, I just felt like his spider sense was used more in a video game context, which, makes sense.
What could he
because
do
it
against
is a
that?
video
Yeah,
game,
fair.
Like
but it
you
doesn't
once
make sense
again,
overall
Kaiju
as an ability.
Sandman. What can you do against the Kaiju size Sandman? Well, Sandman.
Yeah, and also he just had more experience against the PS4 villains.
Right.
Like I just like it's pretty.
Peter, it
It's
just felt
I
the
don't get
evidence
what's
inconsistent.
so
is
hard to grasp
blatantly
I
about
didn't
right.
it.
The
like that
evidence is
because
like
it
right
translates
there.
again to Peter taking more damage in hits that he shouldn't realistically be taking. And then you have
Also, I'd be
Okay.
completely oh feck you now we're about to get to the good shit.
Okay, so
I would
ladies and
also like to
gentlemen, I present
oh,
Preach.
no, hold that thought. Hold that thought.
Sorry.
I would also like to point out that I don't have an issue at all with Miles overtaking Peter in the Sandman fight for two reasons. Number one, you could easily argue that Miles is above base Peter, but also Miles is just naturally suited for taking on Sandman. Like he's got electricity as one of his abilities, and that's one of Sandman's weaknesses. So it's like I don't have an issue at all with Peter being overshadowed by Miles in the Sandman fight. Even though he wasn't even overshadowed, because it's like the thing that I find entertaining is people say, "Oh, Miles saved Peter." It's like Peter also saved Miles, but it was Peter's combat strat and experience that led to a victory. It's like if it wasn't for Peter's like his combat experience saved New York. So it's like I don't mind Miles saving Peter a couple of times because it's like like Peter saved everyone technically.
Right. And on
So
top
it's
of that,
but yeah,
one more thing that I want to point out about the Sandman scene. if Peter didn't come up with that plan on how to get rid of the Sand Kite, well, how to beat Sandman, Miles and both of them would have been dead.
Yeah,
So that's also
yeah,
another
exactly.
thing.
Like, yeah, I can see that. Still got base Peter beating base Miles extreme diff. Nah, I think Miles would take it. Not even extreme diff either. I think he would like mid diff Peter possibly. They say Peter could beat Venom with the anti venom, but they don't say anything when Miles is Sam. Yeah, exactly. Like they just seem to gloss over that. Where can I ask the Marvel Spider-Man 2 writers question? I have no idea. I don't use Twitter. They should make Venom playable in free roam. Maybe that'd be
Small
quite cool.
details too, like when Venom went to visit MJ and
All
Peter
right, there's
goes
two
over there,
things about
and then
this
Harry
scene.
transforms into Venom and then
There's two
attacks
things
them.
about this
One
scene.
sec.
If
MJ
you
rushes in
could
front of
pause,
Peter to
but
take
like
the
real
hit,
See
in
what he
which they
says.
both get knocked back to the kitchen. Peter gets his fridge on top of him while MJ takes 19 inches of venom the whole time. I have issues with this scene.
I hate that fucking saying. I hate that phrase. I don't know why it's become so memeable. But yeah, go on. You can start, dude.
Okay, so for this scene, if we go all the way back to before this scene even starts, Peter was fatigued, and as well as for the fact that one, Harry is Peter's best friend, so he probably doesn't see Harry as a threat at all. Well, yeah, he doesn't. Wait, yeah, he doesn't see Harry as a threat at all because if we go back to the scene where Harry becomes Venom, Peter's spider sense doesn't trigger. He doesn't see Harry as a problem.
And then you have small details too, like
Maybe I think it's more so that because Venom was bonded to Peter, he can bypass the sense.
I have
It's like
made that
later on
before.
in
I
the
agree
because
with
like
that.
there's
Yeah.
not because I think that Venom consistently just negs this. It's like when anti Venom is like flying or gliding, sorry,
Yeah.
and like Venom just lands on top of him and just drags him down back to the earth. I think Venom would bypass the spider sense,
That's what I'm thinking too
but
because it seems like he was able to, and MJ probably
can't
would
get
probably
over how
attack.
fucking good that suit looks. It's so good.
I don't know. I like the Superior Spider-Man suit for this scene, but like I do like the TASM 2 suit for it too.
Something I want to point out, I'm pretty sure Peter has only scratched the surface of what he's capable of with anti-venom. Probably, yeah. I think it depends on the states. I don't think there's one stronger than the other. I think Miles does overtake Peter pretty pretty comfortably. Um that's just me. Meaning you could possibly have even more versatility. Yeah, true.
This may come as
Peter
like
did react to it. He wanted to know MJ was so yeah, like the
yeah,
thing that like
when
if you
Venom
slow
went to
down the
visit
cutscene,
MJ and Peter goes over
like
there.
hold on.
MJ immediately moved because like I'm looking at
It's
it
so
too.
damn difficult to do
Venom
without
went to
slowing the
visit
cutscene
MJ
down.
and
Like
Peter
if you
goes
look
But
at MJ right there,
basically,
boom, right
there.
there.
like, look, Peter does react to the attack. It's just he's focused on MJ's safety.
Right.
And it's like the thing that I want to like you could chalk it up as being like plot armor for MJ, but
Them
it's
and then
like
attacks them.
MJ could be in a
MJ
lot of
rushes in front
pain
of
right
Peter
here.
to take the hit, in which they both get knocked back to the kitchen.
It's like
Um,
symbiotes have the healing factor, so it's like, what if Venom like broke every single bone in MJ's body? Like, what if he like broke like her ribs or some shit,
exactly.
and then when she became Scream, her injuries were healed.
Right. And
Like,
another thing is for the fact that people don't understand that the symbiote, while it was on Peter, it got Peter's strength too.
yeah, and also Peter was weakened going into this fight, like
Right.
severely weakened.
Right.
Like he was nerfed between the events of taking off the black suit and getting anti venom.
Right. And I know that some people, and this is just coming from me, because some people want to bring up gameplay for this, and we're really going to talk about how fatigued Peter was, and trust me, if we're really going to talk about that, then the fight with Miles does count because technically he was fatigued there, but gameplay, like I said, doesn't count because that's not canon at all to any of the
Hmm.
feats in this game. At least
That's
wait, yeah, wait, hold on a minute. Yeah, if we're really gonna talk about that, then before this scene, Peter got into a fight with Miles. Well, Miles had to get the symbiote off of Peter, and then after that, Harry ended up becoming Venom. Peter got tossed by Venom, so he was more fatigued. If we're really gonna add the gameplay element to it, because like I've seen so many people try to add the gameplay to it, and it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, It's just ridiculous. People don't seem to realize how heavy a fridge is. I mean, yeah, it's like the issue with this scene is that people like
Peter
if I let
gets
the
his
scene
fridge
play
on
out.
top of him while
Hold on,
MJ takes 19 inches of venom the whole time. I have
you're gonna
issues with
play
the
the whole
scene.
thing.
For one,
Oh, he
why
cut
didn't
it off,
Peter
you
react to
bastard.
Venom's attack?
I love how he's gonna slow the cutscene down, and we're gonna see Peter react. Look,
He's staring right at him,
He's
and his
staring
reaction
right. He
time's
just
way
debunked
faster than
himself.
MJ's. He's a super.
he just debunked himself. Yeah, but like he showed the clip. Like the issue with this scene is that Peter doesn't struggle to lift the fridge. He's just stunned and dazed from like Venom's attack. Like as soon
Right.
as he recovers, he tosses the fridge hard enough
Dude,
to crack the wall.
Why did you take
Right.
the
So it's
hit for
like,
him while you just kind of stood there like an idiot? If she can see it coming, so can Peter, and he should be doing something since he is Spider-Man. It
he does react. He's just not reacting to the attack. He's
Yeah.
reacting to
He's reacting
keeping her
to
safe.
yeah, and he's
just
reacting
kind
to
of
what he
bothered
was
me.
doing
Like
to
I don't
MJ.
believe that
Well, at
particular
least
situation would
he was
happen.
reacting to
And it
see
once
if
again translates to Peter being
well,
kind
it's
of
kind of
like
hard for me to actually explain this scene
goofball
without
or
me
like
going
when
into
it's like
details on
nerfed in
stream.
this game. And to kind of wrap up my points here, Peter takes a lot of hits in this game, a lot. Now, like I said, I know Peter or Spider-Man gets beat up a lot, but they kind of went overboard in this game. I don't know if they did this so it makes the symbiote stand out more as being this OP thing he gets, but even
You know, I think the most plot hole thing in this entire game is not that he was nerfed. It's where the hell does his mask come from?
That's what I'm
Like, let
trying
me
to
just
figure out
rewind that.
too, because like I'm wondering that where did he even
Look,
go?
he literally pulls it out his ass. Look, he's
Like
just reaching around for his ass.
this
I'm
OP
wondering where
thing
it,
he
I'm
gets,
wondering
but
where it went to,
even
because now that I'm wondering about it.
He's like, look, watch the scene and
I'm more
watch his
thinking this
wrist. Watch. He just magics it out of nowhere.
OP
Is there
thing
a
he gets,
pocket
but
in the suit that
even
we
with
don't
the
know about?
symbiote, it takes
He's been taking lessons from fucking Doctor Strange.
a lot of hits. It just gets to the point that every time I think about him in this game, he's
It's the sort of shit that I'd expect Joker to make a video on, like,
Yeah.
oh, Spider-Man 2's dog shit, because his mask comes out of the most inaccurate of places.
a guy that got his ass
Like if he
kicked
took
a
on
lot,
Venom in that
which is
scene, I'm looking
different
at
from
your
my
chat too.
perception of him in the first game where
Look
he felt
like
more like
if he took on
experienced
Venom in that scene,
Spider-Man.
Peter would have been killed. That is a proven fact. And on top of that, a lot of people will say that Peter tried to blitz base Venom. If Peter tried to blitz base Venom in that scene, MJ would have probably
Yeah,
died, or at
like
least
MJ would have died.
another thing is like if people are gonna say that Peter should blitz base Venom, he tried that.
Yeah, he literally tries that with the anti-venom, and he gets negged.
And
He gets
Venom
no
had the
dips.
meteorite too, so it's like
I'd also like to point out that they were currently in Peter's house, and it's like he's not gonna want to fucking destroy that shit.
right.
It's not even about his
And on
wins
top of
and
that, that
losses
fridge
in
is
his boss
boundless.
fights in the game. I saw people talk about that. I don't even care about that. He won his boss fights. It's whatever. It's just narratively speaking,
Wait,
and
wait,
the
wait,
way
wait,
they
wait. Hold on.
portrayed Peter in
Pause.
this game.
Yeah, what's up?
He just said he won all of his boss fights,
Yeah.
so he wasn't nerfed then technically.
So yeah, he wins every fight against the stronger villains in this game. But he was nerfed. Like,
Right.
okay, sure.
There were a lot of small, specific situations and details to me
Even
that
though I know a
added
lot
up
of
to the
people will
point where it
probably
was a
count
glaring
Wraith
issue
as a boss
that made
fight.
me
Wraith
dislike aspects
Wraith
of
is
the
a
story.
side boss. I'm just
And I
like
touched on it a
if
bit,
we're
but I
talking
wanted
like
to
main
discuss how these
bosses,
details can be seen as small and insignificant.
then
But to me, it
mainly
matters because
Craven and Venom.
details to me matter a lot. Showing Spider-Man in situations he should easily get out of, or having one of his biggest powers, aka Spider Sense, only be used because it has to be, makes the character feel a little less grounded to what we understand him as. And I get it, it's hard to make the Spider Sense incorporated when you're trying to tell a more ominous story where you want some more intense or ominous scenes to be included, like Lizard sneaking up on Spider-Man, but it just doesn't make sense into the whole grand scheme of it all. And I feel like I'm in a minority group here. There's a lot of people that don't even think twice about these kind of things I'm talking about when they're playing the game.
Just if you pay
Wait,
attention to the game, it's like that most of the big examples are justifiable.
they really are.
Like the only ones that I think are a bit dumb is like the robots like tagging him, and also like regular goons.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't happen very often.
Like for a lot of people,
And as
Now
well, it's like
that
you could say the exact same thing with Miles, because I'm pretty sure it's just a random like knobhead that injects him with the sleep drug. So it's like you
actually
could
that
say the exact same thing for Miles.
you technically can because like actually there's a really good explanation for that scene too. That was actually one of Craven's hunters disguised as a construction worker.
Yeah, I know what happened. Like they were posing as a worker, but like like the exact same thing. Like Miles should have still sensed that, like
Right,
the dart kind of thing.
right.
Like that's kind of the thing that I'm getting at, where like it's just a random. It's not like it's Craven or someone just blowing the dart into Miles's neck or some shit. It's like no,
Right,
it's literally just a random goon.
right.
So like
People, it really doesn't matter, which is completely fine. Good for them. But for a superhero fanatic like myself who loves studying and understanding the details,
I'm something of a superhero fanatic myself.
and
I do have a
characteristics
crazy
of these
hot
new
take though.
incarnations.
I feel like this would sound like a crazy hot take. I don't think that Anti Venom is actually. I don't think that Anti Venom is actually bonded with Peter. I think that it should have went to Harry at the end.
I mean, maybe. I think the reason it didn't is because like it doesn't have a consciousness, it doesn't have an intelligence like the black suit does. So like I don't think it's physically possible for Peter to send to give it to other people. It's just like permanently bonded to him kind of thing.
Yeah,
Plus as well, like we wouldn't get Spider-Man 3 if that happened.
that
Like
is true.
Norman would have been happy, Peter would have been okay.
But I do think that at some point, probably in the third game, probably Norman's gonna figure out a way to remove or get Anti Venom off of him. At least I think.
I'm already tapped out of this debate, Lamau. There's no convincing stupid. Why? What side of the debate are you on, good sir? Are you on the he was nerfed, he wasn't nerfed?
Or that he
Like,
wasn't nerd.
what
'Cause,
are
like,
you? Yeah, like, what side of the coin are you on?
because like I've
Some
seen.
of my
Well,
favorite superheroes. I just
there is
haven't
like a
done
whole lot of Eddie
experience.
Brock fans
This
out there
isn't
that we
even the
could probably
first time we've
talk
seen this
about, but like
either. In
I have
Spider-Man
no
Miles
problem with Eddie
Morales,
Brock.
him losing to Rhino there straight up getting knocked out just doesn't make
Yeah, I want
sense.
to focus
He
on
beats
this
Rhino and
because
Scorpion both at once in the
yeah, so I want to point out this example that people miss because I've actually played the Miles Morales game. So the issue with this is he does not beat Rhino and Scorpion at all in a 1v2. He doesn't. They literally fight each other, and that's how the fight ends.
Right.
Like, they literally fight each other, and he webs them into a shipping container. Like, he doesn't knock either of them out. He doesn't beat any of them. Like,
He
they
basically
basically just
forces them to
wear
fight.
everyone. Yeah, like they just wear each other out. But yeah, he holds his own against both of them, but whilst in a weakened state. So it is still like impressive. But like, um, oh, he wasn't nerfed, obviously. Ah, GG's, dude. But like, even in the first game, it's like Peter acknowledges that he could lose to Rhino. Like, it's kind of like a 50-50. He has to be smart or faster to beat him. So it's like, I don't see why him losing in the Miles Morales game is an issue.
And on top of that,
Like,
he's
Peter
been
himself
known.
acknowledges that he could very well lose that fight.
first game,
Right. And on
and
top of
losing
that,
to
another
Rhino
thing
here
is that
really
Rhino, well, at least from the bio, Peter, at least from the bios that I've seen, or at least, well, scratch that. I know the bios of the game. But like, Rhino has been known to at least beat Peter a couple of times. Because in his
Yeah.
first fight, he flat out, because like in his first fight, it's literally stated in the bio, it said that Peter had to heal for 2 weeks. And
Yeah, he needed
Peter
2
had a
weeks of
healing
rest.
and Peter has a healing factor, so like I don't see where this comes into play because to me a lot of people, and I know it's probably gonna sound crazy, to me like a lot of people act like the Miles Morales game didn't exist and they probably just played Marvels, they probably just played Spider-Man PS4 and just jumped straight to Spider-Man 2.
It always amazes me when people say, "Oh, Miles has plot armor," because my immediate response is, "Okay, you just didn't play the Miles Morales game. Like, he doesn't have plot armor at all.
That and people think that he's
Like,
a
he literally
Harry or
gets
something.
tortured. He gets knocked out by Rhino. He gets the shit kicked out of him by Tinkerer. Like, he gets drugged. He gets knocked out. He's basically a freaking. He's a fuck up the entire game. Like, he
Exactly.
has confidence issues.
So it's like
He nearly
where's the
dies trying to save the city. Like, he does not have plot armor at all.
I mean, it depends to me, I feel like in the second game he has a lot of plot armor because well, and this is coming from me because like I feel like he has a lot of plot armor in the second game just due to him dealing with negative, and also another thing is for the fact that with the fact that he has to fight Venom at the end, there's plot armor there. But
How so?
and this
Like,
coming from
which specific part?
okay, so you know the dialogue in the Miles Venom fight where Venom says that Miles took Peter away from him.
Yeah.
He mentions that, and that's a sign. That's a reference to Miles getting. That's a reference to him getting the. That's a reference to Miles removing Venom from Peter in that boss fight, as well as another thing is that in the Peter boss fight, Venom references Miles so many times during that boss fight because Venom sees Miles holding Peter back. So that's the reason why he wants to kill Miles that's the reason why he wants to kill Miles in that phase of the fight.
Yeah. I think the Mr. Negative example's like not that hard to believe because it's like Peter with broken bones beat Mr. Negative, so it's like I think that a weakened, conflicted Miles could also do it.
Yeah.
Like I don't see that being an issue, especially when he's. I mean, he went into the fight bloodlusted, but like as the fight went on, he became more conflicted, kind of thing.
Yeah. And on top of that, Peter was more so beating his own ass instead of holding back against Miles. So I don't see the point
Yeah, true.
where
Very easily. It's more of a power scaling thing. If you ever seen like an anime or something, that word gets passed around there a lot. Here though, it's just inconsistent. If Peter can beat Rhino and Scorpion in the first game, then logically he should beat Rhino by himself here.
hold on, hold
Is
on,
there
hold
a
on, hold on, hold on,
possibility
hold
Rhino
on,
can still
hold
beat
on.
him?
Pause.
Sure. It's very
Did he just say
Yep. So,
that Peter? Okay, and keep in mind, did he just say Peter should have beat Rhino in Miles Morales?
hold on. If Peter can beat Rhino and Scorpion in the first game, then logically he should beat Rhino by himself here. But there's a
Okay, so
possibility
it
that
was
Rhino could
Miles.
still beat him.
Yeah,
I
there
don't
is
know
that
about
Rhino
that
by
one.
himself here. Is there a possibility Rhino can still beat him? Sure. But it's very unlikely given the past game and the established notion of him being an experienced Spider Man for nearly a decade. This
Okay, so
particular
yeah, he basically
situation
did
does
say
seem like
that
more of a plot thing to show
Rhino
off Miles
should
since
lose
it
to
was
Peter
his
here then.
game. I just don't like how it's at the
Yeah.
expense of Peter looking weak. I feel the situation can be written to be a little better. Like, if you need Peter out of the picture, maybe have him save civilians so he's distracted while Miles fights Rhino. I don't
That
know,
would be a
but you see
swap.
my point here. And listen, I
Because
could
like we
go on
wouldn't get the
forever and
Miles
talk about
gameplay.
how Peter getting struck by lightning like 2 or 3 times because Sandman was wild, or this or that, but you get my point. I felt like Peter was just nerfed.
I don't. Well, like, yeah, obviously he gets hit by fucking lightning. Like, you
Also
can't
want
just
to
no
mention the
diff it
scene
all
from
the
the first
time.
game where he was under some debris and he tried to save Morgan Michaels, but he couldn't. He was under some debris for like 22 seconds.
Yeah, pretty much. I
Yeah.
can already see people complaining about Peter getting his ass kicked in Spider-Man 3 by Green Goblin.
Oh, I
I
can't
don't know
wait
if
for
that's gonna
that.
I don't think that's gonna happen necessarily. I feel like they're gonna do like a Death of Gwen Stacy arc where like maybe MJ is gonna die and like Peter's just gonna fucking tear his head off kind of thing.
Honestly, do
I
you
think it
really?
would actually be pretty easy to balance Spider-Man, Miles, and Silk. I think it would actually be pretty easy to balance all three of them.
Yeah.
But obviously, it depends on if they're gonna hire me or not.
I do have one question though.
Do you all think
Do you think that Peter's gonna break his kill rule?
what
Do you think that Peter's gonna break his kill rule in the next game?
he could do? I mean, he very nearly did it in this game under the symbiote.
So he could in okay.
I think with if you give him enough motivation, I
He
think he
could
could.
do it. Cause like
Luis, how do you all think Peter actually managed to lose to Rhino and Miles Morales, even though he beat Scorpion and Rhino? He didn't beat Scorpion and Rhino though. Like they started fighting each other in the PS4 game. Like Peter didn't beat either of them. And it's like Peter, it like retrospectively considers Rhino to be stronger than him. So it's like I think it's perfectly fine that he loses to him in Miles Morales.
Once again, if
Uh,
anybody has any disagreements. All right.
I
Yo,
think they should kill
Marvin.
him.
Yo, Marvin, what's going
I
on?
think it would
Yo,
be.
Scorpions, how you
I
doing, man?
think it
I'm
would
doing
be
great.
a good opportunity. I think it would actually be pretty cool. Like the prediction that I have, and I don't really like giving
I'm doing great.
predictions
How about
because
yourself, Marvin?
predicted quite a few things in Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, like the prediction I have is that they're gonna kill MJ. Peter's just gonna go absolutely ape shit, and then we're gonna have a Miles and Silk versus Anti-Venom boss fight. Like they're gonna have a rematch. But this time, I think Anti-Venom's gonna whoop both their asses, and it's gonna be rough.
I could
Like
see
they're gonna
that.
have to either that, or I can imagine. Holy shit! I could imagine like maybe Norman Osborn maybe manipulating Silk. So then it's Anti-Venom and Miles versus Green Goblin and Silk. That could be an interesting one.
That could be.
Or maybe it's all three Spider-Men versus
Goblin.
Doc Ock and Green Goblin. But I don't think that would work because like Doc Ock really doesn't like Green Goblin.
I
Like,
don't
he really hates
know.
Norman.
I don't know. Well, there's ways that could. Well, scratch that. That can't work. The only way I could see Ock turning Norman into Goblin.
Maybe. Or maybe like Green Goblin has like an ultimate form, like in the Ultimate Comics where he's kind of like the Hulk.
Yeah, like
And then it
the
requires
monster one.
like all three Spider-Men and Doc Ock to team up to beat him, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Maybe like Otto sacrifices himself.
Now
Maybe
that
kind
could
of.
be great, actually. Another
It's
thing
like
that
I just don't see Otto actually posing a threat anymore because it's like Spider-Man's got anti-venom and he's also got the Iron Spider arms, which were stated already to be stronger than Doc Ock's own arms.
Yeah,
So it's like I just don't really see how they're gonna make him a villain unless like Silk or Miles is gonna fight him.
I could
Like,
see I could see there's ways for how Ock could be a villain because Peter said in the Sandman boss fight, or whenever he's fighting the Sand clones, he flat out he said that Ock's research helped with the Iron Arms, so Ock is probably fully aware of the Iron Arms because
yeah,
Peter
true.
perfected the
Um,
neural
shouldn't
interface.
Peter have
So
still won anyways? He beat Electro and Vulture by himself before he made. Yeah, I know, but those fights were not easy for him. Like after he fought Electro and Vulture, he like passed out on a rooftop for multiple
yeah,
hours. So it's like I don't really agree with that. Um,
and on top of that, you have 14 broken
in
bones
this
too.
game overall. Weaker than he should be. Weaker than he was made out to be from the first game. What did it make Miles
I would also like to point out that in the Miles Morales game, Peter took a lot of damage before he eventually went down.
Right, he
Like
went through
he took a point blank explosion from like that giant ass thing that ragdolled Miles.
exactly,
Like
and
he
he
was
kept
clinging to
on.
Rhino when he was charging through the buildings and shit.
Right, he took a lot of explosions before he got knocked out.
Yeah, and like when you're
So
playing as Miles, you can still catch glimpses of Rhino fighting Peter. Like Peter's just gradually like it's not like he just got one shot. Like no, he was taking just a crap ton of damage before he eventually went down, kind of thing.
right,
Doc Ock might take over Cindy Moon's body. Fucking hell, I can't imagine how many deviant art kids would simp themselves to sleep if that happened. Oh dear.
I
An
want
old
Og.
man taking over a teenage girl's body. No, thank you.
I mean, I kind of want Og to take over Miles' body, just to have just for Miles to have more broken abilities, but that would cause people to say Nerf again.
Nah, I think the only way they'd get away with it is if they did it with Peter. But even then, people would lose their minds. Like, Peter was fucking.
Peter was
Peter's not a villain.
Peter's now a
It's like,
villain. Peter's
I
been a
just think
villain
there's no
before.
way of winning.
Peter has
There's
been a
no way
villain
of
before,
winning.
so like,
I know he has, but not in Insomniac.
yeah,
Not Insomniac Spider-Man. So like, I just don't think I don't think they are gonna do superior Spider-Man. I don't know.
it depends. In terms of gameplay, we need. Well, in terms of gameplay, the reason why I want superior. Well, I'm not trying to say I don't want like full on superior Spider-Man because the suit's in the game, but like for gameplay and like Goblin's group, we need the Goblin Nation, or at least like
Yeah, I'd
inspiration
agree
from
with
it.
that. See, like, imagine if Silk and Peter yeah, exactly. Could you imagine? They just can't stop. It could actually be an interesting plot point. Like maybe Silk. Oh my good god! I think I've just predicted the entire plot of the game. Stick with me, okay?
Okay.
So in Spider-Man 2, right? The start of Spider-Man 2, where like he's teaching in the school.
Yeah.
What if Cindy Moon was one of the students and she had like a crush on Peter? MJ gets killed by Goblin, and like they develop a relationship, and then they replicate the Silk and Peter doing the deed arc from the comic.
As much as I really hate that comic, I hate that comic. I hate that comic
I mean,
where
it would
like
be a bit.
it would be
It
a
would
bit
be. It wouldn't
weird,
really.
and it wouldn't
I
work
don't think it
either.
would work. Like an 18-year-old. Like, I mean, I don't
It
really
wouldn't
know
work.
what they're gonna do. Like,
It wouldn't work either because I really do not like. I don't really like that comic. I like it when Silk's by herself in her own solo comic.
yeah, I'd agree with that. I just like the interactions she has with like Peter and stuff.
Yeah,
Obviously, that particular comic probably wouldn't translate very well to the game, but
yeah. Because like
people
whenever
wouldn't
I
like that at
read
all.
that,
Bro, people didn't like this shit, and look at this game. Like this game cooked.
right,
Like
and
people just
people were
don't like
upset
it's
at
like people
comic
just hate
ideas.
everything.
Well,
Like it doesn't
there's
it
the
doesn't
main
matter what
reason.
cool stuff you make. People will still hate it.
Well, for me, at least from what I've been, well, obviously with Ultimate Joker, I don't know how Eddie Brock or DOG or like Donna Diego would work for the story. One, at least this is my opinion. How would Eddie Brock work? And also, how would that boss fight with Miles versus Venom correlate?
I just think they're gonna do a like for the final battle, just everyone's gonna die. like like Norman's gonna die, Otto is, Peter is, Miles is. Could you imagine if Cindy Moon's the only survivor and then she's like the main Spider-Man of the verse? How
I will
pissed off
be
fucking Joker
surprised.
and stuff would be.
I
Like they
will be
do an
surprised.
Infinity War and just kill everyone.
I will be surprised if they do that. I will be surprised if like, oh well, I can't wait to see what people are gonna say about this.
Like, haha, you thought Miles was gonna be the main character? Psych.
The symbiote stand out more? Possibly. I don't know, and I don't really care about the reasoning for why they did it. They just should have never done it. But let me know what you think. Let me know if you think I'm being crazy here, if I make any sense at all, because I am
There's not
genuinely
much of a nerf
curious.
here. I'm still
Go ahead.
confused.
Like, I just think this entire set piece, like, this is final boss material, and the fact that it's literally the first freaking fight is
It's
just
so good too.
insane. Yeah, it's insane. Like that one shot, good gracious.
That's the reason why I
Go ahead
like.
and like,
Well,
comment, subscribe if
that's
you
why I like this right here. Because like,
want, I guess.
And then
And
Peter just
I'll
fuss
see you
for a
guys in the next video.
DARS.
yeah.
Stay safe
And
and
the thing is like,
peace.
if people are gonna say that Peter's nerfed, I feel like they need to replay certain sections of certain games.
Yeah.
That's what I really
Well, that's
think.
the thing. I just don't think people remember the PS4 game because, like, he wasn't a god in that game by any means.
Right. And another thing is like,
Uh,
at least from what I've seen, like I've had several people like try to disagree with me on this. The
I think if
gadgets
MJ does
thing,
die, maybe they can bring in Gwen Stacy. Possibly. You never know.
mm, the gadgets thing, I just don't see. At least for me, like the gadgets has been
I'm just gonna go
consistent
for
with the
this. I'll
characters.
be right back.
Okay. But like the gadgets thing has been consistent for like
That
a
sounds good. I'll
good
just do
majority.
the stream intro whilst I'm going. I'll be right
Okay.
back. So you guys have something to watch.
What the? What is I mean? But yeah, what the high season here? Yo, high C. Let me pull out my PlayStation. All right. What do we got? What the high season here too? Oh, that's good, man. Okay. So they're killing off MJ. I don't know if they're gonna kill off MJ, but like if anybody has like any like disagreements or like anything, um let me know. Cause like isn't it bad? Isn't it It wasn't bad once the Spectacular Spider-Man introduced Eddie working with Connors. I mean, that would have worked, but like for Miles' or at least for Miles' fight with Venom, I don't know how that would work because let's say if Peter tells Miles, okay, so the symbiote went from Harry and it went to me, and now it's on Eddie Brock. Miles would be like, okay, yeah, I'm not gonna do anything. There's no connection there or something like that. I don't think that there should. I don't think that there is. Like, that's the reason why I don't think that it would work.
What we took? Fucking messed up my trousers. Go on. What was the comment?
I was just looking at your chat. It was the Eddie Brock. It was Eddie Brock being Venom thing.
It could be interesting. MJ being pregnant might be happening in Spider-Man 3. By the end of it, Peter might retire and leave the city with Miles and Silk. Could be. If they wanted to end the verse, that could be an interesting way of doing it.
It's better than killing Peter.
Yeah, true. How do I do this shit again? Oh, there we go. What video do you guys want to look at now?
I know that someone said to look at Synthetic Man's video, but I really don't want to look at Synthetic Man's video.
Oh god, that would take ages. Yeah, that would take a while.
Yeah, someone did say Synthetic video, but I'm like, I don't know if we want to check out Synthetic Man's video.
There's an interesting one that I wanted to check out. Spider-Man. Okay. One that Colin reacted to. I can't remember the name of it. It was basically someone who made a prediction for the game, and their predictions turned out to be really wrong. Spider-Man is the same.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I've seen this before. Yeah, I've seen this before. I've seen Have you seen High Top Films video?
I do watch a bit of High Top Films. Yeah.
It was very confusing.
I watched the all three of the Raimi films ones, and I appreciate his videos a lot.
Yeah.
Spider-Man.
I saw his Suicide Squad video, but I was just very confused on that because
oh fucking hell!
How do you
Spider-Man 2 is disgusting woke propaganda.
Yeah, it was an hour long. I tried
1 million people watched that shit.
I tried my best to watch that. I couldn't. I just couldn't watch it.
Hey, Echo, how you doing?
But yeah, if anybody has like any like disagreements with it, let me know about the.
Yeah, any do we have any disagreements in the chat? Hey, oh wow, who's that knobhead? Who's that knobhead streaming?
Because like, if we're like really gonna get in terms of power, hey,
who's that knobhead?
If we're really gonna get like into the power scaling of the game, the power scaling of the game doesn't have to align comic accurate.
I'm gonna be honest with everyone here. I don't want a Venom game in this universe ever, especially since I don't know how that could happen, considering Venom died at the end. Yeah, it would probably have to. I don't really know how it would have to happen. I love how it's literally just my freaking videos that are the first ones to show up.
I do want to see
my final word on Peter being nerfed, a response to a response to a response. Who is this person?
It's a long story short. I remember watching this, but it was from, okay, basically, it was Ultimate Joker's video and I think Crispy's video. Like, basically merged into, like, one video.
I thought that was this one from that Joker made. It was nerfed the final word.
Oh no, it was like another. Okay, so long story short, basically,
I remember he references me in this video because he shows that freaking meme of me looking like a pickle or something.
Yeah, and I think I know that Crispy made a response video to this one, but it was basically about comic accuracy.
Yeah, I feel like my final word on Peter's.
All right, people have that dialogue. It also waved it off.
I don't know if it's going to be worth. Oh Jesus Christ!
I don't know. I'm really tempted to check out Joker's. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about the validity of this. Ultimate Joker got the notification on my way to church. Fucking hell! Of course he goes to church. That's just the ice. Honestly, the fact that he's homophobic and stuff makes so much sense now that he's religious. Surprised you burnt the time on these fools. I personally wouldn't have bothered. Yeah, you would have just got foreskin to go into my comment section. However, I will ask you, the kindness you're trying to give is even worth it. That cope denial degenerate is clearly deliberately ripped. Is he referring to me or Crispy or both?
I didn't really go into details on that, but like I didn't.
It's
Really
like I'm
pay
pretty sure
attention
he's
how
referred to
much.
me as that before.
I don't know.
The
'cause,
fact that
like,
you
I
didn't go as
go
harsh
into
as I
details.
would if people are behaving in what is clearly a dishonorable fashion. Oh yeah, like saying all Western women lie and manipulate and cheat. Yeah, yeah.
I didn't really
That,
go into
yeah, yeah.
details on this video, but I do know that it was Ultimate
I
Director
mentioned
though.
foreskin. Apparently had my tame comments deleted when he bothered messing with that loss.
But like, I have a
Oh,
question.
thank you.
Like, do you think that there? Do you think? Okay, question about. Okay, I have like, and this is gonna sound like a weird question. Do you think that more people write Web of Shadows more than Spider-Man 2? Because like,
Like there's quite a lot of people that are like, oh, Web of Shadows is just Spider-Man 2 but way better. I'm like, nah, it's not. It's just not true.
it's
How do I go back? I can't go back. It's annoying. Alright, fine. If
I
I
would
can't
say
go back on
join.
it, it's because I've gone full screen, but I can't be asked to change it. Do you want to watch Crispy's video? See what you
Yeah.
thought. Yeah. So this was
Oh, hey, my
the
video.
reason.
Okay, but yeah,
Wait,
let's
what?
go. There was my video. Right
Oh, hi, CD.
I
Hit
remember what.
CD.
I remember what.
I didn't realize he was a YouTuber. That's
Yeah.
cool. Should we watch his video?
There's a whole lot of breakdowns in this video.
It's so weird.
Give me 1 second. Let me
It's
get
so
some water.
weird being a YouTuber. It's so weird being a YouTuber because you randomly notice that your viewers are actually YouTubers. It's like that's how I noticed that Phoenix was a YouTuber. I was like, oh cool, he actually makes content and stuff.
I'm trying to see. Let me see what other.
I
videos
love
they
that
have.
thumbnail, bro. That is some punch. The
That
symbiote
has to
Peter
be.
nerf. Let's break it down.
I don't think.
Yeah,
he
should we
was
watch HCD?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do
Basically the
want to
context
watch.
behind Crispy's video. Basically Crispy like added me in my comment section. He was like, "Hey, I'm making a video very similar to this. Would you mind if I used a portion of your video, basically going over the Peter versus Miles section?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." That's the only thing that I said to him was at me on Discord when the video's ready and I'll fucking watch it, and he did, and I really enjoyed it. I wouldn't. So and then me and Crispy just became buds. So.
Yeah.
It's all
I do
good.
only like. There's a lot of things with the power scaling. Actually, let's watch Crispy's first because I actually do want to watch Crispy's real quick.
Oh, you made a video as well.
I flat out pointed out. Okay. The reason why about
No,
this
I
video
know
that
you.
I
I know
made
you
that,
pointed it out, but I didn't see it.
Yeah, I had to go through. I'm not gonna lie when I say this. I had to go through and I
It
really
wasn't
had to
nerfed.
find prime examples from other superhero shows to see and to show. And the CW Flash example, I'm not really sure where that came up from, but like I had to use it because like I was like, eh. I was going to
Yeah.
compare Zoom to Craven.
All right, we'll have a look at Peter was not nerfed. It will give me an excuse to subscribe to him at the very least. Bloody hell, that's loud. I'm
like
just
his intro,
gonna.
though.
Oh, I'm gonna skip the intro just because I don't know about copyright.
Yeah.
But holy shit, he's actually pretty decent. This debate is dumb. I'm still seeing you. Peter was nerfed vids. Lol. I wonder how long it's gonna drag out.
I'm waiting
Let's have
for
a
it
look.
to drag
Hey,
out.
it's Phoenix. I guess I'll comment as well.
The thing is, like, I had like the thing is, like, with this whole entire thing, there's like sections where you can point out where at least people are gonna say that. Okay, so people will say that Miles, and yes, I'm gonna point this out, even though I know for a fact that it's not true.
How will it work?
There
There we go. Good gracious. Took
people
ages.
will say that Miles was Mary Sue in this game, and I'm like, let's pay close attention to everything that happened.
No, he wasn't a Mary Sue. We watched Synthetic Man's video. I probably won't watch the woke garbage one because it's too long. But we might watch the I'm pretty sure he made a video about like how superhero games were better like 20 years ago or something. We might watch that one. It's just it's so difficult listening to his sandpaper-esque voice.
To beat Scorpion, to lose to Rhino, and Miles
That's more
Morales
clarify
to
the
beat
book.
Scorpion and Rhino by himself in the past.
Yeah, honestly, mad respect. It's so weird. I'm recognizing so many of my viewers in this comment section. It's so weird. Like the community we've got going on, it's awesome.
Right.
Bro, he was nerd. The plot. Lol.
Actually, a lot of
Alright,
people don't understand that either. Is that you have to have. How are you gonna tell a story with a character that just one shots everything? Actually.
unless they're Saitama, but like, even
Yeah.
then, he doesn't one-shot everything.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, like, Lord Boros, he doesn't. Do we have any disagreements or debates, or shall we get going?
There is probably like 2 or 3,
What's
but
happening, y'all?
but the thing is
It's
though,
High
it's
Tea.
kind
Y'all
of like
already know what
crazy
it
though.
is. Back with another YouTube video. Another Spider-Man 2 vid. Yay.
Yeah,
I
nerd.
have some questions to ask you later regarding shorts, but I'll ask them now because of Inhuman Spider-Man stuff. In response to your previous question, it depends on how long my shorts take, because Wondershare is stupid. Like, there'll be times where you'll make like a clip like half a second long, and then Wondershare is just like, oh, you wanted it to be 0.55 seconds long. It's like, no, I wanted it to be half a second long. Oh, 0.45 seconds, gotcha. Like, Wondershare is just so dumb. It's too intelligent for its own good. How's Puffer? Yeah, he's vibing. He's just chilling. Got the cute face on standby. Yeah, let's have a look at HCDs.
It ain't no fucking yay. These stupid ass fans have been crying and crying and crying and crying. They nerfed Peter. They nerfed Peter. They made him weaker. Me
Another thing. Wait,
This is
pause
really
for a
well
second.
edited so far.
Pause for a second. Another thing that I want to say about this whole entire Peter nerf situation is if people are going to talk about the Peter nerf situation, then and I'm pretty sure we're gonna bypass this like in a few seconds. But like we're gonna talk about the Peter nerf section of the game, and if we're talking specifically about the Peter versus Miles fight, they both scale to each other. Black Suit scales to Miles, so
Yeah, like you could easily say Black Suit's stronger than Miles.
yeah.
and a
But
whole
like
bunch of other people who actually played the
if
game
we're like
and
the
actually
only thing
paid
is like in
attention
this
to
fight
the
is for the
story.
fact that Miles is using the bell. So it's like
Yeah,
he's using the bell.
literally.
Peter's trying to
Made
hold back.
videos debunking
Well, he's trying to
this
hold the symbiote
months
back
ago.
while Miles trying to use the
Why
bell to get it off of him.
in
So
the
there's
hell
nothing
is
there.
this debate still going? Why is this debate still going? It already confirmed that this is a false narrative constructed by taking scenes out of context and over exaggerated talking points because they, for some fucking reason, cannot fathom the fact that Spider-Man in this game got way stronger villains than the first game. Just like,
Yep.
dude, the way these guys are
Facts.
nitpicking, it's just like Peter can't even take fucking damage without some of y'all crying like fucking
If Peter wasn't
babies.
conflicted,
Before
if
we
Peter
get
wasn't
into this
conflicted,
video, I'm gonna
then he
say
would have killed
this.
Miles exactly.
Because Peter gets his ass
Yeah,
beat
literally.
or needs help sometimes,
That's
or
the thing.
that
Like,
the villains
pause
are
it for a second, real
actually
quick.
fucking competent, does not mean.
That's
Go
the
on.
thing. Okay, so with this whole entire section right here, if we remove the bell, and if we have Miles at low energy, if we have Miles at okay, so I'm assuming that if we remove the bell, have a fully bloodlusted Black Suit Peter,
Yeah.
and a Miles that's at full energy, not holding back, it would be way
Yeah,
different.
I would. Yeah, it literally would. But it's like at the start of the fight, it's like Black Suit was just overpowering Miles,
Right.
like just repeatedly. And even when he was conflicted,
The
at the
symbiote.
start of the third phase of the boss fight, he still overpowered Miles.
Right.
So
But I
like,
would
yeah,
take that
I
as
think
a
it.
sign of Peter. Like, I would take that as a sign that the symbiote was taking over Peter's mind, though.
Especially if Miles runs out of his bioelectricity, he's fucked.
Right.
Mean Peter was nerfed. And that's the thing, like, I don't know why y'all are complaining about this now when it's literally always been a thing in movies. Like, Toby Spidey has always needed help. He's gotten his ass saved numerous times. Field
True.
Spider-Man
Hold up.
got
Pause
his
for a second.
saved.
Pause for a
He's
second.
needed.
Okay, so
Yeah, go
I
on.
don't. Okay, so you remember? I'm not sure. You remember Joker's friend? I think I forgot. Skin or something.
Or foreskin.
Yeah. Whenever
Yeah,
I
what
think I
about
was checking out one of his video. I think I was checking out. I guess I don't know which video it was, but like I guess it was the video that he made in response or something like that to I think it
Yeah.
was like a response or something he made like that probably like a couple months ago. He said that Raimi's Spider-Man doesn't get any help from an outside source. But if we go to look at Spider-Man 3, why is he asking Harry for help?
Yeah, like he would have died to Venom and Sandman if Harry didn't show up.
Right, and and on top of that, he literally goes to Harry to ask him for help. So like,
Yeah, like he literally goes out of his way to ask for help. It's fucking. I completely forgot about that scene. Yeah, you're right. But like, nah, I think it's funny when people say like Insomniac Peter was nerfed. Andrew Garfield's like Amazing Spider-Man, he doesn't win a single fight in his first film. Like, not a single one. Lizard either stalemates him or Lizard beats him.
right,
No one bats an eyelid. You know, like
right.
no one bats an eye.
And I think
And
even
it's
in
like
TASM 2, he
even
needed
in the
help.
second film, he needs help taking down Electro.
Right, because
The
like
only
the thing is
person he
like
actually
he
defeats
couldn't.
is Green Goblin, like
Right,
Rhino.
because like the thing is like, if we're gonna look at the TASM 2 movie, he couldn't figure out what Electro was weak to.
Yeah, true. I'm gonna have to disagree with your comment a while back saying the symbiote in the Insomniac verse is weakened by Miles's electricity. It's only sound, that's it. No, Miles's electricity is very effective against symbiotes. I think in a previous video I said it was a weakness, which I think was that's incorrect. I don't think it is a weakness, but it is highly effective against symbiotes.
Yeah,
I mean, look at Venom. Like his electricity fucked up Venom, like sent
Yeah.
him flying. So
another thing too is
Help.
specifically just for the fact that Venom was able to walk through fire, so electricity is highly effective against it. I know that electricity has heat and
Yeah,
everything,
Numerous
but
times.
mainly
And
the
then
main
even when we
weakness
get
is
to
fire.
Insomniac, let's not try and act
Yeah.
like Insomniac Peter was miraculously untouchable in the first game either.
Funny how no one. Wait, what?
Funny
What
how
was that?
no one mentions that scene. Funny how no one.
Funny how no one made it. Every time Peter gets beat up in Spider-Man 2, funny
they
how no
don't-
one made a compilation of the first game with Peter only taking damage so that we can compare. Yeah, facts.
So, now that I've given my PSA to the fanboys, let's get to the video because it segues into the whole symbiote stuff. So I've been seeing a few comments.
But the game director went on the interview
Symbiote Peter.
and by saying that sound is literally the only thing it was weak to. I mean, yeah, sound is the effective weakness for it.
Yeah, I think that's Yeah, I think that's what they went on saying. So they because I'm pretty sure they. I know exactly which interview you're referring to because I remember seeing it as well, where he mentioned how like Venom walks through fire, and he knew that people would have questioned it, and like questions would have been asked because like fire is one of his weaknesses.
Yeah,
And I'm pretty sure that he made it so that like yeah, he just changed the weakness so that like sound is.
yeah.
But like
And
Venom, Miles's electricity is still very effective against symbiotes. Like it's not necessarily sound,
yeah.
but it's still weak. It's still effective.
Another thing
which
too,
we see like pretty much all the time.
Another thing too is, well, at least from the interview, at least from what we know, symbiotes are a glass cannon. So, fire. Like I'm assuming you played the TASM movie tie-in game, right? Or the TASM 2 movie tie-in.
I've played Spider-Man 1. I've not played Spider-Man 2, like the Amazing Spider-Man games.
Okay.
I
So
wouldn't
in
necessarily agree that symbiotes are glass cannons, though.
yeah, I would say that they kind of took. So there's a boss fight where you, well, I'm assuming, but there's a fight where you fight Carnage and you have like multiple weaknesses in that area, where Peter is using the seismic blast, he's also using the sound, he's also using fire pits and stuff like that because you have
Oh
like
yeah,
fire
yeah,
pits
yeah.
in there.
I know which boss fight you're referring to against
Yeah.
Carnage. Yeah, yeah.
They kind
The
of
game
had
director
to
from
take that
I know,
away.
I've read that one.
They kind of had
Venom's
to take that
vulnerability to
away.
electricity is like the same as Superman's vulnerability to magic. Yeah, like he's not weak to it. He's just not overly resistant to it. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he's basically just not overly resistant to the electricity. Like it just sends him flying, that kind of thing.
Was apparently nerfed in the game. we'll get to the Miles stuff in a minute, but I want to focus on this specifically. One of the examples I saw of this.
One thing that I will say, hi Sadie, if you're still here, is make your fucking videos louder.
Was that apparently
At max volume, and I can still barely hear you.
Or he needed the symbiote to beat Craven. So there are a few issues with this statement. Saying he absolutely needed the symbiote to beat Craven is kind of a blanket statement. Because first off, the only reason that Craven got him without the symbiote to begin with, because Peter was occupied. Remember that? Fighting all those damn soldiers, and he snuck up on them.
That is true. He was, because, like, pause for a second.
He didn't sneak up on him, though.
Wait, pause for a second. There's a lot of stuff with, there's a lot of stuff in this scene that kind of gets, like, a lot of people going. You have Connors turning into the lizard. You also have MJ, who's also in danger.
Yeah, like, you've got fucking... I do have to disagree with you, though, on this clip. It's like... Craven, because also obviously Craven had like extensive research on Spider-Man, so I do kind of like, yeah, he was at a massive disadvantage in this specific example, but it's like, even if like Peter had like a fair fight against Craven, I still think the fight would have gone exactly the same way.
Yeah,
like Craven was just stronger, he had more knowledge on Peter, everything really.
And he had 6 months to prepare too, so like
God damn it. Wasn't ready for that. Rewind. Watch it again.
Gotcha, bitch! Craven saw an opening, and he took it. Even though Craven got buffed to hell in this game, I would still say Peter still has the slight edge in terms of strength. The only difference between him and Craven is that Craven doesn't fucking hold back. Right?
Craven legit sees Peter as prey. His whole entire thing is to try to get Peter to not hold back.
Like, I agree with everything he said, aside from Peter still being stronger than Craven. Like, I think Craven is still stronger. But yeah, Peter holds back, but I do think Craven would still have the edge.
Yeah.
Bro, that saves people and doesn't kill. Craven is a fucking savage monster beast hunter. He literally does not give a fuck. Saying that Peter couldn't beat Craven without the symbiote, like saying that as an absolute, it's just like, man, I feel like if regular Spider-Man fought Craven enough, he probably would have eventually found a way to counter him and beat him. You could probably say that for the Lizard, right? But the Lizard is justified though, because
I agree with that.
Fucking monster.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Sonic Stream.
I agree with that. I gotta agree with that.
It's like I agree with that statement, just because they find a way to cure Connors in the game. It's like they already do that.
Right.
So like,
the
yeah,
only issue is
I agree.
that the only issue for that fight is like he was getting stronger and his skin was getting thicker. So it's like you gotta force the Lizard how to drink it.
Also, as well, I think that that very specific circumstance, I don't think regular Peter would have been able to do. Because like, obviously he was chasing the Lizard, but you also had the hunters that were also chasing him.
Right.
I think all of that going on. Fucking, because also as well in this fight scene, I'm pretty sure Peter's arm gets broken. It's like,
yeah,
base Peter would not be walking away from that. Like, I know there's instances in the comics where he's fought Lizard with one hand, but like, he ain't doing it in this game.
Without the symbiote, because that's how strong Lizard was. I think with Craven, I really think it just comes down to technique, because it's like even with the symbiote on, you still had Craven who used stealth during the fight to get the jump on him. Peter actually went berserk. When Peter went berserk,
I'm trying to downplay the other Spider-Man. No, we're not downplaying the other Spider-Man.
All out.
Andrew Everett, Tom Holland, my favorite. Ooh, no Cowboys kids.
Why would we be downplaying Spider-Man?
We're not downplaying the other Spider-Man.
The target of all these fanboys is hatred. Miles Morales, Spider-Man.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to
Mr.
hear
Big
this.
Mac McGinnis.
So we're gonna break this down.
Oh my
We're gonna go
god.
into the
It took me a concerning amount of time to work out what that.
Yeah, I knew what that.
God damn it.
Let's
It
just
took
say
me
that
way too
people hate.
long to work out what that
Yeah,
freaking mask
it
was.
took me. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not
Here's
gonna
the
lie. It
thing.
took me like 10 seconds.
Neither of them were really trying to kill each other.
I was like focusing on listening to what the character was saying. Like I just wasn't paying
Yeah,
attention
I'm not
to the
gonna
mask.
lie. I'm not gonna lie. The reason that's one of the main. I'm not gonna lie. That's one of the main reasons why people do not like Miles being the main one. Is because of the fact that yeah, that's the main reason. Because people did not like the way that
Wait.
ended.
Craven said stop holding back in response to Peter's unwillingness to kill him, not the strength he uses in his punches. Well, if he's unwilling to kill him, wouldn't he be holding back his strength so he doesn't kill Craven? I don't get that logic. You're gonna have to explain that one to me, buddy, because I'm lost.
Right?
By the way, if
Peter
anybody's literally
trying to
just
control
saw
the
that, just
symbiote,
know that I'm
who
not.
he's getting consumed
Okay.
by all the emotions and shit. Miles, who definitely isn't
Mum,
trying
he
to
just
be
freaking
the villain.
ragdolls
He's
Peter's
not trying to
face
be.
across
He's trying
that
to
bloody
save
tree.
Peter. He's trying to save him. That's why this fight is so good, because it's like really a fight in a sense, right? Because where it's like, Peter versus Miles, here are their abilities, experience, they fight, here's the winner, right? Mainly story related. Because like you have Peter struggling, Peter almost became like Otto in this game. Because you gotta remember, he had to fight his mentor in the fucking first game. Now you have Miles, who is mentored by Peter. He has to
Points.
stop Peter.
I did not even make that comparison.
I know. I didn't make that
Yeah, like
comparison either. Whenever I saw it either.
holy crap! From
I didn't
Miles'
make that either.
perspective, this is literally the first game's final boss.
I didn't think about that either. Whenever I saw the video either, because I was like, huh.
My goodness, my mind has just been blown right now.
I didn't think
That is
about that
insane.
either. I didn't think about that either. The only thing I knew was that they were
he's
gonna
100%
fight.
right. It's like
But in
Peter's the
Miles'
mentor
eyes,
figure to
Peter's the
Miles.
mentor.
He goes off the rails and he tries killing Craven, who is his Norman Osborn.
Right. I didn't think about that.
Ipcd, if you're still in the chat, you are making one hell of a video right now.
I didn't think. Here's the thing. Like whenever I saw that comparison, I was like, huh.
He literally did something in 10 minutes what Ultimate Joker failed to do in 25. He's convinced me. He knows what this guy's talking. How does Miles get his electricity? He's bitten by a different spider, to the one that Peter is. So that's just. I don't really know how it works, but like the spider that he gets bit by is like
It has.
just gives him different abilities.
Wait. Wait. Which abilities though? Like the blue lightning, or like are we talking like the orange?
Well, Echo just asked, how does Miles get his electricity? It's like he was bitten by a different spider.
Okay,
That's pretty much it.
Okay, because like the blue lightning.
Yeah, I'm gutted. Yeah, you are, dude. We should get you in we should get you in the Discord sometime. The link's in the description if you want to join.
Now the lightning, I don't know. I don't know about. Now the lightning, the blue lightning, I'm confused on that still, but I'm gonna assume that he got it from scratch that. I know where he got like half of that from. Well, scratch that most of it. He got it from negative.
Becoming like his mentor.
Mm.
That's the whole theme of the game, right? Be greater together. But these crybabies don't.
Wait, he got the blue lightning from negative.
Well, I'm not sure, but like I'm thinking that it's his negative ability because like at least from what like I've seen, I'm assuming that I'm assuming that his evolved venom powers he either got from the new form or it was probably because that's actually a good question actually, because that's one of the things that I'm still
If that is the case, then that would mean that Miles got a buff, right? Going into his fight with Peter. Yet Peter still holds his own.
Yeah. And on top of that, another thing is like,
which if anything would make people's arguments all the more flimsy.
Yeah. And after that, I do think that another thing that can go into that is since he also technically got up. Well, people will say, this is one of the main reasons why people say that Miles is overpowered. They'll use the Peter nerf thing to they'll use the Peter's nerf
Yeah.
to bring up the Miles stuff. And
That's pretty much
Miles
it, yeah.
had his Miles. If you really pay close attention to what happened in the Raft breakout, or like what happened in the Raft transfer, Miles has his blue lightning because of Lee, like because of negative, because he was
Yeah.
because like once he saw him, he was already mad, and the lightning popped up. So
Gaming Rift, if Peter became Venom in this game, how do you think it would play out? I think it would. I think Miles would be in trouble.
Chaos.
Hey, Chaos is here. How you doing, dude? Your shiny chat 90s here, lol.
Understand that because they just want to cry and whine all the time. But anyway, now that's not to say this game is perfect because it definitely isn't. But let's be real, a lot of
Yeah, I'd
this
agree with that.
criticism, it's bitching and moaning and whining because
Yeah.
Peter got hit a few times. That's literally what this is. Let's get into the physical stuff. I find it funny how people ignore the fact that
Physicals.
Miles literally had an entire solo game honing his skills and getting his experience, right? He's
was.
got extra abilities. He's got extra abilities that symbiotes are affected by, like the bioelectricity. See? Even here, you got Peter that's dominating him. What?
Oh,
Peter
No, I'm joking.
and Miles, they both dominate each other. Look at that. Bioelectricity. They both dominate
I
each
hate this suit that he's using, by the way. The green and the purple.
Oh, the Prowler
like
suit?
that.
other at different.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I like the
I just don't-
2099 suit for him.
I've just noticed that green is something I don't really like. Like, I don't really like the big time suit either. Not really my thing.
Yeah.
In the fight. Say that Peter got washed because they wanted to nerf him or embarrass him. That's so far fetched. It's crazy. Not to mention he had the bell. The bell is sound vibration shit that the symbiote is actually.
That's affected to
I
it.
love the difference between me and HCD. It's like it's like you watch one of my videos, it's like, no, this guy is not incorrect. If you pay attention to the gameplay, it clearly shows X and Y. It's like cuts to HCD.
Right.
Oh, you're all wrong. It's like
That's
he
the
just
thing.
he just doesn't care. He's just like, that's so far fetched.
That's the
I love
thing
it.
that's the one thing that I like about watching HD's videos too, because he goes into
Like he
so
just
much
doesn't
detail on
he
it.
doesn't care. He just tells it to you how it is.
Yeah. And on top of that, one more thing is like a lot of people don't really look at or pay attention to certain things in certain games because, well, especially in this one, they just think that stuff flies over their head. They're just looking at it, it's like, okay, so explain how this works.
I love that suit. I'm not. I liked the big time suit in the Amazing Spider-Man game because I'm pretty sure it was yellow and not green.
Yeah.
But I just don't like the green, man.
The yellow goes
Which
so
is probably
well with
why
it.
I like Antioch so much. I just like black and yellow. I think it's a good combo.
If
Peter became Venom. Do you think that in the third act Miles would die? Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's recap. Experienced Spider-Man.
Oh, and by the way,
extra
another
ability,
thing, if you
not
pause it for a
trying to
second,
kill
one
him,
more thing that I also want to talk
also
about
to
too.
the symbiote.
Yeah, go on.
One of the things I also want to talk about too is that, say if Peter did kill Craven, if Miles was still there, like say if Miles was still there, sleeping or knocked out or whatever.
Yeah.
Peter would have killed Craven. There's no way he's not going for the bell.
Pretty much.
Those weaknesses. Somebody says, "Hey, did Miles beat Peter because of his powers or whatnot, or was it because of like the circumstance, the bell, everything was around him?"
Do you agree with everything that HCD said in his video? I disagree with a few things. The one where he said that like base
Don't think that was
Peter
crazy.
is
It was
stronger than
crazy.
Craven. I do disagree with that because I just think that Craven still has the edge over Spider-Man in terms of strength. But like not even that. I think it's mainly just this. If I go into I may as well just go into my own video actually because I'm pretty sure I edited it so that both clips were in the same place. Where is it? Oh, is it the nerfed one?
Any topic to debate on in Discord?
What? I'm open to debates if you guys want to chat.
Similar to BVS, but ignoring the conflicted state that Peter is in. Even the massive rant that he gives to Miles midway
it's
through
this,
the
hold on.
fight about how he needs the suit. Essentially, Peter's state is all over the fucking place right now.
Right.
His mental state is
Actually, you
fucked.
can
Just
check it.
listen to this. Like, Peter 100.
No, it wasn't there. Where was the first one?
Wait.
Oh, I think it was here. Hold on.
Yeah, because I've seen this before. Yeah, right
Yeah,
here.
yeah,
He's
it's
flat out holding back. That's why he doesn't want to give up the
Driven,
studio.
you DM me a topic to debate on Discord. Oh, sorry, dude. Yeah, my bad. What topic are you wanting to debate? Sorry. Just put it in the YouTube chat. I'll get you in the Discord. Yeah, sorry. Because I've got the YouTube video playing, so Discord must be muted. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to ghost you. My bad. Yeah, like I think whilst I get him into the VC, I think that honestly it should come as no surprise to anyone that Peter just wasn't trying to kill Miles, because like listen to the freaking dialogue,
He wasn't.
which
He
I'll
wanted
play
to
for you
keep
guys
the
now.
suit.
Dialogue here.
Why are you doing this? I made you. You owe me. I know you don't.
Done that wrong. Hold on.
All I wanted was
Wait, let me try that again.
MJ, May. Now the city thinks that I'm the problem. But I'm not.
He's trying to convince, at least from what this scene is. To me, it just seems like, well,
I'm finally everything
he's
everyone
conflicted right
needs me
here.
to be.
Another thing
What
too
about
is
MJ?
sort of the
You
fact
could've
that
killed her.
Peter wants to convince Miles that he wants to keep the suit. He wants to keep the suit because.
Oh, yeah, that's you. That's you. Yeah, gotcha. I'll get you in. Sorry. Yeah. I saw your comment on YouTube, but it got fucking it got blocked or something. Or maybe you deleted it. I don't know. I'll invite you in. Or is it Sam Raimi Spider-Man? Hold on. Oh, it's because we're not friends, son of a bitch. I should be able to invite you in fucking server. Maybe. God damn it. Oh yeah, I know how to do it. Yeah, sorry. My bad. I'm just new to this fucking thing. Raimi Spider-Man. Right, there you go, dude. You should be able to join now.
Oh no, believe it or not, whenever
Sorry.
I say like
I
I was
know
going
you're
to
hurting
like believe it or
Pete,
not, whenever I say it's
but
gonna
you're
sound crazy,
better
this is
than
my
this.
first like ever collab ever, so like
Yeah.
alright,
Um,
Spider-Man, what's the disagreement?
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, dude. You good?
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah. So, what's your disagreement?
Well, when I noticed your thumbnail of your video showed the movies, I thought to myself, I think Tobey Maguire from the Sam Raimi films is a more comic accurate Spider-Man live action than Andrew Garfield and Tom Holland.
Okay.
Okay.
And my reasons for that is because when Stan Lee created the character, he wanted Peter Parker to be this unassuming guy, not liked by people in high school, always picked on by Flash Thompson, and then gets bitten by a Red Spider. And you see that in like the first 10 minutes of the first movie, 2002 movie, where he's like, and hell, even the first movie is like the Amazing Fantasy 15 beat for beat. And there's something about right Toby's Peter. He's this shy, unassuming guy that makes you, and I relate to him the most. And with Andrew Garfield, he just feels too cool, too handsome. Like hell, he even stands up to Flash Thompson before he gets the spider bite. And with Tom Holland, it's just don't get me started on that. He's just I feel like it's just way too connected to Tony Stark and the MCU. It doesn't even feel like a Spider-Man film.
Yeah, I get you. So
Okay.
is your comment that you think that he's the most comic accurate of the three, or
Yes, to like because I think Maguire's the comic actor to the '60s Spider-Man, that Stan Lee and Steve Ditko created.
Okay.
I would, yeah, I'd agree with that. I would say he's easily the most comic accurate out of the three.
I would say that I would somewhat have to disagree with that because
Oh, for disagreement.
I would have to like I can understand where you're coming from with that. Don't get me wrong, like I like Toby too, but I just feel like with me, I feel like Andrew to me probably is the most probably comic accurate because
I'm guessing because of the jokey, quippy thing.
well, there's that and
And if you forget, Toby did do quips too, like, "Hey kiddo, let mom and dad talk for a minute, will you? Here's your
yeah,
change."
I
He
would
did
say
have some pretty
he
good
did have some pretty
quips.
good ones. I just feel like
I think my favorite one is still the still the one against Buzzsaw. Fucking that
Oh,
one that would
that's a cute
Oh,
not
outfit.
all
Did
be
your
that
husband
was
give it to
so
you?
good.
Yeah, he's just casually Spider-Man's just casually homophobic. Yeah, that would not I'm still surprised that you know how like the recent Spider-Man films they got like re-released in cinema kind of thing?
Yeah,
Oh
I'm
yeah, I was
surprised
there
that they
for
would
them.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they got away with that. Because I can imagine
Hey,
because
my
there are
theater
people
didn't
that get
sound
offended
too
by everything nowadays.
offended by it.
I was
I'm surprised that
surprised
they got
though.
away with it.
Same. One thing that I'm surprised is on our list was any of the Sony movies. Or like
Yeah.
any of the
Oh,
Sony version
Um,
okay.
movies. Like
I think don't listen to Phoenix. He's an Andrew stan. I think
Oh,
that we can pretty
not
much
surprised.
all
I
agree
like
that
Tobey ones though.
who is your least favorite live action Spider-Man?
Oh, if I had to rank them, it's Tom Holland.
Tom Holland's your least favorite. I would probably agree. I think Andrew had the worst films overall, but I think that
Well, one of the if
I
I had
think
to like pick something from those two movie franchises that I liked, from Andrews is probably Emma Stone, and
Yeah.
from the Tom Holland movies, it's the guys who play the villains, Michael Keaton and Jake Gyllenhaal.
yeah.
I like Michael
But the
Keaton's
thing,
Vulture.
I think Andrew's Spider-Man was just redeemed in No Way Home. Like he just stole every scene he was in.
Yeah.
Like plus as well, I think when he saved MJ and what have you, he just got the redemption that he needed, kind of thing.
Yeah, because that
Yeah,
scene where he saves her is supposed to be like a scene like he doesn't really see MJ in his arms. He sees Gwen dead.
Yeah,
well, I agree
honestly,
with
that
that.
was, and I think as well, like Andrew is when he's in the costume, he's probably the most comic accurate because like even though like his lenses don't move. I feel like he like there's a you've probably seen this comment 'cause, like people post it everywhere like he doesn't have moving lenses but he's still the most emotive Spider-Man. Like I
Well, let
totally
me bring up
agree.
this other thing.
I think that when he is in the costume, he's easily the best of the three.
I disagree on that.
Really? Who do you think's
Well,
more
yeah,
emotive?
because I mean, like I said, Toby does quit, but only when it's at the appropriate moments. Like when it's time to get serious to fight the bad guys, he does it.
Well, no, I don't necessarily mean quips. I mean, more so like the way they move, the way they act, like kind
You
of
mean you mean
like
like the
reading,
flips and the flipping?
like kind of,
It's
but not really.
kind of
Cause
like
like
that,
all
yeah.
of them do it, but like like even the like how Andrew's like eyes doesn't move. It's like
So did Toby's.
yeah, but no, that's not what I mean. I mean like even though his eyes don't move, I feel like you can still
You can
tell what
still
the guy's
tell.
thinking and feeling like all the time
I
because of
could
like
see
his
that
body language and stuff.
with when I watch the Raven films too. Besides, his films are more rewatchable in my eyes.
Yeah, I feel
Yeah.
you can definitely feel that with Toby, but I feel like it's just to a lesser extent. It could be
Oh,
because
and
the
another comment I want to
technology is
bring up
not as aged well.
in my argument for the people who say like, "Oh, Tom like act like almost like a teenager," I don't think Toby doesn't look too old because he has such a baby face, big blue eyes that make him look younger than he is. He also has such a youngish mid puberty voice where it's not
Yeah.
too deep, but it's not too high
Yeah.
either. He's the perfect balance. He doesn't look too old or too young to me.
Right.
I do find it pretty funny though that in the first film, the students, like the actors who play
Look
the
older.
students,
They
are
Yes,
look
I've heard
younger
that
than the
before.
older than the
It's like
teacher. I find that quite funny. But
now my
yeah,
reasoning
like
for actually not Rick, go ahead.
yeah, I was just saying that part of the reason why it comes off that way for me is partly Andrew's voice acting. Like, no disrespect to Toby, he's a great actor, but I think as well the main reason it comes across that way is just because it could be maybe the first film specifically, like the first Tobey Maguire film. I think that one has definitely showed its age the most. Like there
Oh,
are some
that,
shots,
I don't agree with that.
like there's some shots, especially with like the web swinging, where you can tell it's
Oh
fake.
man,
Like you can
that's
tell it's
beautiful.
CGI kind of thing. Well, no, like I'm not saying it's bad, but like you can 100% tell. Like for example, this scene. I don't know if I'll be able to play it because fucking copyright, but I'll do my best.
Oh, and he's gone.
No, as to what now, for my reasoning why I like Andrew, there is a lot of I do matter of respect to Toby. I like Toby a lot too.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to leave. I didn't mean to leave. That was
Oh,
my
and by the way, I just want to say, I first heard of you when I saw you go after Ultimate Joker.
Hey, what was that? Sorry, I'm just sharing the screen
I
again. I
first heard of
completely
you when you
broke
went after
everything.
Ultimate Joker.
Right, everything should be fine now.
Okay.
I'll post. There's one scene from Spider-Man 2002 which really there's not that many. Like it has aged fantastic. Like the
I
first.
still
I'm
like
not
it.
saying that
Oh, the
it's
scene where it's like, goes after Jameson.
Yeah. Wait,
no,
it's a
that's
scene
the wrong
where
scene.
no wait, this is the scene where he yeah, okay, is it this one?
Oh, the Unity Day festival.
Fuck, where is it? Oh yeah, it's here. No, it isn't. Is
Wait,
it?
you're talking about
Maybe.
the end? Oh
No,
wait, are you talking about
it
like the
ends too
fling?
soon. God damn it. One moment, I'll try to find it. Where is it?
So my reasoning as
Oh
to why
yeah,
I
here it
like
is. Here it is. Here it is. Yeah, here it is. I don't want to get copyrighted though, so I'll fucking turn the music off. Um,
okay, so right here.
not this
Oh,
bit. I'll let you know when it is.
oh, he's saying like that shot where it looks like it's a dummy.
Yeah, like that's what I mean. Like, there's just a couple of shots in the like this looks
Okay,
great. Like this
yeah.
scene here where he's swinging, but like there's just a couple of scenes like yeah, like that. Like it's obviously a mannequin in a mask or in a costume kind of. But
Hey,
like there is
I said that to myself when I was in the theater recently.
yeah, like there's
I
some
didn't
swinging.
know
Like the
that
swinging
either. I
still
was like,
looks
oh, what are
great.
you talking about?
I think the web swinging still has aged fantastically well,
Yeah.
considering it's over 20 years old at this point. Jesus, I've just realized Spider-Man 2 is going to be 20 years old this year. Holy shit.
That's awesome.
That's great.
That makes
Now,
me feel old.
now my reasoning as to why I like the Andrew films is just purely just like I said before, like I like Toby as well. Like I'm a huge Toby fan. But it's just like with Andrews, it just felt fresh and it just felt very interested. I just felt very interested to see where his Spider-Man was gonna
Well,
go.
it came like a few years after Spider-Man 3. It felt like too soon to reboot.
Yeah. And
Yeah, I'd agree with
another
that.
I do agree with that too. And another thing is they were actually planning, at least from what I've seen and heard, they were trying to make Toby Spider-Man 4, but they kinda had to
Which I
shift it.
wish would have happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They kinda had to shift it, and I guess they stopped working on Spider-Man 4, so they
Well,
took
Avi
whatever
Arad and
that's
Sony
worth.
were like pushing a deadline for him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think they had to
uh,
push Spider-Man 4, at least some of the script over to Andrew's Spider-Man.
yeah,
So
'cause
like
I guess I'll ask a question because I feel like we're all in agreement, even though we disagree slightly. How do you think Toby compares to Insomniac Spider-Man?
Oh, I think they're equal. Like unlike my favorite adaptations, like also with like the '90s cartoon and Spectacular Spider-Man.
Like how this isn't. I love how this isn't even a disagreement anymore. We're just interviewing him.
That's my fault.
That's pretty much what this
it's all
is.
good
Like
though.
we don't even
That's
we
my
all just
fault.
agree.
It's all good.
No, yeah, because
Hey, at least we're
in
not
one of my
all arguing like a certain other YouTuber.
yeah, because in one of my videos I said that like I think Insomniac Spider-Man I think he's like the closest to perfect adaptation, but I still prefer Toby. Like Toby is still my favorite,
Well, I think
but
they're on the same level.
like I don't think Toby is like objectively the best. Like I think that if I'm in fact this is probably a hot take. If I had to say like quality, I don't even think he's in the top 3. However, he's just
Oh,
still my favorite.
Yeah.
Like he's still number 1 like for me personally, but like I think Spectacular's better. I think the 90s animated series is better,
oh,
and I do
hey,
think
I'm okay with
Insomniac's
that
better.
because I love
Yeah.
those cartoons as well.
I would say my
Yeah.
favorite is actually a lot of people actually do not like my Spider-Man or my favorite one. I would say I would put, even though I know for a fact that a lot of people really don't like this, may come as a crazy hot take. I like Doc Ock as Spider-Man.
Do you
The
like
Superior
Spider-Man?
Spider-Man? Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
I was never a huge I guess I'll ask this as like a different question. Who do you prefer, Superior Spider-Man or Spider-Man 2099?
Ooh, I
Ooh.
guess Miguel O'Hara.
I really do like Spider-Man 2099, but like,
Fair enough. I do think it's kind
Speaking
of a
of-
shame that we didn't get
speaking of
the
Miguel
2099 suit in the game.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like
Speaking
we
of
got
Miguel O'Hara,
we got
a
2099, we
YouTube
got
channel
Scarlet
I don't want to
Spider,
name.
but we just yeah.
Speaking of Miguel O'Hara, a recent YouTube channel I don't want to name was attacking the video game Edge of Time, all because of this one line Peter says.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. Okay, there's
Wait,
a
was that
reason
Yeah.
for
Colin?
that.
Because
No,
I think he
I
made
know
a
who.
Yeah, they were
disagreement
attacking
saying
all
that.
because there's one line where it says, "You say the lives of a billion strangers are more important than my loved ones," calling it character assassination.
Actually, I do have to agree with them on that. That is a character assassination for Peter because
Oh, come on.
I have to
It's
agree
like
with
I
that
just
because
like I kind
Miguel
of
O'Hara was. Go ahead.
like I agree and disagree because like I think that particular line you'll have to refresh my memory. Doesn't he say like his loved ones are like more important than a million people or something
Yeah,
like
that's
that?
what I
Yeah,
said.
It's like I
and
think that line on its own, like I think that's not the problem. I think the issue is mainly the context within the game, like how he's like giving up being Spider-Man or something.
yeah,
Well,
Like
I mean,
I think
people
that's
try to
kind of
defend
where.
saying like, "Oh, this because this was just after he died from anti-venom."
yeah.
But yeah, but like I think that's
Wait,
more
that was
so
a
where
try.
people
Wait, no,
have.
wait, never mind. That was, hold on a minute. Yeah, that was anti-venom. I thought it was atrocity.
No,
Yeah, I think
that's way later.
I think that's just where people have the issue. You know, people like I think if it was a case of you know, like in the comics where like Aunt May's dying and he's like tearing everything up, like trying to find a cure and what have you. Like he's like breaking all his rules, trying to save his loved ones.
Yeah,
But I think it's more so just giving up or like shelling the responsibility kind of thing. I think that's what people have the issue with,
another
especially
thing.
since there's that scene where like Miguel saves MJ and she's
Oh,
like
that
directly
like my
comparing
future is
him.
meanless without her.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
like
There's a
she's
reason for that. Miguel was about to. Okay, so there's a reason for that. Even though Rift, I'm sorry if I'm cutting you off for a second. The reason why Miguel didn't want to save MJ at first was
Because
because
the universe was about to blow up.
yeah, and he wanted to let Peter
no
know
no no
if we don't save
yeah
her.
that's not what I was gonna say. What I was gonna say was when Miguel saves MJ, there's like a line of dialogue afterwards where like MJ is comparing Miguel to Peter. And it's like and then people have an issue with that because it's like okay, well Peter said like you know he's like trying to quit being Spider-Man sort of thing, and like he's saying all these
Oh yeah,
quote-unquote
he was like a
out-of-character
your real
things.
successor to the original.
Yeah, like I think that's what. So, like I don't have an issue with that scene. I think it's fine.
Me neither, but
And
some
to be
people
completely honest,
don't think so.
It depends.
to be honest, I feel like if the writers of the MCU, if they came out and said, "Yeah, Andrew saving MJ, we took inspiration from Edge of Time," I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah,
But you know, it was a
I
good
highly
scene. I
doubt that.
think it's
Okay.
you know, it's a good scene. I just think that yeah, it's just like it doesn't go well with what Peter himself says. But anyways,
Well,
me,
I
it
just
just
said
seems like it is one.
every time I play the game, I just think it's as like a throwaway line, and because later in the game he gets back to doing it.
Yeah. The only reason why I would say that that's blatant character assassination for Peter is because Peter was down to just stay in 2099. He was just down to stay there.
sorry, let me just say, some people think comics Insomniac Peter and the video game version are different versions. I think they're just the game version
Really?
on the same strength levels.
Well, I
no,
mean,
this
like-
is someone in
Versions of
the
the
this is someone in my chat. I'm reading.
I know, but that makes a good point because like Insomniac did take part in the comics Spider-Verse storyline, and yet it's never mentioned in the games.
Yeah,
It's
in
not.
Spider-Man 2, in a side mission, I think they retcon it.
Spider-Verse
because
is
they-
mentioned though.
Yeah, wait, who's
it's a
Miguel?
weird one. I guess to move things on slightly, because
Sure.
I'm feeling more and more like Graham Norton by the minute.
Oh.
Okay.
But no, I like it. I like this interview's awesome.
it's
Maybe
great.
we should, instead of debates, we should just do interviews from now on. That'd be
I wouldn't
awesome.
mind
But
doing more. I wouldn't mind doing.
yeah, I guess I'll ask a question since we're on the live action
Sure, go ahead.
Spider-Man. What is your favorite and least favorite live action Spider-Man suit?
Oh, most favorite, the Raimi suit, easily.
Which one?
It's the
there's
same
like a
one,
dis-
just the logo's different.
Oh yeah, yeah, they are like different. There are like tiny differences in each of the films.
It's
But still, my
difficult for me
most
to
favorite is the
choose.
Raimi suit.
It's
I'm
difficult.
guessing
for
it's
If I
like
had
the
to pick a
Spider-Man
least
2 and
favorite,
3
I
one,
guess
right?
all the MCU suits.
Yeah.
All of them.
All of them?
Go on, if you had to narrow it down to one that you hate above all others.
The final
Uh,
swing suit. I like the final swing suit. At least I like the final swing suit for Tom.
I guess the only reason I don't like MCU suit is because it's too techy.
I think Miles
Yeah.
is a better successor than Miguel.
Well, I mean,
I
like,
guess the reason why Miguel's a poor successor is just because he's far into the future, kind of thing. Where like Miles is in the present.
Yeah.
I guess. What about you, Phoenix? Favorite and least favorite Spider-Man suit?
My favorite.
Go on, guys, in chat if you have any suggestions.
Hold
I'd
up.
love to hear them.
And I can listen to this. Do comic book suits count?
No, live action.
no, you're talking
Okay.
about live action
Okay,
specifically.
so live action.
Like Toby, Andrew, Tom, like their suits.
I
Let me guess,
like.
you're gonna say the TASM 2 suit.
Yes,
I mean, he's an
okay.
Andrew fan, so
TASM
maybe
2
he will.
suit. Okay, so the TASM 2 suit. I would say I do like the Raimi suit. I do like the Raimi suit. And then I would say least favorite is Tom's suit from Far From Home.
Which one? Like the Night Monkey or the red-
Echo,
the black
there are
and-
3
the
live
red and
action
black.
suits in the
I
thumbnail
would
of this stream. You can just
say-
pick which one of those you
I
like
would
most
say
if
the
you want.
Night Monkey. I would say the Night Monkey suit is probably my least favorite.
You know what I think is really interesting? The
Aw,
fact that
damn it,
none of the
Chandler.
homemade suits were mentioned.
Oh, well, I do like the human spider.
do love the humans. I was about to say that too. I do like the homemade suit.
Yeah, I think it's really cool that they all have like their individual names as well. Like there's the Parker suit, the homemade suit, and then there's whatever the fuck Andrew's first suit is. Don't know what it's
Vigilante
called.
suit?
Yeah.
Vigilante suit, that's the one. I love
Yeah,
that they all have like their
they
own
actually gave it a
names.
name.
Yeah, I quite like that.
I didn't
What would my
expect that
least
suit.
what would my favorite be? I do really like Toby's the newer suit that Toby has, like in Spider-Man
You where
2
the mask was
onwards.
all weird.
They made it all
What?
red too. That's what. Well, they made it.
You
Great.
mean the one in No Way Home when the mask looks weird?
No, Spider-Man 2 and 3. That specific
Oh,
version.
okay.
I just love that suit, especially in
Yeah,
Spider-Man 3.
that's what I
like,
think
there
of
are-
when I
there are
think
some
of live action
fantastic
Spider-Man.
shots with it in Spider-Man 3. Actually, this may be a complete hot take. Spider-Man
Oh, boy.
3.
Yeah.
Bear me a second. I'll get the
Drum
actual
roll.
scene up.
Oh, this fight.
Yeah, the
What?
final battle of Spider-Man 3. Bear
Oh,
me
the
a
one
second.
with Venom?
No, you don't know what I'm gonna say yet. Relax. Bear me a sec. Right, I fucked it up.
Is it this?
Try that
wait,
again.
Is it this suit? This suit is great.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
Spider-Man 3.
agree.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
what I
look,
was
it's
gonna
my
say-
profile pic.
What I was gonna say was this particular shot of the Raimi suit is my favorite shot in the trilogy.
Well, you
just
can already tell what
this-
my favorite shot is because it's my profile pic.
Yeah, the one in
the
Spider-Man 1.
where he-
Although I think the
I
other
like
good
the
one is when he saves.
from. There's
when
a
he saves
lot
Gwen.
ones that I like. I like this suit right here when he saves Gwen. I think
I think the one that
The
everyone-
close up when he gets to the construction.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
the one that everyone chooses is this one. That one.
I mean, I can't blame him.
Gorgeous. Probably
I
because as
do
well
like-
the actual lenses reflect the
Yeah,
rubble.
you
as
can see
well.
the
You
reflective.
see the reflection of like the wreckage and stuff. That's
There really was a lot of attention to detail in those films,
Which is why I don't. I feel like I'm gonna have to. There was that one YouTuber. I can't remember what he was called. I think it's like Cosmonaut or something, and he
Yeah.
made a video about how
Oh,
like
I
the
know who
Raimi
that
films
is.
were
He's the
bad.
one that called the
Yeah.
trilogy worse than you remember.
Yeah, I
It's
think
not
next
that
week we're
worse.
gonna dedicate the entire live stream to just tearing
But
that
if
one a
you
new one.
if there's one YouTuber who loves Raimi, that's High
High
Top
top.
Films.
Yeah, I know what you're. Yeah.
Yeah, High Top loves him. In fairness, I think High Top Films is a bit of a fanboy with it, but he does raise some pretty good points.
Yeah. High tops is great.
Yeah, but sometimes people
like, he
criticize
started
this when
to
he
look
goes
at-
after Tom Holland, saying that he just wants it to be like Spider-Man 2.
Oh,
Well,
no.
again, like a
That's
lot
the
of his
thing.
comments, I do agree with. Like how like there's not a lot of like repercussions for his actions until like No Way Home kind of thing. But
yeah, they're everything. Well, it depends. I think his first action from for Tom's from Homecoming, he made the mistake of going out with Vulture's daughter.
yeah, true.
Oh, and also
Unintentionally, of course.
when he did his No Way Home review, it felt like he was like trying to still hate it while also admitting there were good things.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
a lot of good things about No Way Home, but it was just strictly probably the fan service for me.
Yeah, like I think like the thing that I
Apparently, he
always
didn't like
say with
that they brought in
people-
the other Spider-Mans in Ned's house.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was
that was.
I think the comment that I always say with No Way Home is I think like everything about the film is great except for the plot. Like I think aside
Yeah,
from
I
like
will
the
admit
plot
it's a
was
little-
2002,
really good until it got multiversal. That's the part where I just.
well, not even that. I just think the plot was good at the start when it was like dealing with the legal stuff, but I feel as though as soon as Doctor Strange was introduced, everything just went to shit.
Oh, if it weren't
'cause,
for
like,
him, we
yeah.
wouldn't gotten our guys back.
well, yeah, like I
Honestly,
understand, but
I'm very
I just think
curious,
like
actually. But yeah, Rip,
yeah, go on.
Go ahead.
I just think that certain parts of the film were pretty bad, like especially with the story. Like I think that Peter winning a fight against Doctor Strange in the mirror dimension, like that was
Well, I
complete
mean, the dude's
bullshit and
smart.
should not have happened. He's smart, but he's not that smart. Like he's not
Yeah.
winning against Doctor Strange. I think that's pretty dumb. I think what else is pretty stupid? I think there was a plot hole that there was a YouTuber that I watched where he basically said that like No Way Home was good and bad. Like a good like something or other. Anyways,
Actually, I
and
do
he
have a lot
mentioned
of
how they actually ruined the canon with like the Raimi films because there's a
Oh, that I
scene-
disagree with.
I disagree.
It did
Well,
not
no,
do
ruin the
that.
canon
Well,
for
no.
that.
Well, no, listen.
It's still the
'cause-
same ones we knew.
no. Listen, because what there was, you know, the scene on the bridge where like Peter's just fought Doc Ock and then Green Goblin
Yeah.
appears.
Yeah.
There's a
Oh, is
moment
that where
in
like where Otto says Osborn?
yeah, where like Otto should not have recognized
No.
Osborn at all because like literally no one knew that secret, especially since Doc Ock was taken from like the end of Spider-Man 2. It's like
Yeah.
no one
Well,
knew that
and
except
Goblin-
for Peter.
Well, I didn't Sandman say it was all over the news.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like that's also bullshit because it's never mentioned in the Raimi
It's
films.
not.
I think
Like-
the only people who knew were Peter and Harry.
Yeah.
Well,
and,
yeah, but Harry didn't know until after, you know, Ock
Harry
was
didn't
taken.
know until Spider-Man 3 that Norman was Goblin. So like,
No, he knew at the end of Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, when he saw Norman in the mirror and he found his lair.
oh
He
yeah,
found
knew.
like the lair and stuff.
Wait.
But yeah, but that
Yeah.
that scene took place after Doc Ock had already died, so like it's still like rough. no
Okay,
matter
maybe
what.
there are a few. Maybe there are a few inconsistencies, but
As well,
it's not that
the,
bad.
the
I
only
need to know
the other
these
one
plot
that really
holes for a
pissed me
second.
off was when they were like, "I've never worked with anyone before," and then Toby's like, "Me neither." It's like, shut the fuck up. You've worked with
Oh,
Harry.
well,
You
Is
liar.
there,
yeah,
like, a
you
lot
worked
of
with
plot holes?
Harry.
Have you guys noticed this too? I'm curious. Where did all the villains go right after No Way Home? Because like,
Okay,
Yeah.
that I think I can explain. I think like
I know where
the
Goblin
villains
and
went to
Oz
like
went.
a separate timeline where they lived, but Toby went back to the original timeline. We know.
Oh, so that means that once Goblin got back, he got stabbed by the glider. So that would also mean that.
Or it's a
Oz went-
one where he stayed alive and
I actually do have a theory regarding that though. Like, I don't necessarily think it's a plot hole. I think it's mainly just maybe it's like consistent for Pete because like the two Spider-Men, like Toby and Andrew, they obviously know that Tom's going through, you know, grief and what have you. So like when Andrew, when they're discussing about curing the villains, and he's like, "Oh, I've cured Connors before. It's nothing special." Well, it's nothing special, you know, that
Okay.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's a load of bullshit because he doesn't cure her. Gwen is the one who creates the
Gwen's the
cure. But
one,
like,
yeah.
I think he
Well,
deliberately
he's the one that
lies.
put the thing in the machine that
Well, no,
spread
but
over
like
the city.
well, no, but like he himself didn't make the cure. That's what I mean. But like I think he deliberately lied just to kind of like take stress off of
him.
Tom's
Well,
back. Kind of
he
like
he
how
always
kind of like
that
with the
wasn't a
final
new
battle
thing
where
because
like Toby also lied about like not working as a team. Like I
Yeah.
think they just deliberately did it to an extent.
maybe they were caught up in the moment.
Well, not
Probably,
even that. I just think I
I don't
feel
think
as
they
though
were, though.
yeah, I don't think they were caught in the moment. I think it's kind of like that big brother kind of thing where like you kind of undermine yourself to raise the little guy kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's kind of my view on it. I don't know how valid it is,
Well, at
but
least
that's
the
how
movie
I think about it.
acknowledged the
They
at least the movie
acknowledge it.
acknowledged the existence of Spider-Man 3, where Toby said he fought an alien man out of black goo.
My only
Yeah,
question
true.
is that I want to know, like, and this is the main reason why I really think TASM 3 should have happened.
Oh.
They have everything set up perfect. Well, even though as much I really do hate
Wasn't the plot for
Sonyverse.
that movie gonna involve reviving Gwen and her dad?
Yeah.
They probably
That
saw his
doesn't
body and
sound.
talked about it in the news. Well, no, because it's like Peter at the end of Spider-Man 1, he took Green Goblin's body back to Harry's penthouse.
Yeah.
I don't think I really don't think it would have been broadcasted. Especially since he got rid of the armor, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know
Actually, the
where he
armor's
put it,
not
but yeah.
shown. The armor's not shown after Norman dies, so Peter probably took the armor off of him.
Destroyed it.
Yeah, he probably just disposed of it. Yeah, like plus as well, I don't think Harry would want it not because you got to keep in mind as well, like pretty much all of Norman's wealth and stuff has pretty much gone to Harry. So like he's
Yeah.
not gonna
You
want
want to
it
talk about
publicly
inconsistencies?
known that like
When
his
did
dad
Norman
was a
have time
terrorist
to
or
build
anything,
this
you know?
entire layer of the performance enhancers and goblin suit inside his apartment?
True, yeah.
That is
Do you
what I need to
imagine?
figure out, but I do know where I don't even know there's an explanation for that actually. He probably had like a lot of goblin stuff in
Peter, don't tell Harry. Yeah, exactly.
he probably had like a whole bunch of goblin stuff in right after he got fired from Oscorp, so he probably just used all that gear to put it into a lair.
Maybe he built it all at Oscorp and then stashed it somewhere in the apartment.
Probably.
Yeah. I mean, that's actually a fair point, because it's like they stole the glider from like the Oscorp testing facility, so like maybe they could have.
Yeah.
In the first film where like they have the glider in like the fucking public place. Anyway, another question I want to ask pretty much everyone in chat, and I apologize if it's a no-brainer, but I'll ask it anyways. What is your favorite Tobey Maguire Spider-Man film? 1, 2, or 3?
I
grew up with the first one, but
I
always ranked it as a 1. It's 2.
Spider-Man 2 is one of the best Spider-Man movies.
That facts right there.
I will say, I've kind of got a lot of hate for saying that Spider-Man 3 is underrated. I really do think it is.
No, I agree with you on that.
It's
I think
very
Spider-Man
underrated.
3, with the exception,
agree.
there's a couple of exceptions, but for the most part, I think that visually as well as action-wise, it's easily the best of the 3. Obviously, the train scene slaps, but like just the amount of when you I have to give credit to High Top's films for this because he pointed out just how much insane work went into Spider-Man 3. Like they put a hell of it had the
despite
biggest
when
budget of the
forced
3.
Venom into it.
Yeah, they forced him
But, like-
into it. That's the only thing.
Yeah, but like you know the final battle where it takes place at the construction site. It's like none
Yeah.
of that
Yeah.
is CGI. Like they literally built the entire thing, which
That's
I
all
think is
CGI.
just
Yeah, I
I
know
thought that was
that.
actual. Okay.
You want to know a fun
no, they
fact?
built the
There's
entire
actually
construction
there's actually
site.
photos of this. Venom was supposed to be like an animatronic.
That would have been way
Yeah, like,
better if
they-
it was an animatronic. They tried to.
No, but
yeah, there's actually photos of it.
but nah, if I've got to be unbiased, yeah, I think Spider-Man 2 is definitely my
Yeah.
favorite because
Looks
it's
like we
got
all
my
agree on the
favorite
same
villain
thing.
with Doc Ock. It's
Yeah.
got one of my favorite scenes in any film, the train scene. just so good.
The train scene is the best scene in that whole entire movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's such a film. It's
In
ridiculously
fact,
good.
here's a funny
Actually-
thing. When I was at the theater for Spider-Man 3, when the stuff with emo Peter stuff, the whole theater was in
Yeah.
awe, like clapping and going along with
Yeah,
it.
because like Bully Maguire is just such a iconic meme. So like I feel like people just
Hell, I did the
unironically
dance,
love
and some other
Spider-Man
guy
3
did with
now.
me too.
Yeah, like people just unironically love Spider-Man 3 now just because of
Yeah.
all the memes and
And
stuff.
to think it was the most hated in 2007.
I actually really liked the
Let's-
movie
Well, it still is
in
to an
2007.
extent.
I thought it was pretty good because like I've never seen, and keep in mind, I never seen the black suit up until that moment.
Really?
Yeah, the black suit's really good. Hey Demo, how you doing, dude?
The only time where I
Um,
ever saw it was in Spectacular, so I was like, oh.
Oh, you mean
Um,
you've never seen the black suit at all?
In live action.
I thought you
like,
meant.
like
Alright,
I've never
I thought you
seen
meant
it,
the
like, in
Raimi
live
black
action.
suit you hadn't seen.
I haven't seen. Well, I haven't seen like the black suit just in general in live action. Like I've only seen it like in the '90s show and Spectacular.
Shocker! You can't
Never
escape
seen-
me. I'll chase you to the ends of the earth.
Like I've
It's
never
such a-
seen
yeah,
it up
it's so
until that
memeable.
point. Like I've never seen it in live action until that point, and I was like, okay, I'm liking it.
Yeah, I guess the final question I'll ask, because I don't really know if I don't really know what other videos we've got to watch, if any, but I guess the I
there's
guess
a
since we're
couple that
talking
we can
about
watch.
I guess since we're talking about the Raimi films, we'll go through each film one by one. What is your favorite
Sure.
fight scene in each of them? So we'll start with
Okay,
Spider-Man 1
This is
first.
an easy answer for one.
Oh, easy.
The final fight in the abandoned warehouse, because no music, it's all dark. Peter's getting all beaten up and bloody. You don't know if he's gonna make it until he does.
I do agree. The only one that I think Spider-Man 1 does have pretty good fights. Like the festival fight's pretty good.
I would have
Uh,
the
Yeah, it was
fight
pretty
as
dark too,
well.
because Peter's all beaten up and bloody.
the only one that I think really comes close to matching that would be the burning building fight. Purely because of the slow motion shots where like he's
Oh, that where he
dodging the
avoids the
blades.
razor bats.
Yeah,
Yeah, like that's such an iconic scene.
That was
But
one
They're
of
yeah,
the
trying to
best
copy
scenes.
the
gotta
Matrix
it's
for
gotta
that.
be the final fight though. Like the fight is just he literally takes a grenade to the face.
Let me see.
Yeah,
what's
and he's not
another
even
favorite
killed
fight?
from that.
I'm trying to see like what's another favorite fight from the Raimi verse. I'm trying
Oh
to.
no,
think-
we're gonna go through each film one at a time. We're gonna go through every film. But
I would say
Yeah,
the
so we-
Goblin fight is the favorite.
are we in agreement that the first film it's the
It's
church
the-
fight? Or the warehouse fight or whatever it is.
Yeah, the abandoned building.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Spider-Man 2.
Easy train fight.
Yeah, I've got nothing to add to that. Yeah,
Yeah.
Phoenix.
There's on
just
that.
the
I like the
train.
train fight too.
The train fight is just a fucking cinematic masterpiece. I don't have
It's
any
just so
complaints
good.
about it at all.
Now for Spider-Man 3,
Um,
there's a lot of fights in there, so like.
Okay,
don't
I
really
have
know.
I actually have two for that. It's both fights Peter has with Harry when they're flying through the air at the opening and when they're in the apartment.
Really?
Yeah, this
Wow,
feels
really?
very fluid, like it's actual people fighting.
That is I was not expecting that. Nah, you can only choose one of them though. Which one are you gonna go for?
I guess the opening fight with Harry when they're flying through the air.
That was a pretty cool fight,
That
I
was
will
a
admit.
really good fight.
Um,
That was a really cool.
it's
fight.
also the only time that he fights unmasked. Well, not unmasked. Like literally none of his costume.
Actually, I do.
Yeah,
have a
that's
question
true.
About
That's-
that fight. I got a question about that fight. Do you have any idea how many people must have seen them fight out the window?
Uh,
Yeah, just like some like that scene where like,
Like,
he's
wh-
swinging
why is
around
there-
the
why is
freaking
this-
Empire
why is this
State
guy
or
getting
whatever.
thrown out of windows?
And on top of that, why is he shooting webs at this guy? I'm pretty sure the whole entire city probably knows.
Yeah, it's 2007.
Yeah, well,
no one.
it was
has
nighttime,
phones.
so they
You'll
probably
be,
didn't
you'll be
see.
right.
Probably.
Yeah, you'll be right. No cell phones in back in that time, so they'll be fine. Go on, Phoenix. What's your favorite? Spider-Man 3.
There's a lot of fights in Spider-Man 3, I'm gonna have to go with him. I would have to say the Venom and Sandman fights. Like
The
that.
end?
So the
Okay.
final battle.
Probably the Venom fight.
What where like Peter like uses the sound waves kind of thing on Venom.
I would say it would probably be okay. So you know the scene where Venom is about to kill Peter and Harry steps in. I feel like that is when the fight like truly takes off. As like
Yeah,
is-
I know what you mean.
yeah, that's
Oh,
the fight
yeah,
where
I
it
can.
takes
I
off.
see it in
because,
my
like,
head right now.
That's the fight.
Yeah.
That's whenever it takes off because Peter just saw his friend die. So
Yeah, just
And
no
he
shit's
actually
given
died the
at that
same way his
point.
father did, with a
Yeah.
glider
Yeah,
through
no
his
sh-
chest.
so
He
had
was
to-
literally like, "Yeah, I'm gonna get this son of a bitch."
Yeah, and at that point he was like, "Yeah, okay, now I need to figure out what he's weak to." So it was like him tossing Harry, and then him figuring out a way to get Eddie out of there while also fighting Venom at the same
Ooh.
time was a pretty cool fight.
That actually gives me something to say. Fun fact: that ending to
Okay,
that
Rekka.
scene was actually gonna
Good
be
one.
way darker.
Oh yeah, I
But
know.
apparently, the symbiote consumes Eddie, or at least nothing but his skeleton.
I've
Wow.
seen that uncut version of it. Wow.
Yeah, I'm spoiled for choice when it comes to fights in Spider-Man 3. I've literally no idea. I don't have one that I hate. Like, I think they're all pretty good. I think the one where it's Black Suit Spider-Man versus Sandman in the subway. I
Oh,
think
in the
that
subway.
Oh
that one stands out just because of how brutal it is. Like, he forces his
Yeah,
fucking
he
face
was doing
against
that
the side of
because
a moving train.
actually,
and
that
also
actually makes
an
me bring up
example of
something.
how far
If
he
I had
could
to pick
go.
one thing, if there was only one thing I had to pick in Spider-Man 3 that I didn't like, was making the Sandman Uncle Ben's killer. But that's it.
That was the
I can
confusing
agree
part.
with
Yeah,
I agree with it, but like I don't hate that retcon necessarily because it's
that
like
was an accident though.
well, yeah, but it's like I don't think it fundamentally changes anything because like Uncle Ben was still killed that night for being the only one who did
Yeah,
the right
well, but
thing. So,
you know the whole point where in the comics, Peter's like, no, it can't be. It's the man that ran past me, the one I could have stopped.
Right.
I guess yeah, that's that kind of. I feel like part of the reason they did that though was because of the narrative of Spider-Man 3, where like the main theme of
Oh,
the
with
film
the
is like
theme of
forgiveness.
forgiveness.
Revenge.
Yeah, yeah,
Wait,
but
wasn't it
also
revenge at first?
well, kind of, yeah,
Kind
because
of,
like
yeah.
Yeah.
it's startling it's very different between Spider-Man 2 and 3 where like in 2 he's literally just losing at every aspect of his life. In Spider-Man 3 he's balanced his life, you know, he's doing his schoolwork, he's financially in a pretty good situation. Everything's going well for him. So like he kind
And then all of
of
a sudden, this guy with
kind
sand
of-
powers comes along.
it kind of goes to his head in a sense where like he does a
Yeah,
lot of
where he
really
literally
bad
kisses Gwen in the same way he did with
Yeah.
MJ.
Yeah, like
And
he
everything
becomes
started to go downhill.
it goes to his
Yeah, it
head.
becomes
Yeah,
cocky.
yeah, he becomes cocky. Yeah, good way of
Yeah.
putting it. But so I think that kind of ties into the whole thing where like it's literally a kick to the bollocks when it's revealed to him that Sandman killed his uncle. It's like obviously he's consumed with anger because like he just can't
This
see
man killed my
himself
uncle,
as
and
being in
he's
the
still
wrong.
out there.
Right.
Yeah, like he's consumed with pride. Like he views Sandman as being this evil.
Another thing too
villain,
is that
you know?
another thing too is like that was like a huge plot twist from the first movie too, because we originally thought the guy that had the money after he was done after
Which I wish
after
it would have
wrestling
stayed
tournament.
with.
Yeah, I felt like that would have been way better instead. Like that's probably like the only issue that I could say. And then after that, it was like, okay, so Peter basically killed him for so basically Peter basically technically interrogated and killed him for no reason.
He didn't kill him. He tripped.
Okay, technically,
Well, like,
yeah.
well, it's like I feel like regardless of which way you spin it, it's like Dennis Carradine still does
Kill
result in Uncle Ben's death because like he
Yeah.
does it. Like if Carradine had never made an
Like,
appearance,
didn't touch
like,
Marco. He
yeah,
wouldn't
like
have
if he
shot
hadn't
him.
touched Marco, like he unintentionally got him killed. Like I feel like if
So
like,
basically, like
if it was,
you're saying,
I
like
feel
the
like if it was
origin didn't
just Uncle
change.
Ben
It's
and
just they
Marco,
changed the
like
shooter.
Yeah, but I
if
really
it was
don't
just
mind it
Uncle
though.
Ben and Marco, like he wouldn't have shot him.
Well, it's like when they made the Joker Batman's parents killer in Tim Burton's Batman.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, they also by the way, I don't know if you've seen like Walking Phoenix's Joker movie or his first Joker movie.
I've seen that.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
made it so that one of his Joker minions or whatever ends up killing Bruce Wayne's parents.
Wow.
Even though in the comics it was Joe Chill.
Yeah, I was like, so I don't know if that works or not. But I was like, I'm
Yeah.
gonna allow it because technically he's gonna make Batman.
Yes, I guess it's I created you, you created me.
Yeah. The
But
honestly, I don't really have a strong opinion on the Tim Burton like Batman films anymore.
Well, I
guess,
like them.
like I think they're good, but I feel like I only watch the first two. I don't really watch like Forever or Batman and Robin.
Oh, that's good because those are not good.
what's your guys' opinion on Batman Beyond?
Oh, that's a good
What,
show.
the show? The show?
Yeah,
Pretty good
It's
show.
a good show.
okay.
Yeah, good.
Because like
It's good.
I like it a lot, and like a lot of people will take a lot of comparisons for that, and it's just like actually this can go into my next comparison too. Um, how do you guys think that Terry McGinnis is comparable to Miles Morales?
Well,
Not really.
Well, with
I feel
Terry,
like it was.
he just stumbled upon Bruce Wayne by accident.
Okay, yeah.
I feel like the one that people usually compare Terry McGinnis to is Miguel O'Hara. You know, like Spider-Man from
Yeah.
the future.
Yeah, but I remember the Justice League cartoon doing this weird gimmick where they made Terry the biological son of Bruce Wayne.
Okay,
Yeah.
that actually is confirmed. I just wish they went on with it for like season 3 or at least more, because like that could have been more touched on.
Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, they even said the cartoon where Terry's like, "I just found out that Warren McGinnis isn't my father. You are."
But yeah, Sam Raimi Spider-Man. Is there any other questions you want to ask, or
I think we pretty much all think the same.
Yeah.
we pretty much have we definitely have differences, but it's not really massive.
Yeah, it's
ones.
mostly the same.
Yeah.
Pretty much, that's fine. I guess.
Oh, but before I go, I just want to say like, I first saw you when you went after Ultimate Joker, and here's the thing: I used to be friends with that guy, but then I saw for who he truly is, so I left him.
How do you mean by that? Like in his videos, or?
Well, I mean, like I've been to his Discord and talked with him,
Yeah.
but I saw through his lies, and I saw for who he truly is.
I wonder what would
so
happen
you
if
saw the
his server fucking caused World War II if I appeared
Oh,
in his
wait.
server.
Wait. So you saw the nerfing? Okay, so you saw the nerf thing.
Yes, I've seen that. The dude can't stop making videos on Insomniac. It's annoying.
Okay, so
Yeah, he made a video recently as well about how like he was nerfed even
Yeah,
in
the concept art.
It's like,
and as
it's
well
just so irrelevant.
and also about how MJ isn't the original host of Scream, which okay,
Hey, Harry Osborn
Hey,
is in Venom, and
Harry
yeah, it wasn't the
Osborn
first
is
time
in
they did it.
Venom. Then another thing is like, and this is literally like my only issue with that video is how would Eddie Brock work for the story?
Yeah,
He's literally not
considering
even in
what
the
happened
fucking-
before Venom came
He's
along.
not even in the verse half the time. He's like a relative. He's like a background character.
Yeah, and on top
Yeah.
of that, another thing I always say is like, how would that work for the final boss fight with Venom? Because like,
Yeah, just the
Yeah. He's no.
they just
no,
have a
no,
hate
it's-
boner. That's what it is.
Yeah, like I don't know if I'm gonna keep making videos on Joker. It seems like it's just kicking the dead horse at this point. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think
I
don't
wouldn't
think
bother with
anything-
him.
I mean,
I don't think
originally,
anything he
like,
says anymore is gonna surprise me. That sort of thing.
I mean, I'm not surprised
Yeah, well.
anymore either because like I checked out his videos before and I was like, all this is gonna get debunked.
I mean, it's
really
like-
quick.
It's like, what else does he say? It's like he's homophobic, sexist.
The
It's
dude
like I
only
feel like
cares about wanting to suck the dick of Black Cat.
it's
Okay,
like I
now that is
genuinely
actually
think
confusing, but I could actually understand that though. No, I'm joking.
like I genuinely think you would have to just straight up call Miles the N word or something. Just
Just
Yeah,
to
he
surprise
only
me at
cares.
this point.
He keeps complaining that women in video games aren't beautiful.
Oh Jesus, yeah, he made that video. Fuck you know.
yeah, I can't really do that.
Yeah, should we
I'm
watch
like,
that one now, Phoenix?
you want to suck off to a video game character? Be
I
my
mean, I
guest.
wouldn't mind watching that one, but the thing is though, is like I really don't want to watch that one because I already have plans
Yeah, me
to at
neither.
least
How I
just, like
feel
I
with
already
the
have
synthetic man one.
plans to.
I don't want to watch that either.
I don't know that one.
But no, it's
Was
just
probably-
Anyway, well, thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's all good, dude.
Yeah, it's all good.
Feel free to
Yeah, I'll,
feel free to stick around in the server if you want to like drop me a message anytime.
sure.
means-
Well, see you later.
Yeah, have a good one.
No, I do think
I
that
think
we
that went rather
also-
well.
That did.
What a
No,
nice guy.
I do think that we have a Crispy's video that we could actually check out too.
Yeah, we could actually watch Crispy's because Crispy's is basically like half and half Ultimate Joker. And
Yeah.
oh, I've forgotten what the fuck's he called. Is it KRB? I think it's Crispy KRB,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, it is. Honestly, I'm so happy that the guy's been recently doing very well. Like he's monetized now and everything.
I'm not gonna lie, his videos caught me off guard too. I think it was his videos caught me off guard too. I think it was the Nerf video that kind of got me interested.
What do you
'cause,
mean by that? Like caught off guard? Like what do you mean by that?
It was the Peter wasn't nerfed in Spider-Man 2. It was the Peter wasn't nerfed. in
No,
Spider-Man 2,
I
like,
know that was the video. I'm just asking like what do you mean it caught you off guard?
like it randomly caught me off guard because like the day before he posted the video, this may sound crazy. The day that before he posted the video, I reacted to Ultimate Joker's video.
So then he made that video. Well, no, the reason, like I said earlier, like the timeline for me at least with oh, the guy just sent me a friend request. He might send you one. Yeah, I made that video a while ago, like the was Peter Nerf thing, and Crispy commented. He was like, "Yo, I'm making a video like of a similar topic, responding to a guy. Do you mind if I use like a portion of the video?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure. Just I don't have an issue with it. Just DM me on Discord when the
Yeah.
video's finished, and I'll watch it."
Yeah.
And yeah, I was really impressed with him. And if anything, I feel like Crispy kind of I don't want to say inspire, that's not the right word, but like he kind of gave me the idea to make like response videos as well, because like I really enjoyed his way of like editing and stuff.
Yeah.
And even though I've kind of got lazy with the editing where I just put swinging in the background.
Honestly, that's what I
At
did
the end
too.
of the I just put swinging in the background because at the end of the day, I can make videos like way fucking faster if I do that.
Yeah.
I can literally make a 25-minute long video and it takes me like just a couple of hours if I start from scratch. It's ridiculous, but
Oh, no,
anyway,
for me it's probably like an hour and a half. It depends on how much stuff I have to go over.
yeah, usually what I do is I record the video the previous day and then I get everything sorted. Anyway, we'll go over his thumbnails is also where I got the idea to make mine as well, except obviously instead of
I like how he has
The white.
Ultimate Peter in one of his thumbnails too. I like that.
yeah, I like that as well. If I tried getting Insomniac Spider-Man to do like the face plant, but I couldn't find one. So at this point now with my thumbnails, I'm just putting a different Spider-Man in each time.
Yeah.
Like that's what I'm gonna try to do. Like next week's video, it's probably gonna be Andrews or something. But yeah, let's Ultimate Joker is making an appearance once again, but at least we've got some Crispy to spice it up.
Okay.
Tell you what, before I do, I'm just gonna use the toilet, but then we will
All right.
begin. If you want to go get a drink or something, dude.
All right. So, hold on. Let me check. Monitor. I was playing Stellar Blade all week. So, chat, what are we doing? What's next? All right, so chat, what do we got? Any more disagreements? Do we have any disagreements? Sugar! No. Yo, see you later, Echo. All right, next I do want to say like there's probably like a lot. Now, if anybody else has one disagreement, let me know. Yo, spiders.
I'm back.
All right, let's do it.
Why is he called Spider-Man? He doesn't even have 8 limbs. Oh.
This is a response to a video on Marvel Spider-Man 2, and I won't mention
Hold
his
up,
name
pause it
because
for a
it's
second
not
real
an
quick.
attack towards him.
I do want to say
Yeah, much-
I do want to say for everybody that's thinking that Peter should be Kratos, he's not Kratos. He's not. Like,
Yeah, I also want to point out. I want to say as well because I don't think I think I forgot to do it earlier. My least favorite live action suit is the vigilante suit. Like, I think it's terrible. I'm sorry. I know it's an Andrew Garfield suit, and I
I don't really like that suit either. I
There's
don't really
nothing
like that suit.
Spider-Man
It's
related
pretty
about it
dumb.
at all. If it wasn't for the balaclava, he would literally just look like the sort of guy who would break into your house and steal your TV.
Yeah,
Like he does. It's nothing Spider-Man related at all.
I don't
Or
blame you,
people
though.
go into his comment section and be like, "Well,
Oh wait, hold on,
I
hold on.
think
pause it.
calling it a Spider-Man suit is. I don't even think it really fits, does it?
Nah,
Not like the homemade one or anything, but
you're a
anywho.
stinky
but like,
poo-poo head
hold
who
up,
has
pause it for a
opinion
second real
about a
quick,
video
because
game."
I forgot to chat this. Okay, so everybody, okay, so everybody in so everybody in Rift's chat, or at least in my chat, if anybody's gonna say that Peter should be a god, if anybody's gonna compare Peter, it should be to I don't know why you're comparing Peter to Kratos, at least in my opinion, because let's face it, if we're gonna call Peter Kratos, you might as well just go ahead and just call Miles Atreus, because like there's no comparison there.
It's like I think if anything, if you're gonna compare Peter to a god, you should compare him to Heimdall because like they kind of have similar abilities. But like even then, Heimdall can still take damage.
Yeah, and on top of
He's
that,
literally the god of not taking damage.
right?
Yeah,
and
he
he's
can still
still
take
getting
damage.
hit. And another
Yeah,
thing
it's-
too is by default, if we were to swap and put Peter in the God of War universe and put Kratos in the
Jesus.
Instom universe, who do you think's gonna win that? Because I can tell you that Kratos sweeps the Instom universe.
Yeah, Kratos takes them all on at once with one hand.
And Peter will probably struggle just to fight one god.
Bro, Peter would get his ass kicked by Balder. Not even Thor or Odin. Like he'd just get his like. I'm pretty sure Freya would kick his ass.
Yeah. Actually,
Like
no,
Atreus would probably win him.
actually, I'll do you one better. How about fighting Poseidon or Zeus?
Poseidon. Jesus Christ, didn't even think of that. Yeah, or Hermes, or Hades, or
Right.
Kronos.
Right.
Like, just
Like
any of them. Yeah,
Peter
pretty
would
much.
struggle.
Peter
to
would get his
even
ass kicked.
take
Anyway,
them down.
It was so bad that I need to write a super hateful comment. No, I don't want any of that. This is literally just a response to that video. So let's just get right into it.
love
Actually.
this game so
Raven, who
much.
has now become ridiculously overpowered, and Spider-Man in under a minute. Harry later has to give Spider-Man the symbiote so he doesn't die. He almost died to stupid shit like this.
He almost died.
The thing that I want to point out, there's a Crispy's videos aren't like mine, where like he started the video like 5 minutes in. I'm pretty sure because like
Yeah.
I'm fairly certain he completely missed out the entire Sandman stuff because like Sandman's right at the start. Like
But
there's
I
a
do
reason
have
why
to-
my video is like 50 minutes long. It's because I covered every single thing this fucker said.
I was just going like, okay, with mine, I just went over like the main like things that people were talking about. So like,
Yeah, that's why my videos are fucking 50 minutes long. It's because I cover literally everything.
yeah.
Rip my
And
sanity.
I would say another thing about this, even though like with what Joker was saying, and this is probably just me, and I'm pretty sure like you could probably like agree with this too. He tried to
Just give
compare
full
the
fucking camera.
spectacular Tombstone. He tried to use Tombstone from Spectacular Spider-Man as an example or as a comparison. Peter got his ass whooped in probably like a minute too. So like wouldn't
Yeah.
technically Craven so technically speaking the Craven in person fight so technically speaking the Craven fight technically also count because he got beaten under a minute too.
I mean, yeah, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? It's just
shit like what? We already showed
And this
Craven is
and
able
this
to
was
beat a
also
lot of
Peter's
Spider-Man
first
villains.
time meeting
He doesn't even
Craven.
consider
So
Miles or Peter a threat, and clearly Peter wasn't expecting him to block his punch since he seems to just be an enhanced human. So why would Peter use all of his strength in one blow? It wouldn't make any sense. He doesn't know how powerful he is.
Not to mention the dumb predictability.
well,
I
he
have to
doesn't
give
know
him nothing but
exactly
respect
how
for that.
strong he is. Like, obviously, he knows that Craven killed Scorpion, so like he has an idea as to how strong he is, but like he doesn't have enough information. And
Yeah,
Craven has way more information on Peter.
yeah.
Like,
And he studied his
like he
rogues
knows.
gallery too.
Yeah, like he knows his rogues gallery. He knows exactly how Peter fights, like that kind of thing.
He also knows how to counter the rogues
Ability of
gallery too,
where this was
which
all going.
Are
the
you
proof
an idiot?
was in the Scorpion
like
fight
no,
or his
seriously, the
fight with
game
Scorpion
trailer shows the
whenever
symbiote
Craven
suit
killed him.
in it. That's like saying in Spectacular Spider-Man or Spider-Man 3, you see the symbiote crawling around and you're like, oh, I know where this is going. Like, fucking obviously.
People have given some excuses like him not being ready for Craven's enhanced strength. But even
He wasn't
then,
at all.
that shouldn't mean you instantly die to what's only an enhanced human.
He mentions this here, but
Oh, only an enhanced human. Craven downplay. We love to see it.
Craven's downplaying. Craven is known in this universe to be an enhanced human.
I guess Spider-Man's only an enhanced human as well. Spider-Man 2, if Ultimate Joker wrote it. Anyway, so Peter one-shots Venom and kills Harry and then decides he doesn't need Miles anymore. Yeah, he'd have to dump MJ first, though. And, yeah, force Black Cat to break up with her girlfriend so that they can be together.
I don't understand because isn't Green Goblin an enhanced human? Isn't Doc Ock an enhanced human?
Okay, this is the one part where pause for a second. That was the one part where Crispy kind of
Jesus,
lost
his
me.
head got he got like whiplash from that shit.
I'm not gonna lie, that's the one thing that I somewhat have to disagree with Crispy on is Ock being an enhanced human. Ock is
But whilst you're talking about this, I just want to get chat going. What is Peter pointing at? Wrong answers only. Go. Continue, Crispy. Continue, Phoenix.
There's one thing about that whole entire scene where I have to actually point out is Ock technically isn't an enhanced human or a peak human either. He's, at least to me, well, even though I like Ock, he's basically a dude with mechanical arms. So technically speaking, he's not a peak human or an enhanced human. He just has, he uses.
I feel like Otto is obviously an enhanced human because like he can do things that regular humans can't do. But I think that's specifically if you're including the arms. Like obviously, like Otto himself isn't very into. Like I feel like I mean he can take. I'm just reading some of the fucking comments in chat. Obviously, he can take more of a beating than like other characters because I mean it's fucking fiction. But
Yeah.
yeah, like I think he is an enhanced human because obviously he is kind of he controls the arms kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's not like Iron Man where like he's in a suit of armor. It's like no, he does control the arms.
Yeah.
So like even though like he doesn't have any performance enhancers or anything, it's like he still does have the arms and
That's what I
it's
was
a part of
trying
his
to-
body kind of thing. It's like Scorpion's tail. It's like it's kind of a part of him. I mean, obviously, Scorpion's superhumanly strong, so maybe that's a bad comparison, but
Actually,
that's just the way I see it.
Yeah, but I would say it probably depends on. Well, scratch that. Hold on a second.
Hey, Jess is back. Welcome back, my darling. I'll give
What
you a pufferfish cameo because you're not very well.
Well, it depends, like, on how. I don't know how to put it into words because it's really difficult to actually say. but it would be kind of like saying that Vulture. Well, it's kind of hard to say without me actually going into this, but it's like saying that Doc Ock, even without his arms, even though I know it's a horrible comparison, Doc Ock without his arms is still very terrifying.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it's just one of those.
even Norman Osborn without his goblin armor is still terrifying.
If anything, I think it goes to show just how strong the arms are. Because, like, even though Otto is the only Sinister Six member to, like, not have any superpowers, he's still, like, the most powerful member.
Yeah.
Because of, like, how powerful the arms are. So,
And
if
he was able
anything,
to
I think it's
control the
just
arms,
testament
too.
to how strong. What's Spider-Man doing? Wrong answers only. He's dancing. He's signaling for backup. He's reaching for Uncle Ben. Fuck's sakes. Oh, you guys didn't disappoint.
So you shouldn't be able to die by these guys by your logic then either, right?
Spider-Man has strength that can stop trains and enhance speed, so
He didn't stop the
maybe
train, he
should've
derailed it.
just
There's a difference.
Yeah, like the concrete stopped the train. Gravity stopped the train.
Right. He didn't stop the train.
Plus, as well, I'm so sick of people saying, like, he lifts these things. Like, no, he uses, like, goodness knows how much webbing to do it.
Right. He
If I go
derailed the
back, like,
train,
look at that.
Like, do you
Like, that is,
think
like,
that
no
he's
nut
doing-
November levels of webs right there to, like, stop that. And the same thing can be said with the crane. Like, he uses so
he
much
uses
of
so
it.
much to stop it, especially the helicopter.
Like, yeah, like, people are acting as though he, like, lifts it. Like, no, he uses the like, obviously, yes, his body is resisting, or able to... How am I saying it? Like, he... Obviously, the webs are able to withstand the weight of the train, same with Peter.
Yeah.
But if anything, that would tie into his durability more than his strength, necessarily.
Right.
It's kind of the same thing that I say with, Tom Holland's Spider-Man, like, with the ferry. It's like, he wasn't stopping the ferry from being pulled apart. If anything, he was just resisting those forces. So it would be, like, more of a durability feat than a strength feat.
Exactly. This is more of a durability feat because of the fact that we don't know how strong the webbing is, because I'm pretty sure that he's
Webbing's
probably
fucking
modified it.
weak. Yeah, like, the webbing in this verse is weak, because, like, do you remember when he tried stopping the train with, like, a handful of webs and, like,
Yeah.
they instantly broke?
Yeah.
So, like, he needs a large amount of webbing to do this.
That's the thing, is that people don't know that how strong Peter is. Well, at least in my opinion, this is like one of the feats that lets you that lets people know that first of
I know
all,
a video saying that Peter was nerfed, and in the comments
how
he
much
said, "All
web
my
he has
respect
is
for
literally there.
Insomniac is gone." Who said that? We should respond to that video
Hot
at some
take,
point.
Hot take, Insomniac doesn't know how to write and make characters shine without trashing Peter. If they have an important moment, to do, and Peter is presented, they always find a way to knock Peter out.
My counter to that is the entire Miles Morales game, where Peter is absent for most of it. Yet they still manage to make Miles, Rio, the Tinkerer.
Actually, I've seen people actually talk
What's
about
his name? Roxxon. They make, like, all of those characters. It's JB Studios. Wait, JB Studios made that video? That doesn't surprise me.
I'm
He's
not really
always in my
surprised by
comment
it.
sections disagreeing with me. That doesn't surprise me at all.
But here's the thing. Here's the
trains
thing.
and
Now, I have
enhance
talked to
speed,
JB
so
before.
Yeah,
Me
go
and
on.
me and him kind of have like a cool ideas and some understanding. But he does understand
Yeah.
that Peter wasn't nerfed in the game.
Wait, who's this?
JB.
Oh, really? Wow. The way he'd be talking, you would never have guessed that. He seems to disagree with literally everything I said. He disagrees with me at every given turn, so I'm surprised he
maybe
believes
he
Peter
should've
wasn't
just
nerfed.
pathetically died
Oh no,
to
he
an
thought it
above
at
average
first until
human.
like there was a lot of evidence. Like he
Fair
thought that
enough.
at first until there was like a lot of evidence that he wasn't.
Wait, what? They did have to write Peter out. Well, I mean, they also wrote MJ out because, like, she went with him to Sincaria. So, like, I don't. Like, it's not like they were targeting Peter specifically.
Oh yes.
Technically,
only an
Peter never got written out
above-average
of the
human.
story.
It's not like he was.
I guess by that logic, literally every single villain in the PS4 game that didn't make an appearance in Miles Morales was also written out. I don't know.
Well, it
Like,
depends.
the issue with statements like that is it just opens Pandora's box. It's like, okay, well,
Yeah.
this character wasn't in, so. I mean, yeah, it does make sense because like a lot of those characters would have been at the raft, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Another thing too is
Um,
like, yeah, a lot of people will say that the ending technically is writing Peter out of the story. That's character development technically.
I'll take. I massively prefer the Mysteriums over the previous game challenges. Maybe it's a skill issue, but still, they're okay. I mean, even with the PS4 game, I just haven't completed all the side content yet. I just fucking hate Screwball's stealth missions. They can go fuck themselves.
Oh no, you hate them too?
Yeah, they suck.
I like them. I just hate the gadget challenges.
Because they punish me for doing the one thing I do. Because like with me, I just spam gadgets to kill everyone in stealth before they realize what's going on. But those
Yeah.
missions punish you for doing that, so they suck. I just want in the next game that they don't somehow write Peter to look incompetent. I mean, he doesn't though. Like literally every important villain in the second game, Peter is the one who fights. Like he fights Lizard, he fights Craven, he fights Wraith, not Wraith. He fights
Venom
Scream.
and Scream.
Like literally, like there is like the only villain that Miles fights on his own is Mr. Negative. It's like there's a load of villains that Peter fights.
Was able to hold Scorpion with one hand and at least able to stand his own against Symbiote Spider-Man. And
Wait a
Venom
minute.
for
Another
while.
thing, by the way, at least
Spider-Man
this is
should've
like
been
probably one of the
anything.
biggest problem with Crispy's video right here. Is another thing is to add for the fact that Craven used the Eclipta Alba from the first game to make a serum that counteracts Scorpion's poison. So
Yeah. Yeah, I can agree with that. I
Yeah.
really doubt Peter is retiring the next bit. Yeah, he's not retiring. He's just taking a break.
yeah,
He's just taking a break.
yeah. 'Cause
Like
I've
the
seen
exact
people say
words that he
that's another
says is
thing.
"Go be Peter Parker" for a while. So
Yeah. But people, here's the thing: a lot of people will see that as a nerf or they're writing out Peter. And I'm like, is there a fight? Where's the fight?
it's like I guess Spider-Man was nerfed in Spider-Man 2 for retiring temporarily.
Yeah, because I'm like, did he?
I guess
fight?
I guess Spider-Man was nerfed because he retired from being Spider-Man at the end of the film, even if it was for like 10 minutes. But
Right.
he still did it.
If anything, that's character development for Peter. So
Yeah, like just like he literally he takes breaks from being Spider-Man. Like,
exactly.
and
Peter
chances
actually
are
just
in the
triggered a
third
killer.
game something catastrophic's gonna happen that could have been prevented if Peter was Spider-Man. And that's probably
Right.
gonna set up his arc for that game.
Right. Another way that I think it could probably be set up is, at least from what I've seen. Okay, so at least another idea that I just came up with. This randomly just came up out of nowhere. Do you know the fight from No Way Home where they're in the hotel and he's fighting Goblin?
Yeah.
What if Norman breaks it? What if Goblin breaks into Norman's house? What if Goblin breaks into Miles' house, beats up Miles? Well, even though I know it's probably like messed up, but probably beats up Miles and probably kidnaps her or whatever. And
It could happen.
basically, we get the whole entire fight where they're going floor by floor by floor in their apartment, and Miles has to go,
I think
and
that'd be
Miles and Rios has to go find Peter, and they
I think that would be cool, but I wouldn't really like that because I'm not a huge fan of the fights that take place in like claustrophobic areas because it's like Mr. Negative. The fight against Mr. Negative on the train was like easily my least favorite because the fight was in such a close quartered space. All you could really do was just dodge his attacks and then just beat the crap out of him with the basic melee combat.
yeah.
I think yeah, I think if they were to do that, maybe like the fight would start with like Goblin just kicking Miles out of the building, and then like the fight takes place on the streets below. I think that would have to kind of work.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's.
To be this tough anyway, since he already knew Craven killed Scorpion.
Yes, Spider-Man did see the video of him defeating Scorpion, and I don't feel as though that should have just made him ready since he still doesn't know the full limits of his strength or durability. I
I
don't
agree
think
with
that
that.
justifies the punch that he blocks. We don't know how hard Spider-Man was hitting him, and I would assume it
This
was
one's
still pretty
the
hard,
game
but
where
not
other
as hard
people
as he
related
could
to Peter.
because he still doesn't know the
They
full limits
killed
of his
off
strength.
half of
All
his
he really
rogue
did was take out a
scholars.
stinger easily and also throw him with one hand. So I feel like that 2-minute video doesn't give him enough information on how hard he should.
Literally, I feel like the best comparison to this scene is like Hulk versus Thanos kind
Yeah.
of thing, where like he's just hilariously outmatched. It's not even close. I think that would be the if I had to compare it to something, that's what I'd compare it to. And it's like Craven's literally disappointed. He's like, "Is this the best you can do?"
Like that's the thing. Like
You told me
Craven
you
is
were a
surprised.
Yeah, like he's just so disappointed. Like literally, like I don't know how else to say it. Like Craven's just massively above these characters from the
Right.
PS4 game.
And on top of that,
Absurd.
Craven also said that Shocker even impressed him, and Shocker was fighting to survive.
Yeah. Which, if anything, that made me have a lot of respect for Shocker because, like, I think he was one of the more tragic villains in some games.
Right.
Where like he
So
wasn't really a villain because he was evil. He had no choice, kind of thing.
right. That just goes to show you that he was a little bit like that goes to show you how overpowered if Craven respects Shocker.
Yeah, like if anything, I think it makes him a stronger villain overall because like in the cage, like just as he's about to inject Connors, it's like he could have killed MJ there and then, but like he actually chats to her and he like explains a bit of his motivation, kind of thing.
Right.
Like I feel as though he could have just killed her and be done with it. But
But he was more interested
no,
in
it's quite
Connor.
fascinating learning more about these characters. Like I don't like exposition dumps where like you know like in films for example where like the main hero is just like tied to a chair or some shit and the villain's just talking for ages.
Yeah.
I don't like that necessarily, but with Craven where he's kind of like a man of few words, so to speak, I think it just works where it's like there are no good men.
Yeah.
There are only good play. You know, I think that just works really well. He
It
has a couple
does.
of really good one-liners, Craven. I'm
That's
trying
the
to
reason
keep
why
up
I
with
like
chat.
That's why I like
Wait,
Craven
what?
so much.
Later on in the game, Peter takes a heavier hit while fatigued in the game, still 1v2s Electro and Vulture. That fight was also very difficult for him, though, because after that fight, he passes out. Like, literally just keels over and falls asleep.
And another thing that has to
What
fall
about a
into that
reasonable take this time? The evolved suit will receive much more love if it was a reward given to Miles after finishing the BV missions. Nah, I think the evolved suit is pretty bad. I just think it's ugly. Like I think red and black works, and I think blue and black can work, but I
Yeah.
don't think all three can like red, blue, and black.
Well for me, I feel like the evolved suit would have worked had they removed his shoes and have him put his hood on.
Like as well, I think the mask is just awful. Like, why doesn't it cover his entire head? Like, just from not from like a practicality standpoint, it's like if your hair is on display, it's just gonna give it's gonna
People-
put your identity more at risk.
Yeah, because like the thing is like I think I made this too. I think I made this idea too. Because like let's say if Miles saves somebody in the evolved suit, seeing as that's probably gonna be his new suit for the third game.
I really hope it isn't.
What's gonna stop people from looking at his hair?
Yeah. Yeah, true.
Should hit him. Spider-Man doesn't want to kill him, so I would imagine he's still holding back.
Gosh, the scaling of Craven being this overpowered is just ridiculous.
He's just
The power
frothing at
scaling
the
for Craven
mouth.
was ridiculous because this is a different version of the character, and I'm going to be repeating that a lot in this video because I'm
Yeah,
not
I'll
sure
be
if he
down in a
understands the
bit.
different power scalings for different versions of the characters, since he seems to be making that a point in his video.
Let's give another better example yet again. Spectacular
I
Spider-Man.
already made
where
this example
Peter
before because
also
Peter
gets his
technically
ass beat
also got
in
beat
under a
minute here.
minute. Not as ridiculously severe as Craven, but his ass does get beat. Now, this scene actually makes
Okay, pause
sense
that for a
because
second.
This is Spider-Man's
Alright, I'm
very
just,
first
texting
time
you one, we'll
seeing
be right back.
Tombstone,
Alright.
which justifies Spider-Man.
Yeah, it's because food's ready downstairs. I've just said put it in the oven. I'll get it in a bit. Yeah, go on. What were you saying?
Technically speaking, Joker just debunked himself right here.
Why? What was said? What was said?
I know it's Chris's video, but Joker basically debunked himself right here. He said
Yeah.
that
What was said? Sorry.
he said that he basically said that Spider-Man should not get his ass beaten under a minute, especially by Tombstone. And if we're going to look at this, and he's going to compare Tombstone beating Spectacular Spider-Man in under a minute, technically speaking,
Didn't Tombstone also beat Peter in the Insomniac verse? Like he had to create like a drug to take away his like invulnerability or something.
yes. So
All right,
like,
picking and choosing, I guess. Craven is not stronger than Peter. Symbiote pissed off Peter, fought Craven. Craven's still yapping that Peter is holding back. No, I think Craven is stronger than Peter.
yeah.
Like it's the symbiotes give the characters such a huge buff.
But like, if we're gonna
I
actually
don't mind
go
the
over
colors
that,
of the evolved suit, but
Spectacular
the overall
exhibit-
look is just meh. Yeah, like the colors could have worked, but I think just the shoes and the fucking mask and the hair, just
Yeah.
no, thank you.
Spectacular is
mistake of
still technically the
underestimating
same
him.
because technically speaking, Tombstone technically did beat this version of Spider-Man. Technically did beat Peter, well, Spider-Man here in under a minute. The same thing can be said for Craven as well.
Yeah. It's like when I think of the evolved suit, I think of that one meme where it's like we are evolving just backwards.
I just can't
That's
wait
kind of
to
how I
see
feel
what his
about that.
suit's going to be in the third game. I'm just wondering what the anti-Goblin suit's gonna look like because at this point it's kind of
Anti-Goblin. I think it'll just be anti-Venom, to be honest. Maybe Silk or someone will get the anti-Goblin.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's
I just
kinda
think it.
inconsistent
I just
now.
don't want them to get rid of anti-Venom. I must be the only person on the planet that actually likes the look of that suit.
I don't know. I'm 50-50 on if they should or not.
Like people just hate that suit. Like when I put the poll up where it was like, okay, advanced suit, anti-Orc, symbiote, or anti-Venom. Like anti-Venom got like 3% of the votes. I'm like, rip anti-Venom.
I'm 50-50 on that still because there's a part of me that doesn't want him to get rid of it, but there's a part of me that says like if people want him to keep the anti-venom suit, then wouldn't that technically mean that we would have to have Red Goblin for 3?
I mean, maybe. Like, I'm kind of in the mindset where, like, I think Anti-Venom is easily the worst of the 4, but, like, I think all 4 are S tier. Like, that's kind of where I feel. Like, I think Anti-Venom is probably, it's not as good as the Advanced suit, it's not as good as Anti-Orc, and I think the Symbiote suit is way cooler. But, like, I think they're all fantastic, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But, like, there are some people that's like, Anti-Venom's the worst fucking thing in the known universe, I'll have you know. Like, no. Good.
Unlike Craven.
Not sure the point you're trying to make here. It's also Spider-Man's first time.
I like
facing
Anti-Venom,
Craven,
but I just
and
like the
yeah, I
others
see the
more.
point you're
Yeah,
trying to make
exactly.
With the video of him killing Scorpion, but I still feel that doesn't give him a full understanding of his power, like I said before.
Despite that loss, Spider-Man later defeats Tombstone near the ending of the show, which is some hella great payoff that shows character progress.
The character progression that Spectacular went through took 6 months in the canon timeline. I even checked.
Wait, that
and
was
him
6
versus Craven
months?
Was maybe a week.
Wait, what? Yeah, that was actually a.
Craven was maybe
hold
a
on.
week.
Hold on. Where is it? Where's the actual thing?
That Spectacular.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, this is actually a fantastic point that he made, where like the actual the like chronologically the time that Spectacular Spider-Man goes along, it's like 6 months, like from the start to the end, which is actually a lot of time, especially for like fictional characters.
That is
Compare
actually a
that to
lot.
Spider-Man. Compare that to Spider-Man 2, where it's like a couple of days, maybe a week.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's actually I didn't know that. Like, props to him for doing his research. Like, that's
And
insane.
Another thing is that they also didn't know that, and this is like a random thing. I'm surprised nobody didn't even recognize this. Even I didn't know this. They took, and I feel like they took the time span of 6 months and applied that to Craven at the start of the game.
It took 6 months in the canon.
Good point. Yeah.
Time.
Where Spider-Man never beats this guy without the symbiote. We never see Craven get overpowered by anything except the symbiote, so therefore those shitty shorts have no real proof of Spider-Man being stronger.
We never see symbiote Spidey beat
That's something that I heavily disagreed with in my video, responding to him, where he's like, "Oh, those shorts have no proof of Black Suit being stronger."
Then why
It's
on
like,
earth is he trying to kill Craven here?
well, not even that, but like the cage feat, completely debunks that because the cage is, keep in mind that Craven studied everyone from the PS4 game,
Yeah,
and yet the cage is viewed as being unbreakable, implying
and
that no character from the
no character
PS4
can break
game
it.
would have stood a chance.
And Peter was the
Yet
first person to break it.
yeah, like Black Suit Peter, in a fit of rage, he just tore that shit to pieces. So like, yeah, like, which is why yeah, like Black Suit Spider-Man, he would beat everyone from the PS4 game for that reason. Um, so like, and the thing that I find all the more hilarious is that this scene that the scene that he showed of like Craven getting strangled versus the cage feat, they are like 10 minutes apart at
Exactly.
most. Yet, like, he completely missed it, which is why I'm so confused as to whether he actually played the game or not.
Craven without the symbiote. So that means he couldn't do it, is basically what you're saying, which I feel is illogical because we don't see it. It's this thing called a game where time is limited for a story. That's like saying in Spider-Man 3, Peter was only able to beat Sandman with the symbiote, even though we don't see it. We see him fighting in the red suit one time and he loses. Guess what? That means he can't beat him without the symbiote.
I don't think this is
And
the
that's
loss.
also
I'm
his
gonna be
first
honest. I
time
think this
fighting
was a
Sandman.
draw.
And I know your only argument is, well, he watched a video that was
I mean, I mean, yeah, I guess, but like in that specific part of the fight, he does get rocked. So,
Yeah.
I guess you could chalk it up to being a draw. Maybe Peter loses, kind of thing.
well, he should have known his strength to a degree. And yes, he probably did know his strength to a
It'd
degree.
be
He
cool
was
after
going for a
Cleese had the
face shot,
stimulative
and he wasn't
Norman god
expecting him
and
to
became Red
block.
Goblin.
I'm sure he wouldn't use all of his power because he doesn't want to kill him. We can
Any wishes for the design of the Advanced Suit 3.0?
It'll be pretty cool.
Honestly, I just want there to be more. Maybe like more red, because like I feel like there's just far too much blue, especially on the legs. Maybe like rework a couple of things here and there. The logo, I think, is perfection. I don't think they need to change that, especially the rear logo, where like the legs perfectly fit the contour of like the blue and the red. I think that just the logos are fantastic. They don't need to change that. Yeah, I just think more red. That would make me happy.
I do think that there's
also
another way
compare-
that could work. Because, like, since he has anti-venom, I wouldn't mind if he somehow in some way figured out a way to, like, put the anti-venom into, like, his logo or something like that. So
That
way the
would be
white
quite
logo
cool,
can-
yeah. And like the white logo turns into anti-venom, that'd be
Yeah,
sick.
and you just have it, like, reacting, like, as the logo.
One of the ways you get knocked out is your brain's moving too fast for you. Wait, what? The fuck? I really do think Peter in base, Miles, and even Agent Venom are stronger than Craven. No, I don't agree with that. I think Craven is far stronger. Because it's like
Agent Venom's
Craven
stronger than
completely
base
no.
Peter.
Yeah, because it's like not only does Craven no diff like villains that gave base Peter trouble, but like he also like overpowers symbiote Peter. He can even fight on par with Venom to an extent. An enraged Venom, I should point out. So
Yeah.
yeah, I don't think I think Craven is easily like physically stronger than them, in addition to being the better fighter, that kind of thing.
your logic to Spectacular
And
Spider-Man.
Agent
Well, we don't
Venom
see that he can't be
is stronger than
without the
base Peter.
symbiote, so that means he can't do it. Or what about taking down the Six all at once? Just because we don't see it doesn't mean he can't do it.
First of all,
Then he
this
also
isn't a
says
feat.
then
He's
we don't have
pause
proof
for a
that
second.
Spider-Man without
I do agree with Crispy's take on this on Spider-Man taking out the whole entire Sinister Six, but he was asleep during that, so I really don't.
Yeah,
count
that was basically. Can I just point out something as well? If I
Yeah,
just go back
let
to
me
that
also-
clip, can I just point out this entire thing? So, like, you know this cutscene here where like he's getting his head crushed in by Craven. I am actually so dumb that it took me so long to notice this. You know the claws on Craven's outfit?
Yeah,
I genuinely thought they were the symbiote's hands.
I thought that at one point too.
I genuinely thought Peter had grown like freaking claws. I'm
It's
like,
like-
damn, he's
It's
But,
like I
like-
was like, wait,
It says then
symbiotes
we-
can grow
Like,
claws.
look, it looks like- like I can because like it looks as though the claws are in between like the goo thing. Like I genuinely thought Peter had grown like massive claws.
Yeah, I was like, wait, when can Venom grow claws?
Like, if you look at it in motion, it probably doesn't look like that. But if you just watch the entire, I'm just gonna shut up and let it
doesn't
play.
mean he can't do it. Then he also says, then we
It
don't
literally
have
It
looks
does.
like he's got
Spider-Man
claws. Like,
without
look,
the symbiote.
look, there. With Peter's, you see Peter's hands.
Yeah,
There.
it looks
looks like
like he
claws,
grew claws.
and they're getting there as well. It looks like he's got claws.
They're stronger than Craven, and yeah, you dummy, he's not. Craven is clearly shown
the
to be stronger
textures
than
of
him,
that
but that
symbiote
doesn't mean
suit
he
is just
can't beat him without the symbiote.
I fight guys stronger than me all the time.
What does Spider-Man do in Spectacular to win most of his fights? Ask me that. Does he fight them head on and win, or does he outsmart them and win? Most of the time, he outsmarts them instead of defeating them head on.
Exactly.
Peter fights a lizard and
Sure.
wins this fight, but it's with the
White spider containing the anti-venom is such a cool idea. Just bowing for you. Even though it was Phoenix's idea. That would be so cool.
It would be great.
We are literally just, I swear down, we are just the kings at predicting shit. I hope that that comes true.
You'd be surprised. I predicted majority of the stuff in Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, same. I predicted a lot of stuff in that game.
Well, the Craven Venom fight was just so left field.
The only can I just point out as well, we almost have what you were suggesting, because like you know that joke that Peter makes where he's like, stay positive. You know, like with Harry. The suit does come out of him, and it's like it's the logo that forms first. So like we almost have what you were suggesting in the verse already.
That could work. Hold on.
It could work, yeah. I think it could work. For real, I think it could work.
symbiote, and they make sure that you know he only wins this fight exclusively
Okay,
because of the
pause for a second again.
when they have the symbiote heal him from
Even though I know
a
it's
serious
even though I know it's
fight
pretty
ending
video inside of an
injury.
inside.
I'll just wait for him to say everything
I
first.
feel this is dumb. He's
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Hello,
so,
Charlie. It's good to have you back with you.
Okay, so for this, at least what I think is, Base Peter would have broken his arm if he didn't have the symbiote there.
Yeah, like that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, Base Peter, he would have almost certainly got fucked because the symbiote healed his arm. You know.
Right. And another thing too is for the fact that Lizard was growing during this fight, because the lizard that we see, Connor's turn into, that was probably the lizard that Peter probably fought, which was on a smaller scale.
Yeah.
So we're talking about,
You have like Godzilla in this game.
right? Because the way that I pretty much look at it is like, have you played Arkham Asylum or Batman Arkham Asylum?
Bits and pieces, but I haven't fully beaten them. Why?
Do you know that boss fight with Ivy where she is amped up on the Titan drug from Joker?
I think so. Yeah.
That's what I always compare the lizard to. That's what I
Yeah.
always compare this version of lizard to, because like,
he's beaten the lizard before in this universe, and who's to say you can't beat him with a broken arm? Wasn't he fighting the Sinister Six with 14 broken bones? And even in the comics, he actually beats Lizard with one arm like a beast.
Okay, that specific point I actually did address in one of my videos. A broken arm is different to like it depends on we're not really given context as to like which bones are actually broken. So like for example, right? He could have trying to give an example, like he could have like a couple of bones broken in one of his hands, he could have had a couple of bones broken in his feet, kind of thing. That's not as severe as your entire left arm just fucked, you know? Especially when you have to fight someone. So that's basically what I would say. We're just given no context as to which bones were actually broken in the PS4 game.
Know which
Other
ones were
media
broken.
shows the black suit as something that makes things easier, not something that's a crutch that he absolutely needs.
Did it not make his fight easier? He doesn't.
I mean, that's bullshit, because the entire point of the symbiote is it's like a metaphor for like alcohol addiction or drug abuse,
right?
Which
and it's supposed to
are
make the fight
crutches and
easier.
that you rely on.
Right. And there's also dialogue where Peter starts to like the suit.
Especially in Spider-Man 3, because Sam Raimi himself literally said that was the motivation for the suit. So he's blatantly misunderstanding his own clips.
Right.
Anyway.
doesn't absolutely need it. He's beaten lizards before without it.
Spider-Man, like a true Giga Chad, goes off to fight.
Wouldn't be
all
an
the
Ultimate
symbiotes
Joker fight
without
without
the black suit,
Web of
and even
Shadows.
holds his own against a giant Venom symbiote.
Okay, another
monster.
thing that I'm gonna say
Now
about this,
that is
because
the
I actually
Giga
saw
Chad.
your video, and keep in mind, like, I've never played Web of Shadows because I've seen gameplay of it. Venom shouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, can I just point out as well? He was complaining that Venom in the Insomniac verse was like 10 feet tall, whereas in the comics he's like 7 feet tall. Look at that fucker.
He shouldn't be able. Venom shouldn't be able to do this.
Look at this. He's like a bloody God of War creature.
Like,
Monster.
Venom shouldn't be able
Now
to
that
do
is the
any of that.
I wonder,
How do you do that?
is it that the power scaling is different for other versions of the characters? This is impossible. Also, didn't you literally just say that the power scaling for Kraven was ridiculous? What about Web of Shadows Venom? He shouldn't even be able to do this.
In a
True.
Craven jail tournament, Miles Morales defeats the murderer of his dad and his new arch nemesis, Mr. Negative. I wish Peter could have beat a villain on his own.
A
Pause
complaint
for a
can be
second, real
made that
quick.
Peter didn't.
Yeah, go on.
Mr. Negative was set up as Miles' villain in the first game.
Yeah, he was set up as his villain in the first game. Like,
That's
it's
the thing.
mainly because the only reason why it was mainly developed in this game is because Mr. Negative and Miles have no screen time together in the first game. Like, not
Exactly.
really. So like that's mainly why it was developed in this game. Still not sure if the spider arms that Peter currently has is similar to Otto's arms they made from the same material.
They're
It's
not.
confirmed by the developers that it's like it's similar technology, but Peter's spider arms are at the very least equal or possibly superior to Doc Ock's own arms.
And Ock also.
I'm really pissed off actually because I can't find the actual source where I found it from. It could have been deleted, but like if you go on my original video of whether Peter was nerfed, when I talk about the new suit in Spider-Man 2, I do show the like the text box from like the website.
Yeah.
I'm just so pissed off because I can't find the website now. So it's like I just have to keep going back to that video.
I really do know that most of the at least most of the tech that Peter uses in this game is heavily inspired by Ock.
Yeah. True.
Didn't beat a villain on his own. Yes, I'm sure that he could have beaten an enraged Sandman that was tearing up New York on his own. I'm sure that he could have beaten a guy that he doesn't know the limits of his powers. I'm sure he could have beaten Venom, by the way, a cracked version of Venom on his own.
Okay,
That's all
pause for a second.
sarcasm, by the way. They didn't nerf him. These are
I've been over this whole entire thing about Venom so many times to the point where people still don't understand it. Because
the church scene with Craven, not gonna lie, I can't take it seriously. How was Peter got surprise attacked? Also, when Miles got KO'd in the crane. Well, it's like Peter probably got surprised because it's like Craven has shown he can consistently fight, symbiote Peter. So like, I don't really have an issue with that specifically.
Yeah.
As well, we see later on in the game just like how strong he is when like he 1v1s because you got to keep in mind Peter at the church, he wasn't trying to kill or fight Craven, he was just trying to get the cure for Dr. Connors.
Right.
But like later on in the game,
Peter was still in control too.
Yeah. But like later on in the game, when like the symbiote's urging Peter to kill Craven and like they actually fight, Craven just takes the beating and just gets right back up. So like Craven is fucking beast in and again, as you say, he also held his own against Venom to an extent. He died, yeah, sure, but
he was able to.
He was one of the few characters to go against a pissed off, enraged Venom.
Exactly.
Like the only person who slightly did that was Miles, but like even then, Miles wasn't on Venom's level by any means.
Right.
Hey Jen, how you doing, my darling? It's good to have you. What about the Miles one? What do you mean? When did Miles get KO'd in the crane?
He's talking about when the hunter. He's talking about that scene where he was outside fighting the hunters while MJ was trying to get Peter to wake up. I know what he's talking about.
Oh, is that the one where she was in the tunnel?
Yeah, and Miles was outside fighting the hunters and stuff, and one of the hunters disguised himself as a construction worker, and
that's when he got knocked out. Oh, fair enough. I don't really know about that one. I guess you could say like I'm pretty sure earlier we talked about it, but I can't remember what we said.
Yeah. Now for Venom though, there's a lot of ways it's gonna go because I've tried
Yeah,
to
when the
explain
hunter
this to
sneaks him.
people.
Yeah, I remember what you mean now.
I've tried to
You
actually
could
like
just say it,
truly
like,
explain it, but like, do you know
how is
about
everyone? Yeah, we're doing good, thanks, Jen.
Do you know about
Everyone's under
the
big.
rock? Okay, so you know that the meteorite okay, so do you know okay, so you do know that when Venom gets the meteorite, he turns into he's overpowered, right?
Yeah.
I've been trying to see I've been trying to see I've been trying to at least see how people feel about that, and people still don't understand that this is a cracked version of the character or it's an overpowered version of the character. This
Yeah.
Venom was able to lift up an entire school.
True.
Bigger
See.
threats than the six, and that's why he has more trouble beating them alone. Miles couldn't even fight those guys alone. I don't understand this because it's clear he was fighting lower level threats like Lee.
This is
but
still
he
such
doesn't
a
have
good
chance in this
trailer.
game because he's dealing with
Ye-
bigger threats.
Of course, they put it
Black
into the
Suit
game
Spider-Man
too.
is about to take things too far by
Yeah.
killing Craven, but Miles Morales somehow
figured.
gets out of his cage in the short time they were fighting, despite his hurt state.
We don't know how long they were fighting. It's gameplay in between, so why couldn't he have escaped his cage? There's no way of knowing how long the fight lasted.
And this starts
Yeah,
our
that's
boss fight
the
where Symbiote Peter
thing that
somehow
I don't
takes a
I'd also like to point out that there's noticeable gaps between the freaking bars.
Yeah.
Like,
hard out.
And
to
another
Miles
thing too
Morales,
is like I'm
even
pretty
though
sure
he
that
was just
while
hurt by
Miles is out, even
Craven,
though I
and he
know
was
it's like even though I
originally
know gameplay is not canon, I do think that while Miles was out, he was watching Peter and Miles fight, and whenever he
Yeah.
saw Peter freak out over sound, that's how he knew that sound was the weakness.
are you guys a fan of Harry surviving at the end of the game? I think surviving is a bit optimistic. He's pretty much brain dead at this point, but yeah, I don't mind it because it sets up Green Goblin, doesn't it? And
I don't know, the way that it ended is kind of confusing. Well, not
think,
the full-on ending, but like
I think
just
it was
the
a bit.
Goblin.
I think it was a bit anticlimactic. Fuck, what was I about to say? I think it's a bit anticlimactic having him die and then like Miles immediately try res him.
Yeah.
Like I feel like they could have maybe taken him to the hospital stretcher and then tried resing him. But like, you know,
Yeah. Another
it
thing
is what it is, I guess.
is that I feel like
Jen, if you've
Harry should have
got a bone to
died.
pick with me, if you just message me on this Snapchat, I'll fucking talk to you in a sec.
Another thing that I feel like,
Yeah.
at least I feel like Harry should have probably died or something like that, but like I really don't want him to.
I mean, he pretty much is dead. He's pretty much suffered a fate worse than death.
Yeah.
I just point out as well something I really like about this suit. It's almost skeletal in nature.
Like
It almost looks like bones kind of thing.
I like the way that this suit looks.
Yeah, like this suit looks fantastic.
Peter is amplified by the symbiote.
Yeah, if you
has
message me
just
on
beat Craven
Snapchat, Jen,
without
I'll
breaking
reply to
too
you.
much of a sweat. But Miles, who just lost to Craven, somehow beats Spider-Man,
Pause.
and even out.
Wait,
don't
hold on.
see
Symbiote
Miles
Let him
is
finish.
one
Let him
shot
finish.
here.
I know this is the most controversial topic that Peter should have beaten Miles, and I think the Gaming Rift has a better explanation
Hey, it's me.
of how Miles won, and I'll show that now.
I guess he's gonna play I guess we're gonna see if present Rift agrees with past Rift. Miles' goal in that boss fight is to make Peter let go of the suit. At the beginning of the fight, Peter was dominating Miles. Pause. But when Miles got into his head, he started feeling internal. Yeah, and like even when he was filled with the internal conflict, he still overpowered Miles. Like in this part right here, where he's like, I can't let this go. Like he still overpowers Miles even when conflicted. So it's like I don't get it.
Right.
Anyway, we'll see what past Rift has to say. It's actually quite interesting because I don't remember everything that I said. Jen, if it wait, hold on, Jen, if it's like private or something. Oh yeah, rip. Oh, I'm in so much trouble.
Because he can explain it way better than I can, and he actually has some really amazing points.
This then leads straight into the boss battle with Miles Morales, with this fight getting a huge amount of flack, and I'm not too sure why, as it's pretty obvious this wasn't a fair fight from the start. I'm psychic, I'm speaking without moving my lips. Peter had immediately just fought Craven prior to this, and Miles had fought Mr. Negative earlier in the day, with both not being at 100%. Both were also holding back significantly, with neither one trying to beat the other necessarily, with Peter becoming progressively more conflicted as the fight goes on, as Miles starts getting through to him. Finally, Miles's bioelectric powers are established to be effective against symbiotes, with Miles also taking. That's bullshit. yeah, yeah. The bioelectricity isn't a weakness to the symbiotes, but it is highly effective against pretty much everything. So
Yeah.
I think that's why I said it was a weakness. Although, did I say it was highly effective, or did I say it was a weakness?
I think you said
As
highly
Miles
effective.
starts getting through to him. Finally, Miles's bioelectric powers are established to be effective against.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I didn't necessarily say it was a weakness. Okay, fair enough. I'm pretty sure in another video I said that it was a weakness. Symbiotes, with Miles also taking advantage of the suit's weakness to sound waves in order to render Peter significantly weakened, resulting in a long drawn-out battle with Peter eventually ripping himself free of the symbiote. This fight was badass,
I
and
like
one of the best in
I
the
like
game,
I like
and one of the best
the
in the whole
OST for the
series,
boss
to be
fight.
honest. However, this is an unreliable portrayal as to how the fight would have actually gone if both were trying to kill the other and Miles didn't have Peter's weakness to sound at hand. Miles did not beat Peter, Miles helped Peter beat himself.
After Miles
Yeah, Ian Dean, I agree with what you're saying. It's like I'm pretty sure in another video, I did say it was a weakness to symbiotes, which I think Chaos Edits was the one who like pointed it out that it isn't a weakness.
Yeah.
It is highly effective against symbiotes. I think the main reason why I thought it was a weakness,
Wait, was
was
it about that
because
scene where he's in the hive mind?
Kind of, yeah. I think the reason why I thought it was a weakness was because anti-venom was created from Mr. Negative's energy, which is already very weak, very effective against symbiotes, and Miles's bioelectricity. Like it was like a combination of the two. So I just assumed that Miles's electricity was an inherent weakness to symbiotes, but I guess it's just effective.
Okay.
You know, that kind of thing. Perfect nutshell. Yeah, past Rift, you did a good job.
basically beats him. He convinces Peter to take off the black suit, which I find sort of destroys the whole beauty of how that arc usually plays
pause
out.
again.
This is something I'll actually agree with you on. I think they could have.
The one thing, okay, so this is the one thing about this is at least probably the one thing. How would that work? Like I said before, Peter was not going to go for the bell, and if Miles would have never been there, Peter would have killed Craven and would have continued to go to the city and probably end up killing Harry or probably someone else.
But yeah, it's like I think the thing that I said when I was debunking this video when I got to this part was in every Spider-Man media that I'm aware of, it's like Peter doesn't beat the symbiote by himself. Like he needs something. Like in the comics, series and Spider-Man 3, he needs the bell. In the Ultimate Comics, he needs electricity. In Spectacular, he needs the guidance of Uncle Ben, in addition to the sound waves.
Right.
Like there's never an instance where he just straight up overpowers and tears off the symbiote by himself, you know. And like we even get glimpses of like what happens. It's like in a Spectacular, he tries ripping it off by himself, and he very nearly gets consumed by the symbiote for trying that shit. So
exactly.
Like I don't have an issue with it's like if you're dissing Peter, if you're dissing the way he loses the symbiote in this game, then you're also saying that Spectacular's was crap as well. Because it's like both of them were the same. He needed the bell and he needed the guidance of someone close to him.
Right.
And they're very similar. Not
of
identical, obviously. One was Miles, one was Uncle Ben, but
right.
you know.
And on top of that, Miles was also trying his best to help Peter get the symbiote off him. Because for one, flat out in
Miles didn't really do anything though. Like at the end of the day, he kind of just he was ringing the bell and he was just like, Peter, just focus on my voice.
Yeah.
Like it was pretty much down to Peter in the end.
Yeah. I would say another thing that factors into this too is say like if we remove the bell and have both Peter and Miles on holding back, I don't know who will scratch that. I think Miles would still win. But like let's say let's take away the let's take away the fact that Craven beat Miles before Peter fought him, or before we even get to that scene. Let's take away that because
I'm not thinking that Peter was nerfed at the end of the game. He's literally the strongest character in the verse. Ooh, that is a hot take. I think Anti-Venom is still below Sandman and Venom. Like he's probably in the top 3 strongest, but like I don't think he's number 1 by any means. But
let's say
yeah,
if you
it's
take
just
away, let me see. Take away the bell, and I'm trying to think. If you put them in a situation where they're going all out, and Peter has the black suit is going all out, and if you take a highly energized Miles, because when Craven caught Miles
yeah,
was
he
low
was weak.
energy, so like
Yeah.
take a fully strengthened Miles and a fully symbiote and
I do
Peter.
think Black Suit Peter would still win that. It would
Yeah.
be like high. It's like I think honestly at that point, like not only is he slightly stronger and like he would have the slight power advantage, but honestly I think what really seals the deal is just the healing factor. Like the healing factor is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Especially like he just can heal broken limbs in seconds. Like
Especially another
plus
thing.
as well, the symbiote characters, even though the electricity neutralizes them, it doesn't seem to cause damage to them necessarily. Like even though it's like when Peter was shocked by Miles, like the first time it sends him flying, and that's what starts phase 2 of the boss fight.
Right.
And then the other time it's when Peter's just like Peter's not really phased by it. He's mainly just ranting about how he needs the suit still.
Right.
But anyways, we'll try skip ahead a little bit just because I have food downstairs and we're kind of pushed for time. Oh, the fucking fridge.
I don't want to listen to fridge again.
We've already covered the fridge. Oh, we can do Venom and Anti-Venom.
Oh yeah.
Holding back at all.
That's what I was trying to see if we could do.
Spectacular, where
Like,
they combine Herman Schultz with Montana, and I don't see why they would ever actually use the character of Scream just because of the
strongest fridge ever. Yeah, thanks.
Regular lower tier symbiotes and gets fully infected again.
I mean, yes, they are the lowest tier of symbiotes, but they are still insanely strong. Peter even says these things are brutal. I'm gonna need Miles' help. That's when he first starts fighting them. And Miles even says they're fierce when he's fighting, and he even says he needs Peter's help. Again, if you even want to count gameplay, they take a lot of damage. I'm not gonna lie, Miles is stronger than base Peter just from the edge he has with his electrical powers. So him dealing with the symbiotes easier didn't really bother me. I also feel Peter getting overcrowded by.
I'd also like to point out that both Miles and this weakened version of base Peter needed Mr. Negative to save them both. So
right.
Oh, okay. Currently active fighters. Just Venom's in a coma and Sandman's in prison. Okay, yeah, I'd probably agree with that then. Like, if you count the fact that Venom's dead and Sandman's elsewhere, yeah, maybe Peter is the strongest then. If that's where your argument's coming from.
By symbiotes is fine because it's already shown that these guys do some serious damage, and he totally misses the part where Miles was actually going after Peter, struggling to get him because there's just too many of them.
And
the
he ended up getting engulfed in symbiotes too.
Was because of Mr. Negative. They aren't weak in the slightest, even the lowest tier of symbiotes.
Maybe he won't get folded by Venom anymore. Oh, wait, he's still getting his ass kicked. He's not even holding his own. He's just getting his
right here.
Venom is being shown to be the
strongest. I take personal offense to this statement. Bear me a second.
Okay.
Bear me. Peter wasn't even holding his own. He was just getting folded. Was that what he said? Something along those lines.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I did that wrong. I think I've still done that wrong. Right, again. Oh yeah, Peter wasn't holding his own, he was just getting his ass kicked. I'm not gonna say anything.
So, if that's the case... By the way, also, you're kind of... Hold on a second, let me see. I don't
What's this? I thought he did nothing. I thought he wasn't even holding his own, guys.
By the way, Discord bros, because he went to YouTube, so I'm having to watch it on here.
Wait for it, Phoenix. Wait for it. We got the finisher here. Not quite. Really. Wait for it.
So if
he's
Peter
literally
didn't hold his
restraining the
own-
most powerful guy in the verse.
So let me get straight. So if Peter's not holding his own, then what's going on here with him holding Venom back?
He literally restrained the most powerful guy in the verse. The only reason he failed was because the bloody tower broke.
Right.
Like, oh, and he recovered before Venom. He literally recovers before Venom did.
Peter's not even holding his own. He just got his ass kicked.
Fucking.
He's ever faced. So yeah, he's getting his ass kicked, and I have no problem with this.
Yeah, as said before, the way this is all being presented is making it quite clear that they don't like this character.
Yes, they don't like this character.
Okay,
Don't
another
forget,
reason.
they had a fridge fall on him for
Hold up,
11
pause for a second. Another reason is because two reasons. One, if Peter wasn't holding his own, then how on earth was he able to hold back Venom? Like I said before, and another thing is, one, this is a cracked version of Venom. Like if you hold up, rewind it for a second. Go back like a couple seconds.
As said
Right.
before, the
If
way this is
you
all
go
being
right,
presented.
look at the way that Venom looks. Hold up, go back for a second. Like again. Look at the way Venom looks right there.
I fucked it up. Hold on. One of these days I'll get it right.
Yeah.
Oh, you fucker! It's like so fast. It's like a
so
blink and you miss
fast,
it.
like, hold up.
There
Right
we go.
here.
Nailed it.
If you look at this version of the character, this is an evolved form of Venom who got boosted by the meteorite, and there's proof of this whenever he is literally going for the meteorite right in
Yeah.
Emily May, because we see him glow up for like a little bit of a second, and the symbiote sprouts everywhere in the building.
Yeah, but it's like I just think that like Venom was easily the more powerful than Peter and Miles, like in 1v1s.
He was.
Like he beat Miles as well. He would have killed him if MJ hadn't provided the sonic grenade.
Right. Another thing that people forgot to mention is
Such a
that
cool
Harry
shot.
is
I
no
would
longer
buy a
there.
poster of that. That looks so good.
Another thing, by the way, that he forgot to mention, and this is one thing, Harry is no longer in there. It's just pure Venom.
Hey Nicholas, how you doing, dude?
As said before, the
on him for
hostage, but whatever.
I'm pretty sure Venom just didn't see her as a threat, but I can see where you're coming from here. I do feel she played a more active role in this game because it was established in the first game that Peter trusted her more in these types of situations, so I do feel like there was development there.
Venom being
Sure.
defeated is a 2v1 win or a
That's very true.
3v1, which somehow includes MJ. I know Venom is as powerful as Spider-Man, if not more, but it's a part of Spider-Man's character that he usually always finds a way.
They did find a way to beat him.
did,
I
though.
don't get the point you're providing.
They
This is the first
literally
time we
do
essentially
find a
hear
way
Miles
of
having to
beating
deal
him.
with Venom. I'm not sure if they did that in the 2017 show, but still, this Venom is way more powerful, and I don't feel like that they could have beaten them on their own. And why is that a bad thing?
I went through every fight with Insomniac Spider-Man 2, and unless you want to count Nameless Thugs, it's a fact that he loses all the time.
Again, this
They just say he
I would like to point out as well that in the concept art video, the guy who like it's a collab between him and like this artwork person.
Yeah.
In that video, they said that the random goons who rob banks could probably fuck Peter up in this game. So I ain't saying nothing. I'll just let that comment sizzle in the pan.
I'm just gonna let that just be there. Because, like, I don't know
They
what
genuinely
to
said
say.
they use the exact same gameplay as well. They use the exact same clip, just these fuckers with
Spider-Man.
guns. They were like, "Oh, these guys could
Gameplay-
probably fuck Peter if they tried."
Gameplay doesn't count. That's lunar narrative dissonance. Gameplay doesn't really count.
Oh, they weren't even
Yeah.
talking about gameplay. They literally just said, "I think the random guys like could fuck up Peter if they tried."
And story to justify your shit brain rot plot that only dummies can enjoy casually on a first playthrough at generous best.
you heard
Wait,
it
what?
here, folks.
Holy shit, Jen with the £5. Thank you so much. Jen with the donation. Thank you so much, my dear. I'm always really anxious whenever I hear the Sonic music, but I don't see a notification on the screen. Usually that means a donation. Honestly, thank you so much. I don't know why it doesn't pick up donations. It's the most fucking stupid system.
If you're a casual
trying to figure that
and you
out right now,
enjoy this
too.
game, you are a dummy. You can't just enjoy a game
Thank you,
anymore.
though. It means a
You
lot.
are a dummy butthead if you enjoy this game. You are a cuck that has no friends, loser, scrub, dummy head. Get out of here. This guy is honestly just a loser. I'm sorry, but you're getting bitched at just for liking a
Just for
game.
liking.
Grow up, man. I find it funny that the pinned comment is from the #1 Spider-Man fan.
Oh no, I'm way past complaining about the trash story of this game, but let's sum it up in one statement. The fact that teen adaptations of Spidey have delved spelt dealt wrong. With both enhanced Craven and Venom, better than this supposedly 10 years experienced PlayStation version that should be in his prime is simply pathetic.
He's
It's
still
an
in his
adaptation, and
prime.
adaptations can be different power
Change
levels.
it. Yeah, there's different for power scaling. Every single character is not going to be the same.
Also,
This
I would
is
like to
so-
point out that yes, he has 10 years of experience, but literally none of those years was him fighting Craven.
Right,
Or
and
Venom.
he's never fought
Or
Venom up to
Giant
that point
Sandman.
either.
Or Evolved. Or Wraith. Or Carnage.
Right.
Or Green Goblin.
We just know that he's fought. Here's the thing, like in this universe, well, in the Ensembles, we specifically know. Yes, he's fought the whole entire Sinister Six before. Yes, he has pretty much fought Sandman before. He's fought Lizard before.
He hasn't even fought the Sinister Six. He fought 5 members of them. He didn't even fight all
Exactly.
6 of them.
Well,
Like,
I mean,
I'm gonna
5
die
members.
on this hill real quick. Of the 10 years of experience he had, about 90% of it, maybe even more, was just him fighting random criminals. Like, not even superpowered members.
Exactly.
It's like, think about it. Say, for example, right, in the PS4 game, he had 8 years of experience, and there's a line where he's like, "How long have we done this dance, Adrian? A dozen? More?" So, say, for example, he's fought Vulture 12 times in 8 years. He's fought him, like, once or twice every year.
And people...
Let that sink in. Like, oh, yeah, 8 years of experience.
Okay, so 8 years of experience? Like, I
8
understand
years of
where...
experience, but, like, there's so many characters, he's just not.
Exactly.
It's ridiculous.
Another thing, by the way,
He
is
said-
that people will also say that the Spider-Man is in his prime too. You have to understand that in some Spider-Man has never fought, and I kid you not, he's fought a lot of these villains, except for the newer villains I was seeing in the Ensembles. This is
Yeah,
another thing.
exactly.
He has fought the Lizard before, but you have to know that they are all on smaller scales. He fought them when they were on a smaller scale.
It always makes me smile when people are like, "Oh, Peter's past his physical prime." It's like he's 25. Like, you do not know what you're on about. Like, regular humans stay in their physical prime until the early 30s.
Right.
And he's Spider-Man.
Because I'm way
And on
past
top of that, another
complaining about
thing
the
too is for the
trash
fact that
this game.
Craven once
Let's
again
just
had
sum it
6
up in
months
one
to
statement.
prepare. So once again, that kind of goes against that.
Yeah, it's like
So
Toby Spider-Man is like 50 years old now, but like he's still stronger or as strong as Tom Spider-Man.
right.
It's just fiction. But
By the
The
way,
fact
another
human
thing,
adaptations
pause
of
for a second.
Spidey-
Another thing that Joker didn't bring up in his concept art video, whenever he showed the TASM 1 movie tie-in game, was for the fact that in that game, technically speaking, I'm surprised he didn't bring this up. Technically, isn't Peter technically nerfed in that game because he got injected with nanobots by Alistair Smythe?
yeah,
And
he
was about
literally
to lose his
loses his
powers.
powers temporarily and nearly dies. Yeah. So the Goblin is coming in this next game. Who do you think is going to get thrown off the bridge? My money's on Rio. Probably MJ. Either Rio or MJ, to be honest. I think I don't think it's going to be Cindy Moon because like why would they kill off a character they just introduced sort of
Right.
thing. I feel like it's going to be one of those two.
have
It would actually be pretty interesting if it was Rio because then we'd get a Peter Miles rematch, but this time it would be Miles who's pissed off. I think that
Yeah.
could be pretty cool.
dealt with both enhanced Craven and
I would
Venom
like to
better
see,
than the
even though I know it's
supposedly
risky, I would like
10
to see
years
Superior Miles,
experienced PlayStation version
but I
that
really
should be
don't
in his
think that
prime
that's gonna
is
happen
simply
though.
pathetic. This game is the worst Spidey adaptation, and I'll die on that hill. Say what you want about other versions as bad as they got, they never showcased this much misunderstanding of the character.
Who's Rio? Oh, it's Miles' mum. Sorry, yeah, it's Miles Morales' mum. Yeah, that's who Rio is.
That's me, DJ Kid,
in the
dated a dev
Spidey
girl.
Peter.
Kind of weird choice.
Miles
Not
wants
gonna
to be a DJ with Daily Def. I mean,
Again, different versions of characters are not going to have the same power scaling. I'm assuming he's comparing Spectacular Spider-Man, and we're not all acting like he gets his ass beat in that show too. I find it so funny that he claims this is the worst adaptation of Spidey. Imagine being called a fan and not even really giving any reasons to how they misunderstood the characters. Give me reasons and they'll be proven wrong. And I know what you're going to say. Well, the French pinned him down for 11 seconds. That's why Insomniac hates the character. Screw you, man. Give me reasons why he's the worst Spider-Man adaptation too, and I'll defend them because I really don't see a problem with the character of Peter Parker nor Miles Morales. I'll even change my mind if you give some logical points. He also has another video saying Insomniac Spider-Man isn't comic book accurate, and I'm not even going to bother with that video because
Been there, done that.
last thing I really want to talk about in this video
I
is
really don't want to
Spider-Man
rate
done
down
that.
that video because there are certain things. I already broke this down in the Venom video.
We are a horrible community. People complain about the most stupid things, and it's just embarrassing.
Okay,
I'll
pause for
always
a
be a
second.
Spider-Man fan, but I don't even like associating.
Crispy does have a point.
Yeah, we're a terrible community. But there are a couple of exceptions. Like that guy we had on earlier, he was chill.
Yeah. But he does
The
have
MJ on that thumbnail. Yeah, he thinks that MJ is like Lois Lane in like the Insomniac verse just because she's a reporter. Like it's ridiculous.
He does have.
The irony being that Lois Lane is a beloved character, but
But when MJ does it, it's just wrong.
Here are just some examples that I think are absolutely stupid. Someone on this movie rating website or app purposely.
Imagine liking a comic book movie but purposely giving it a bad review because you hate to see a comic book movie thrive and be #1 and beat other movies for once. Also, the obvious hating, just a hate case. Wait, what?
Oh, it was about Across the Spider-Verse. Because,
The rating is just my grain of the sand to bring that score down a little. You all be silly. This is not the... Yeah, so he literally gave it a bad review just to lower the score.
That's surprising, I think. And I like Across the Spider-Verse.
The score is too high, and then they give their actual score in the rating. Like seriously?
I don't understand that. The main lead is Miles in the movie.
We have people complaining about adding web wings to the rabies suit, even though it is a game mechanic. We have people even complaining about the symbiote suit, which I guess that's just your personal opinion. We have people giving Across the Spider-Verse again a lower score because a 3-second line wasn't added in the final cut. It was in the theaters, but it wasn't in the final cut. I have people even hating in my comments. This person says, I wouldn't trust Sony with the Ultimate Comics. In fact, Sony never should have gotten the Spider-Man rights.
Hold up.
And then
Wait.
That was guarantee that was foreskin. I know that profile picture's different, but
wait. Hold on. No. Then what's the whole point of the Ultimate Comics universe then? Then Sony's had the rights to
Sony
Spider-Man
should never have
for
gotten
I don't
the
know how
Spider-Man
long.
rights. Bruh.
Never should have gotten the Spider-Man rights. And then I say, that's an interesting opinion. Why say that? They made Insomniac Spider-Man, Spectacular Spider-Man, and even Raimi Spider-Man. And then Disney made Ultimate Spider-Man and the Marvel Spider-Man show. So I would give the
I really
rights
don't
to
talk
Sony
about the
honestly.
Marvel
I hated
Spider-Man
all
show.
of what you said with
There
me.
was only 2 arcs in the Marvel Spider-Man show that were pretty good.
He hated all of what you said. Oh, so he hates Spectacular, Insomniac, and the Raimi verse. Gotcha.
Wait, but isn't the Raimi verse his favorite though?
Well, apparently not. Maybe it's not foreskin. Maybe it's like a random guy. Okay. Like he hates all of those, but
personally, I wish Sony would shut down permanently. And also, I personally hate Sony ever since they only bought Spider-Man back when Marvel went bankrupt. I hate Spectacular Spider-Man, Insomniac Spider-Man, and Raimi Spider-Man. All right, interesting take, but I respect it. Thank you. Sorry if I had nothing nice to say. And then another person asked, why do you hate them? And he's like, because back when Marvel went bankrupt, they were trying to sell all their rights to Sony, but Sony only took Spider-Man. Okay, buddy.
Sony.
Okay.
Spider-Man.
People seem
this
to
bringing's
want to
pretty
hate on
gorgeous.
things just to hate on them. None of these, I feel, are valid criticisms. The one with the symbiote suit is just a personal take, but still, it's finding things to hate on just to do it. Don't get me wrong, criticism is needed in media. I wish I would have had more criticism when I was starting on my YouTube channel. But people don't feel like giving criticisms, they feel like hating on it and then not saying why or give the dumbest reason why. I'm gonna end the video here. I would love to hear.
Yeah, that's actually a fair point. Like people just whine and bitch over anything, you know.
That's
like,
the thing that I don't understand either.
Finding chill and nice Spider-Man fans is like finding a needle in a giant ass haystack. Well, I mean, you found 2 of them when you clicked on this stream, so can't be that hard.
That is true.
Can't be that hard, surely. There's a couple more in the server, but
I will admit though, I do have my moments because like I'm not gonna lie, but I'm mostly chill for the most part. The only thing about Spider-Man 2 that everybody has a problem with is probably the writing.
yeah, like I think the gameplay is really good, but the story is probably the worst aspect.
Yeah, because like that's one of the things that
probably where I'm at.
That's one of the things that that's like one of the things that like kind of gets to me is like, how are you going to write a game? Like that's the only problem. Like, yeah, people will be mad that Venom's not the host or whatever, or like its usual host. And the only closest thing that I have, well, the only closest thing that anybody has ever told me was, and probably this is like the most probably logical one. If you remove the heal the world part from Venom, the story still plays out the exact same.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Sharktopus, how you doing, dude? We're gonna be ending the stream soon, because I've got some food waiting for me, but it's good to have you here anyways. You're gonna make an Arkham Batman versus Insomniac Spider-Man? Maybe. I mean, my take on the subject matter is, if you use Asylum to Knight, then Peter would bully, but if you use Suicide Squad Batman under the effects of the conditioning, then he would bully Spider-Man.
I wouldn't
So it kind of
mind.
just depends.
Wait, hold up. Rift, I wouldn't mind this. Have you ever thought about making a Craven video about how he would survive in Spider-Man PS4?
I mean, it's pretty obvious how that video would go, but like, yeah, I'm down to do that.
Because like, I have like a few ideas. Because like, I randomly just thought about this for like the past like week. I would not mind doing that. But the only thing is though, like, we would probably have to have Craven's girlfriend Calypso as Mary Jane or something like that. You would have to probably take out Mary Jane.
Yeah, possibly. You want a cel-shaded open world game, besides Ultimate Spider-Man? That could be pretty cool. Also, Karma Andrew, it's good to have you here, dude. It's good to catch you here. Yeah, with that being said though, guys, I'm afraid it's that time of the day again that no one likes. It is when the stream is going to end. So I am sorry for the people who just got here. That being said though, I just want to say a massive thank you for everyone who's dropped by. This has easily been my most viewed stream of all time.
I love I love streaming with Rift, bro.
Like, there was literally like 30 of you in here at one point, which was insane. Yeah, I'm completely humbled. It really does mean a lot. As always, before you all leave, if you haven't already, feel free to subscribe to the channel. Feel free to go into the description and drop Phoenix a quick sub. It really does mean a lot because Spider-Man community gets a bad rap. Let's try be the good little eggs in the community. Again, thank you for subscribing if you haven't already. Feel free to share the stream with your friends. We're trying to reach 5,000 by the end of the year. If you have any disagreements or if you just want to chat to us, feel free to join the Discord. Again, I'm relatively active in there, so you can always at me and I'll try to chat to you guys. That being said though, have a great rest of your weekend. We will be doing another one next week.
Right.
So this has been Rift and Phoenix.
Oh, and by the way, Rift, I do have a question though. So what are we gonna do next week for this agreement though? What's next week?
Next week we'll find some other things. We'll have to do we'll probably do the Synthetic Man, and we may also do like the Amazing Lucas as well, because I've heard that those are pretty bad.
Oh yeah, Synthetic
those
Man's
will
gonna be
those will probably
hour.
piss us off. So.
Synthetic Man's gonna be an hour. That's gonna be oh, I have not seen it either, so that's gonna be annoying. All right. See ya.
Yeah, it's gonna be bad. But yeah, thank you guys so much as always. Feel free to share the video with your friends. Have a good rest of your weekend. I'll see you all next week. Take care.
Yo, chat. I don't know if y'all want me to stream some Stellar Blade, but I'm kind of bored. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what we're gonna stream today. I'm gonna be playing some Stellar Blade. I'm gonna be chilling. At least for now. Actually, you know what? Nah. Hold on a second. We still gonna vibe out. Give me 1 second. I really don't want to play Stellar Blade today. But anyways, chat, like if you guys have enjoyed the stream, I think this is the first ever collab stream today. I liked it. That was a W stream today. Rift is amazing. Y'all finished? Yeah, me and Rift just finished. I'm gonna go ahead and get up on out. because I really don't know what we're gonna be playing today. But I don't know. I was tempted to play Stellar, but like I don't want to play Stellar. But I'm gonna go ahead and get up on out. So shout out to everybody that came out to the stream. And yeah, I'm out.